So please have you have really two weeks ago on the competition. You take us time, you will be playing against we should Vicky. So first six. Let's have a chat with it's also nice to chat on the but it's always this competition to we must be He's joining us here, and the girls are very well, so I'm just asking us, and we'll go, one, two, three, that's it, feel, first minutes, so the Steelbacks close into that. Today, is not first year's game, you know, the activities going on today. Dancing, understanding, station games, so you don't get your role. Also, during the time, should be great appreciation. Also, 5 minutes before the match starts today, big lucky to get games where it's a and remember this is it'll be a bit on the day to display the scoreboard, everyone goes to join us. About 5 minutes before the match starts. Huge thanks to our sponsors, sponsors, so Christmas on as well, heavy, PCL skills, civil engineering, thank you for the support of your mental health. To the county welcome the whole of Steelbacks residencies. Metro Day. Still making more issues they say starts now. And minutes sometimes also on Steelbacks competition is thank you very much for we will in a 5 minutes time a moment of remembrance on the edge of life stage. So all those that's the possibilities of city over the last year as well to give us a really course ahead of life stage starts. We want the Instagram trend to be well exposed all of our players to take our stands. That's a club, we stand all the we're going to continue to bring these days with challenges for and we see this is now has text us on 74322222322. So many fun of stages this year is actually one wrong rapids 3 of this competition this year. So let's see how the teams like let's begin with our visitors to Worcestershire Rapids. Running 9 and having 18 running 7 Ed Pollock, 88 Jones, running 2 Worcestershire Jake Libby, 77 Ethan Brooks, running 11 Rayhan Edmar, 12 Tom Taylor, running 146, 20 Michelle Khan, running 14 Tom Simon, and running 41 Harry Dunn. Lining up all the Steelbacks, running 27 running 14 George Roberts, running 18 sponsored by Company Lions, running 5 sponsored by James, running 15 sponsored by running 24 79 running 26 sponsored by running 18 Harry Helwich, and running 9 our scorers are representing the we had ourselves a little 20 minutes ago, Worcestershire and the last So ahead of the day's start, we will find both sides and I will have to demonstrate on the before our annual remembrance, which always takes place at Martha's Unity Day. As a part of our Martha's Public College goes with us in an outcome for remembrance of one of the members from our amateur cricket community, players, officials, staff, members, councillors, who passed away over the past year. But in today's place of money and small, we should share these things players from the team congratulations before the start and the bringing goes. So if you're able to please stand and join us for a moment of remembrance. John Ross, Steelbacks, John Colin Dave Mason, Patricia Colin Mason, John Legion, Mike Walker, Graham Taylor, Ryan Solo, Ryan Ramsey, Fred Templeton, Peter Moss, and all those others over the latest months. Thank you all for your help and during a moment of remembrance. It is day 5 of this year's National Day. Is going to our Day, and today's game. Would you please welcome the field side of the first game, led by Captain Jake Libby, Worcestershire Rapids.
Good morning and welcome to Wantage Road, the home of the Steelbacks, and we've got Metro Bank one-day cup cricket for you today. The Worcestershire Rapids are the visitors taking on the Steelbacks. Jake Libby won the toss for Worcestershire at 10:30 this morning. Looked at the pitch and said, I'll have a bowl first. Thank you very much. My name's Dan Jadzovic. I'm joined by former assistant coach at Northants, Phil Rowe. How are you?
I'm well, thanks, Dan. Yeah. Weather's set fair, isn't it? It's a bit overcast. It's not bright sunshine. I don't know whether the overhead's had something to do with Jake Libby's decision to have a bowl. He may be. There's a bit of grass in there on the pitch we can see from here. They've got a very strong batting lineup, Worcestershire. I would imagine there's a feeling in their camp with the runs they've scored that whatever you get, we can chase.
Yeah.
And maybe the wicket might become a little easier as the day goes on. It will unfold, won't it? But there are some very good players in both sides, but overall they're two inexperienced sides who find themselves at opposite ends of the table.
They do indeed. Worcestershire played 3-1-3, find themselves top of Group A. Northants, a polar opposite record, played 4, lost 4, and are currently 8th in the table. Just Lancashire below them. Looks like Tom Taylor, the returning Tom Taylor, will open the bowling for Worcestershire from the David Capel end, and Prithvi Shaw will face up first. That's down the leg side, turned around the corner. Prithvi Shaw gets 4 off the first ball. The teams line up as follows. The Steelbacks, Prithvi Shaw, Ricardo Vasconcelos, George Bartlett, Safe Save, Lewis McManus, Gus Miller, Justin Broad, James Sales, Jack White, Freddie Heldrick, and Ben Sanderson. The Rapids, Ed Pollock, Gareth Roderick, Rod Jones, Jake Libby, Ethan Brooks, Rehan Edavalath, Tom Taylor, Hishan Khan, Fateh Singh, Tom Hinley, and Harry Darley. Prithvi Shaw's got magic cricket bats, doesn't he?
He's good at this game, that fella.
That one might run away as well as he goes down towards the Jackson Grundy. It does. Back-to-back 4s to open the innings for Prithvi Shaw. 97 off about 70 balls up at Durham in Northance's latest defeat in the One-Day Cup. Just made that look like a different pitch, didn't he, compared to his teammates?
He does, doesn't he? He is. There's no disrespect to anyone else on that field, because as I said earlier, there are some very, very good players. But Prithvi Shaw, at his best, is a level above anything else out there. He is an international level cricketer.
Yeah, and he feels like he's just starting to develop a bit of form in the competition. Tom Taylor responds well, back on the money and defended to the man. Well, I don't really think Prithvi Shaw defends many, but played to the man at cover, just not time this time.
He was sort of sitting back a little bit. I don't know whether he was expecting something shorter than it was. He was a bit slow coming forwards. I was just thinking the field, the 2 men out, only 2 men out of the ring in the power play. One is at third man. And as often happens, there's a deep square leg. He's just behind square. But that means anything too straight, it's probably going to be 4 down to fine leg. And that's what happened to the first 2 balls. And I was thinking, I understand that field when you've got your line right and you've settled into your line, because if you do get hit to fine leg, it's a poor ball. It must be going into leg stump or even slightly down the leg side. And as a bowler, that's not where you want to bowl pretty much at any time in the game. But early on, when the ball's brand new and it's a bit slip and you haven't settled in, I'd probably want that man a bit finer and work him squarer as I settle into my line and length. But that's just me. Negative.
Good response from Tom Taylor. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th delivery of the opening over of the day. Prithvi Shaw solid at the moment. Yeah, we've not seen the best of Prithvi, I don't think, yet. 97 off 71 wasn't bad, was it? But
it's interesting, though, isn't it? Because you say that, but you're right. That isn't the best of him. The best of him is 150 off 120 balls and winning the game for his team at his best.
Eight runs off the opening over of the morning. Tom Taylor, the bowler, returning to Wantage Road. As I say, he left the Steelbacks over the winter to move over to Worcestershire.
He's bagged 4 of the 5 Midlands counties, really, or 4 of the 6 Midlands counties, hasn't he, in his career? Tom Taylor started at Derbyshire when he was a bit of a tearaway quick bowler, very quick when he first came into the game. I could always bat, always a genuine all-rounder, could always bat. So from Derbyshire, he went to Leicestershire, spent a couple of years with us, 2 or 3 years with us here at Northants, and then finds himself down at Worcester. So yeah, he knows his way around the Midlands.
Certainly does. Knows his way around this fixture as well. Scored 100 in the same fixture this time last year against Worcestershire. And it's going to be Harry Darley opening the bowling for the Rapids from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Ricardo Vasconcelos is the other opener. 2 slips in place. That's a decent start by Harry Darley. Vasconcelos just had a bit of a poke at that one on the way through. He's not been the greatest campaign for Vasco so far this summer. Just 37 runs, high score of 19. Had the first couple of games at number 3. And obviously with the news that Emilio Gay will be moving on at the end of this summer, it's been promoted back to the top of the order. Nicely placed. Just going to be 1, I think. Vasconcelos looked for a second. Prithvi Shaw said no. So Vasconcelos off the mark. That doesn't really make a huge deal of difference, does it? Going from 3 up to, or 1 down to 3, and
obviously at 3 you could be in for the second ball of the game. So you have to have the same defensive technique and capability rather than technique in that sense. I guess at 3 you don't generally go in and second ball of the game, so you can play slightly more expansively maybe. But in white ball cricket, in this, no, I'd say there's no choose between them really.
Oh, it's
Bounced.
I was going to say a bit of extra lift, isn't there, from Darley in this opening over. Pretty sure just gives his abdomen, gives his chest a bit of a rub there.
He's quite a shortish opening bowler, Darley, and but he looks like he hits the seam, because the first ball of his spell to Vasconcelos bounced and left him. That one bounced back into Prithvi Shaw's ribs, and that's more than tickled his ribs up. He's taken a second looking at the pitch, but what he's doing really is giving himself time to get through that. Wow, that hurt. It's sort of gathered off the wicket. He's a bowler who runs through. This is my first sighting of him live, and he sort of runs through the crease, by which I mean he doesn't have the traditional kind of gather back foot, front foot. You can time the release of the ball. He's bang, bang through the crease. Yeah. As the old timers would say, bang, bang rather than bang, bang. Those 2 bangs are back foot, front foot, for anyone who thinks I've gone a little bit crazy. So he's kind of bang, bang through the crease. It can be difficult to line up in terms of when is the ball going to be released. Nicely bowled.
Yeah, nicely guided as well down to the man at deep third for a single. Yeah, there's it's not many bowlers that make it to the top of the game, is there, that don't have that big load up and leap at the crease. I always think of Andre Nell as the I don't know whether most famous is the right way to describe it, but certainly in my head, one of the most recognizable quick bowlers that just ran through the crease with no real leap.
Well, that one stayed a bit low, didn't it?
Certainly did. 2 runs off the second over of the day. Good start for Harry Darley. And the Steelbacks are 10 for no loss after 2.
What you find on a situation like this, where there's been a couple of balls that have bounced more than would be expected, and the last ball of the over has bounced slightly lower, and these are only slight things, okay? So they're not significant in that sense. They're not, oh, blimey, it's a minefield. They've just there's been a bit of variable bounce. And what you find is the better players somehow flick a switch internally that says, put the cross back shots away until I'm really in. And that's what they do. But they don't even know they're doing it. They just go to an automatic, I'll put that one away, the cross back shots. I'm going to play straighter for longer on this pitch until I know exactly what the bounce is likely to do.
I wish we had this conversation Saturday morning, Phil. Well timed, pretty sure.
Game.
Yeah, that's going to be it. Is it going to be 4? No, well fielded down at deep backward square. I thought for a second that was just skipping away for Prithvi Shaw's 3rd 4 of the morning. As it was just cut off before the boundary rope in front of the chicken van.
So you were out to a cross bat shot?
Yeah, I tried to cut one, Rowie, a long hop that didn't bounce and got a bottom edge on it and cut it straight onto to off stump.
A Welsh dismissal.
Nice little send off as well. It was lovely.
The drag on.
Down the leg side. Wide signalled. That's an inquiry from someone out there, wasn't there? Very gentle, very slight inquiry, just warming the vocal cords up.
It was the anti-wide appeal. So, yeah, tell me more. So you got a send-off?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Oh,
nice little run past with a... it's hard to describe it.
Put that on YouTube.
Yeah, no, not really. Just a nice little unlucky, but in a bit of a stinky tone. So
that's rubbish.
Yeah, it wasn't particularly well bowled, but pushed at that one, Prithvi Shaw, but straight at Tom Taylor. Got a boot down on it, and Prithvi Shaw ended up coming through for a single.
Prithvi Shaw ran that single, carrying his bat in his left hand, holding the bat across the middle of the blade, where I've never seen that. Like holding it like a briefcase.
Yeah.
That's bizarre.
But maybe he's here for business today, Rowie. Maybe that's a good sign.
Oh, that's good. I see what you did there.
Well, it's some low-hanging fruit for me, wasn't it?
That's my domain. That's where I live. Nicely bowled, Tom Taylor. He's just lost the ball too straight, hasn't he, Tom Taylor, a few times?
Certainly to Prithvi Shaw.
Yeah.
Although, to be fair, he's bowled pretty much exclusively to Prithvi Shaw, hasn't he, with the exception of that one delivery to Ricardo Vasconcelos. They would have been teammates, wouldn't they, last year for a short while before Prithvi Shaw departed with the knee injury that then kept him out for the rest of the campaign. But there will be an element, and I don't want to keep talking about Prithvi Shaw, and I don't want to kind of be like, oh, he's the best player ever to grace the game. But he did score that incredible double 100 here against Somerset, which Tom Taylor would have been a part of. Will there be an element of the ball in the hand, and not a, oh my word, it's Prithvi Shaw, but if I get this fractionally wrong, I'm going to be punished.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, he'll have seen him up close and personal in some nets. They won't have had many nets. These games come thick and fast, don't they, in this comp? But yeah, he'll have seen enough to know that my margin is nowhere really. My margin actually is dictated by how Prithvi's feeling. Really.
Yeah,
that's how good he is.
Vasconcelos covering these up nicely.
Good cricketer, Tom Taylor. He's the sort of guy that, you know, you watch week in, week out, and you think, yeah, he bowls nicely. Oh, his batter hits the ball nicely down the ground. He's a good catcher, good fielder. And then they go and play club cricket with you. And then you realise oh my goodness me, this is how good a professional cricketer of 15 years really is. He is a proper professional cricketer. He can bowl, he can bat, he can field. His standards are very high.
Well bowled, well defended to end the third over. Yeah, it was a big loss, wasn't it, really, for Northants to lose him? He had a fantastic one-day cup campaign last year.
Yeah, it was a big loss. When he came into the game at Derbyshire as a youngster, quickly, certainly in our camp, we would talk about playing Derbyshire, and Taylor, he's a good, we've got to look out for him. He's quicker than you think. He's nippy, does this. And a young English, quickish bowler, you always sort of keep an eye on. And then it didn't really train on, if I could use that expression, and found himself going to Leicestershire, where he did reasonably well. When John Sadler came across to Northants from Leicester, one of his early thoughts was, should Tom Taylor become available, he needs to be in this squad. And that is what then transpired. And Tom came, well played, came to Northants, and he had a quiet time, actually. He found it, for whatever reason, form deserted him. You know, however good you are, going to a new county, there's always pressure on you. And it didn't quite work out, but the longer he was here, more settled he became, and the more potential that he showed. And I think he's going to have a good career right at the back end of his career. I think a good few years at the back end of his career, because he knows the game inside out. That is the danger of Prithvi Shaw. That shot there is why he is so good. Now, there's a number of reasons why he's so good. That's one of them, because he didn't really move his feet there. He could have played that ball off the front foot, could have played that ball off the back foot. As a bowler, Darley will have let that ball go, and he will have thought, that's dot ball.
That's the same ball as the ball before, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's a good ball. And Prithvi Shaw just shifts his weight between front foot and back foot, doesn't really move his feet particularly, opens the blade, pushes it through there for two. And that kills you as a bowler, because that's your dot ball, my length.
And again, on that length, a little bit straighter, which Prithvi Shaw tries to turn into the leg side. Can't get it past Jake Libby, who's fielding at mid-on at the moment. Yeah, you're exactly right. There's no real tell, is there? As you said, there's no kind of big trigger. There's no big stride forward or no kind of step back onto the back foot. You don't get any clues as a bowler.
It's difficult to find. That's my...
Wow, what a shot that is.
My goodness gracious, that's just beautiful.
Off drive this time, slightly fuller pitched by Darley. Prithvi Shaw doesn't miss out. Fourth four of the innings, and he moves up to 18.
Yeah, if anyone's wondering, they are both playing on the same pitch, these two. Pretty sure 18, Vasco 1. He's faced a lot more bowling, sure, obviously. But boy, he looks in already.
Yeah, it's the way that Prithvi Shaw goes about his business. A little bit early on that one. Upish. Tom Taylor does the fielding.
I am fairly certain that if he bowls that ball again, he will be deposited for 6 over long off, because that had the lofted off drive, the Prithvi Shaw lofted off drive written all over it. He tried to keep the ball down. I think that's why he clothed it a bit. He knows his responsibility is to be at the crease for quite a long time.
Yeah.
I think another day he bangs that down the ground for 6.
2 straight by Dali, and that's going to be worked through the leg side for a couple of runs. End of the over. Takes the score up to 22 for no loss. Prithvi Shaw on 20, Vasconcelos on 1. Yeah, and I think I suppose he would have walked off against Durham with 97 to his name, thinking, oh, there's a lot of cricket left to play there. But what I've done here is I've set this game up really well for Northants. Over to you, lads. Let's go and put a big score on the board. And for one reason or another, Northants weren't able to do that. They got to about, 250, wasn't it, I think? And clearly wasn't enough. And Durham chased that down. But I wonder whether he's kind of taken that on board and kind of thought to himself, well, actually, if we are going to be successful, I'm going to have to bat for a lot longer than that.
It's a big responsibility, isn't it? He's in the team currently, with the absentees for the 100, and the competition is as it is. We won't go back over that. The 50 over competition is as it is, meaning there's a lot of inexperienced teams and players out there, and it's a heck of a responsibility on the overseas star player to win games of cricket. It's a hard place to win games of cricket from, opening the batting. But he knows if he gets in, he knows he's got to convert that into a match influencing contribution. And that itself brings pressure.
Leading edge, which evaded Tom Taylor.
So one slip has come out, gone into a catch in mid-wicket. But yeah, that in itself is pressure, because it means, like that ball, I think it was the 5th ball of the last over from Dali. My instinct was he's going to loft. That's going to be a lofted drive, and he kind of decelerated the bat and he kind of clothed it a little bit. It was that because I can't get caught mid off here. I'm on 20. I can't get caught mid off. I've got to bat along, and you start doing things that you don't naturally do. That can be difficult. Well played.
Yeah, it becomes potentially detrimental, doesn't it?
Yeah.
If you put your natural kind of game and ability away for a little while.
There was a coach here at one time who I was chatting before. I was a long time ago. I was at the bottom of the players' stairs chatting to a player, Duncan Wilde it was, and he'd already been out. The captain of the team looked over the balcony at the fall of a wicket and said, "Wildie, 10 and over, no risk," which was interesting because Duncan had already been out at that time and seemed to pass the captain by. But 10 and over, no risk. So you want Prithvi Shaw to play as Prithvi Shaw. That's why you've signed him. You can't ask him to do 2 jobs. I want you to score at your rate of 150 and to get 150 and to take no risk and to nurse the innings through.
Yeah.
No, come on.
And about all day.
Yeah. You've got to say, I think, go play your way.
Yeah.
Get yourself in. Make some good judgments early on, but play your way. That's when you're going to get the most value out of Prithvi Shaw. That's a cricket shot.
Yeah. Beats the dive. Down the ground. 4 more for Prithvi Shaw.
That was nice, Tom Taylor. It was very nice. He bowled the ball. He knew as it left his hand that it's a long delivery. It was a half volley, and it was beautifully on-driven by Prithvi Shaw. The fielder at mid-on made a despairing dive, and Tom Taylor's head threw back to look to the heavens. But he's still enough about him just to give Prithvi Shaw a tap on the backside. Prithvi Shaw just advancing down the wicket in case the fielder half stopped it. and ended up next to Tom Taylor, who gave him a little tap on the backside to say, good shot. That's a nice bit of cricket there. Not sure I'd have had the ability to do that, having driven for 4.
Drags that length back a little bit shorter, which Prithvi Shaw rides the bounce, tries to guide it past fielder at backward point. Going to be a dot ball to end the over, and it's 27 for no loss after 5.
Good start, wasn't it? And a good start for the crowd. There's a few in, which is nice. I think it's Family Fun Day. Am I right on that, Dan?
Community Day, Family Day. Yeah, one of those two. £2 a ticket. So if you've watched the first 5 overs and you think, oh, you know what, I wouldn't mind coming down, £2 to get in. I think about 2,000 tickets, I think, have been sold for the day. There's bouncy castles, face painting, ice cream vans, burger vans, Memsab here. The bar's open.
The only downside is you don't get to listen to us too. So actually, for £2, that's not a bad deal. £2 come down, you don't have to listen to us.
Sounds like the best £2 you'll ever spend.
That's very well fielded on the deep square leg boundary. Kept that down to 1. It looked 2 for all money. Going a little bit straight there. Darley tucked away nicely by Vasconcelos. Timed it well. Very good outfielding. I will try to identify that fielder. So many inexperienced young players in all teams, and the Worcestershire team no exception, that we're getting to grips with these new names. Darley is one of those new names. Oh my goodness gracious, what a cricket shot that is. Wow. That's very well fielded and retrieved by the mid-off fielder who would have set off to his left initially thinking, oh, I've got to go and chase that. He will have walked in, seen the shot and think, I'll move to my left and stop the single. Oh no, it's gone past me. It was so nicely played off the back foot by Prithvi Shaw and very well fielded at the boundary edge. Taps it back. Does the number 4 with his legs, one leg bent across, one leg straight, the number 4 figure. An injury prevention bit of fielding and well executed. That is a drag down, and that got what it needed. That's actually very well played by Vasconcelos, because it was, I think Darley lost his footing on the front foot. He's having a look back and dragged it down, but it had no pace on it when it reached Vasconcelos, and he did very well to keep that ball down and time it well.
Yeah, certainly from this end, from Darley, it just feels like there's a little bit of inconsistency with the bounce, doesn't there? Because, as you said, Vasconcelos on that pull shot almost collapsed on the pull. And he's, without stating the obvious, he's not the tallest bloke in world cricket.
It's a short opening pair, isn't it, these two? Not the shortest we've had. Oh, he's lost his shape, Vasconcelos. He's getting an applause from the crowd for the intent, really, more than the execution, because he really did lose his shape. It was wide, it was full. He's tried to hit that for about 10 rather than timing it away. Back leg collapsed, hit under the ball. Scruffy shot, to be honest, from Vasconcelos. But he got enough on it. It reached about 45 metres, so none of the infielders could have a chance of catching up with it. Gets 2, but it was you don't say this very often. It was an ugly shot from Vasconcelos.
Yeah, it's get that little bit of rush of blood, don't you, when you see the umpire signal the free hit. As you said, I think that probably would have cleared us if that had come out the middle of Vasconcelos' bat, but
he's just rehearsing the shot now. It's like one of my drives when I'm thinking, just time it. It's a narrow fairway, just time it, just get the ball away, and you get to the top of your backswing, which for me isn't very far, and you think, hit it. This voice comes in from somewhere. You have to take ownership for that, because it's not coming externally. It comes from some part of you that you didn't know you owned. It says, hit it, destroy the golf ball. And it goes out of bounds. That's another short and slow delivery. Pulled nicely. The fielder out there on the boundary he's coming in now to the offside for the right-hander, but he's exactly at mid-wicket, and that ball went exactly to mid-wicket. The pitch today is, as we look out from the Lynn Wilson end, is over to our left. So it's it's in front of the Spencer Pavilion. It's probably about 3 or 4 strips as we look left of centre. Shortest boundary is down to the turnstiles. at the wanted. There's 4 runs. As Dan, to my left, signals 4, very, very nonchalantly fielded by a spectator. It flicked up off the rope. Sometimes that can knock your glasses off. And just took it very comfortably, the man in the crowd. But not as comfortably as it was dispatched by Vasconcelos. It was the extra ball in the over, the 7th ball of the over. And it was wide, it was full. And in the form that Prifty Shaw is in, it was almost inevitably 4. And so it proved to be 44 for no wicket off 6.
The other thing, £2 to come and watch Prithvi Shaw play cricket. I know there's a lot of other players here, but that just feels like a bargain, doesn't it?
But it is. That's crazy, isn't it? Yeah. And I think it's good to see a number of people have taken that opportunity.
Yeah.
And the gates are still open for business.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And I'm pretty sure that you're going to enjoy yourself if you come down to the ground today. There we go.
It's a good one.
I'll put that away now.
No, keep it going. Keep it out.
2 slips still for Taylor to Vasconcelos round the wicket to the left-hander and beats him on the outside. Did he play? Did he leave? I think he might have played. I'm going to say he played at that. We'll see now on the replay. He's standing right in front of his stumps. Taylor bowls. Well, does he or doesn't he? The ball left Vasconcelos off the pitch. He's being attacked by a fly at the minute. And what Vasconcelos did well, he didn't follow the movement. Any youngsters watching, that's what you do. You play the original line, don't follow the movement. Keep your bat on the original line. Well played. It's handy if you're Ricardo Vasconcelos for a couple of reasons batting for Prifty Shaw. Well, there's probably so many reasons. Let's go through them. Number 1, you've got the best seat in the house to watch one of the best playing the game. Number 2, he scores at a rate that means you can get yourself in and just play as you want to play. You have to absorb a few, you can do that. And number 3, he's right-handed, you're left-handed. So bowlers have to adjust all the time. Fielders have to move around side to side. So there's lots of reasons, of which they are 3, why being Vasco is a good thing to be right now. Yeah, I think Tom Taylor targeting the pads there, targeting the stumps. Vasconcelos, who generally lines up on about middle when bowlers come around the wicket and then goes across to off. He's actually starting a little further across, almost on off stump. And Tom Taylor is recognising that if he gets the ball past the inside edge, clatters into that front pad, expect there to be an enormous appeal. It's probably going to be hitting the stumps. Tucked away nicely.
Do you think, what are we, 6.5 overs into the innings so far, 45 for no loss. Do you think Jake Libby, Worcestershire, Tom Taylor and Harry Darley are going to be a little bit surprised that these 2 new white kookaburras haven't really done a great deal off the straight, either through the air or off the sea?
Yeah, I think that they might have expected there to be a little bit more movement. That would be one thought. And I know Jake, he's a good cricket man. He's got a great cricket man. He'll be thinking, why don't we land the ball in the same place twice on the spot? Because they've not been consistent, I think, at either end. That should have been stopped at extra cover. Gets through for 2. And I guess the other point, actually, let me go back to that first point. I don't think Worcestershire have landed the ball in the right place often enough.
Yeah.
They have gone past the edge, and there has been a little bit of up and down, but they've been inconsistent. That last ball there, to most batters, that ball gets defended. Prifty Shaw is good enough to get on top of the bounce. That looked like it bounced a wee bit. Get on top of the bounce and get it away through extra cover for 2. So I think they've bowled 25 balls at Prifty Shaw. He's faced the majority of bowling, and that's accounted for the score, really. Oh, what a shot. Oh, my goodness gracious. That's absolutely beautiful. What a cricket shot that is. Takes Prifty Shaw to 37. I mean, look, a lot of players in the game will try to drive that ball for 4 and succeed, but they won't look as good as that. That's just an absolute thing of beauty.
It certainly makes this game look incredibly easy, doesn't he? Prithvi Shaw.
Yeah, he does. That's a really good thing, so because it isn't that easy, is it?
No,
It really
there'll be a
isn't.
lot of people in this ground. There'll be a lot of people watching the stream. There'll be a lot of people playing in the One Day Cup today that will look at this and go, "I wish I could make it look as easy as that."
Definitely. And then
Vasconcelos might be one of them. To be fair,
I mean, everyone who's not Prifty Shore will be thinking that, because it's beautiful. It doesn't get any better than that. Vasco's got to play his own game, though. I think, if Tom Taylor was just sort of mimicking release of the ball at the end after that last ball got hit for 4, and he will know that's to Prifty Shore. Your margin is so tiny. That's in his area. Hit on the up, beautiful movement into the ball. But where do you bowl? Do you just, if you bowl back of a length, he's going to knock it into the leg side for a couple, get himself in. So you're not going to get driven for 4, bob-old. You're not going to get driven for 4 off the sort of back of the length bail height, but you might get tucked into the leg side for 4.
Yeah.
You're probably going to get a 2.
Yeah, or pulled off the bails.
Or pulled off the bails for 4, and when he's in, that could go all the way. So your margins are absolutely tiny. You take your medicine in some ways, but what you need to do, you need to get the bloke out. So you want him driving. And that, if I'm getting if I'm the captain and I'm getting driven, okay, then I can live with that as long as it's not floaty half volleys. I would rather see Prifty Shore driving on the up through the offside than I would sitting on the back foot knocking it into the leg side for 2s and 3s.
Or that guide through backward point that he's so good at. Yeah, I agree.
It's on 37 already. 50. The 50 came up. I missed that. 50 came up in the, sixth over of the day, 7th over of the day. So the run rate is handy. There's 4 more. Short, wide, Vasconcelos rocks onto the back foot. Didn't time it perfectly. Got enough of it for 4. And that's what I was saying about inconsistency. You win the toss, you put the opposition in. You know that Shore's going to score quickly. What you can't do is give free runs. And Darley has done that a number of times. He's bowled a few half volleys. He's bowled a couple of drag downs, and that one was short wide 4. So whilst these guys, Shore and Vasconcelos, are playing well, they've also had some 4 balls to dispatch, which they've climbed into. Nicely bowled.
Great take as well, wasn't it? First slip, just diving away to his left, sorry.
That's Ed Pollock there at, it was a good bit of cricket actually by Darley, having been cut for 4, right back on at the next ball, found the edge, didn't carry. But Ed Pollock at slip stopped that. He will be opening the batting in the second innings, and he will look to score at a similar rate to Prifty Shore, but in a very different way. It'll be a bit like Beauty and the Beast, to be honest, to use that comparison. But a very, very effective and dangerous white ball cricketer.
Yeah, it was when I was looking at this fixture and kind of preparing my notes and numbers ahead of this game, and I appreciate Jack White, Ben Sanderson. Well, they haven't played all of the fixtures in this competition so far. They've played some, they've been rested, and they haven't got the numbers. They got 7 wickets between them. But then when you look at the runs that Gareth Roderick, Ed Pollock, Rob Jones, Jake Libby have got, you look at that kind of top order battle there between Jack White, Ben Sanderson, and Worcestershire's top 4. That doesn't get much better, I don't think, in this One Day Cup than that particular matchup.
That's the game, isn't it? In microcosm, that's the game. Taylor's going to continue. There you go. There's your dot ball. There's your dot ball length. Well bowled, Tom Taylor. It's very important. It's a bit of a coach's cliche. Let's get ready for that. Probably not the first one of the day. One of my early coach's cliches is get yourself into your over and out of your over well. Try and give the batter only 4 balls to work with. And that is where you get your dot ball from. And what you've got to do now, and Tom Taylor will know this, he won't need telling this, is do the same thing again. Put pressure on the bat. Doesn't like facing dot balls, Prifty Shore. There you go. You just a stump too straight. As we talked about, not going to get driven for 4, but you're going to get worked into the leg side for a couple. This is a very, very promising start from Northants. They have had promising starts a number of times so far in this competition. It's been really the kind of the middle order and sometimes a longish tail, which has often so far failed to fire, but that can change. It looks like, I don't want to put the mockers on, it looks like they're going to have a platform to come in and play off, which is great. Wow. There was a half shout of catch there. And I understand that. There was never going to be a catch to anyone, by the way, but Pretty Sure accelerated the bat on a ball of length that for most players who accelerate the bat there, it just loops to mid-on. And everyone walks off and say, bad luck, it's stuck in the pitch. Well, it very rarely does stick in the pitch. It's just that he can hit that ball so hard. His top hand controls the bat face. If there's no mid-on fielder there, that ball probably runs for about 100 meters or more. Hits the ball so hard off both feet. A very enthusiastic throw by the short fine leg fielder. I'm not sure that's the best throw there, to be honest. There are now no slips. There is a short fine leg. He fielded that. The ball went straight to him. Either side is 4. Ball went straight to him and decided he would launch the ball at the stumps. And if that hits the stumps, probably going to go for 4 overthrows, which is precisely what Worcester don't need right now. They want to build pressure through dots. The field tells us that. That's the shot you've been talking about, I think, isn't it? The run down.
Yeah, he just opens the face up on it, doesn't he? Just guides it down through backward point so well. So much so, last summer we saw teams line up with kind of a square gully and a backward point and still manage to find the gap between the two. And I think actually when you look at this field by Worcestershire, there is a fielder at backward point inside that 30-yard circle. And then there is another, Harry Darley is down here at deep third as well, as an attempt to make sure that scoring option is cut off for Prithvi Shaw, or at least limited anyway. It's not going to be a 4-ball if it does run down through that area.
That has been picked up into the leg side and is going to land now. Thankfully, it doesn't hit anyone. There's some youngsters over there near the Nuts for You coffee van. Prithvi Shaw with that shot moves on to 47. The score is 65 for no wicket. That's a poor delivery from Tom Taylor. It's a kind of angled in on middle and leg, half volley. A lot of players took that with a straight bat into the leg side. On a good day, they get 4. On a bad day, they get 2. Prithvi Shaw says, oh, come on, Tom. You know I'm going to hit that for 6. And does, and hits it for 6 that's gone sort of 20 yards over into the gardens on Abington Avenue. No, on Abington Avenue, that'd be a weird shot. Into Rob White's back garden, let's call it that.
Yeah, it just skipped off the tarmac, didn't it? The tarmac apron around the outside of the county grounds skipped over the white wall there. I'm sure somebody there will throw it back, won't they?
Well, I hope so.
Little underarm back. They're about 150 quid a pop, these kookaburras.
Are they as much as that?
I think they're getting that way, yeah.
Well, it could be, yeah. I mean, they were about 90 when I moved on. So, yeah, inflation being what it is and import taxes being what they are. But that's another one gone. Prithvi Shaw's on 47. Vasconcelos, who will face this next over from Darley, he's on 15, 65 for no wicket off 9 overs. And another drag down. And Vasconcelos invariably finds that fielder. Of all the cricketers I watch, Vasconcelos picks out fielders better than most, off both the back foot as he did there, and on the front foot. Often drives the ball beautifully, but often finds extra cover mid-off, those guys in the ring. I think it's something that he can work on, just adjusting the bat face, particularly just opening the face maybe to find gaps. Oh, and Darley got away with that. It was a full toss, a knee-high full toss, hit very, very hard. But the fielder who was at slip, Ed Pollock, has come out to mid-wicket and dived to his left and stopped that. Perhaps regretting doing that because that stung. But very quickly, we're in the 10th over now. There are no slips. There are an enormous amount of fielders in the ring. There's almost not room for them all. There are 4 men on the offside, 3 men on the leg side. The fielder's out at deep square leg and third man. Dots is the game for Worcester, and dot has been achieved. I think Jake Libby will be disappointed that his bowlers haven't created a chance yet. There's not been an LBW appeal. There's been one edge that dropped short of slip. But well bowled there. That was a victory for Darley to Vasconcelos. Vasco's played at 1.5 really that have gone past, but it's been the first 10 overs. We're 9.5 now. Really been dominated by the bat. Don't lead to lose a wicket now. That'll be 2 to Shaw, taking him on to 49.
Yeah, it's not. Oh, it's really hard to say. I mean, Tom Taylor's going at just under 7s. Darley's going at just over 7s. And I think maybe you'd want to have a look at somebody else. But at the same time, you do also know that you've got a guy there that's striking at 140, and probably is going to strike that way whoever bowls.
That's mistimed Paul. That's a mistimed Paul from Prifty Shaw. But again, he got just enough of it. It goes over the infield. That takes him up to 50. 50 off 36 balls. He reaches that milestone with probably his least elegant shot to date. It wasn't a bad shot, just sort of mistimed. I think he got through it a little bit early and therefore hits the bottom of the bat. On a bad day, that goes off the toe end somewhere daft and someone catches it. He just got enough of it. And what the coaches and the captain and everyone associated with Northamptonshire will be thinking is keep going. Double up, convert that into a match-winning contribution. I think that was a slightly slower ball, that last one from Darley. Vasconcelos threw it early, but gets enough of it to get a single into the leg side. So there we go. The power play is complete. 10 overs have gone. Score is 70 for no wicket, 50 to Shaw. Vasconcelos on 17, but he's doing his bit. And it's none for, which is one of the key stats. But the platform has been constructed, Dan.
Yeah, going at 7s, the Steelbacks, and you can tell by the body language there between the 2 openers on screen, the relaxed body language. They know they're in a good position right now. Having lost the toss this morning and been asked to bat first by Worcestershire, Jake Libby. They've started the day very nicely. The first power play is done, which means Worcestershire can have 4 fielders outside that 30-yard circle. We are going to have a change of bowling from the David Capel end. So Tom Taylor finishes his morning's work and is going to be replaced by number 77, Ethan Brooks. Vasconcelos on strike, keeper up to the stumps. Turned into the leg side for a single to start his spell.
Oh, that's a horrible throw into the keeper. I mean, I'm not part of the keepers union. You are. You're a fully affiliated paid-up member, aren't you?
Yeah, very much.
You won't have enjoyed that throw, Dan.
Absolutely not. Not much worse than a half volley, which is ironic, really, isn't it? Because with a cricket bat, it's not much better than a half volley. But actually, as a keeper, get it in the gloves. Just get it in there.
They're always there, aren't they? You know, the keeper is always, or should be always, at the stumps or thereabouts.
It's well played in the end. Looked like a bit of a pace-off delivery there by Brooks, which Prithvi Shaw adjusted to, dropped it into the leg side, picked up the single. Yeah, I think you'd rather be jumping for one above your head, I think, rather than picking one up fired in at your ankles. Particularly when you get in and around those wicket ends, because you just don't know what it's going to do. It could shoot along the floor, it could bounce up. This
is a different challenge, isn't it, for the two batters, particularly for sure who will not want to respect. Ethan Brooks looks like he's doing an old-fashioned seamer's job here, pace off, mixing it up, not giving the batters anything to work with. And pretty sure will want to destroy that bowling if he can. But Brooks is talented. For Brooks, it's all about length. Got to hit his length. His margin, because of his lack of pace, his margins will be small. Because of the ability of these two batters, his margins will be very small. If he hits those and says, okay, take me off that perfect length, then that has to almost go aerial.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, he's got the benefit with Roderick up to the stumps, the fact that he's going to keep Vasconcelos and Prithvi Shaw in their crease, at least to start with, which I think is quite an interesting move by Roderick. Certainly the pace, I think, works really well anyway, but that extra bounce that Ethan Brooks is getting makes Roderick's job pretty hard.
Yes. We're about to be joined by Graham White, who's come into the box. Dan's just sorting him out with some gear, gear enabling him to come and join us. That's a good first over from Ethan Brooks. Got a little bit of bounce a couple of times. He's quite tall, but for him, it's all about length. Obviously, line is important, right? That's a given, but for him, it's all about length. Doesn't want to get hit under the bounce. He wants the batters to be really coming to him on the front foot, try and dot them up, and he did that pretty well. It's a good start, giving Jake Libby a little bit of control. Graham White, hello.
How are we getting on, gents? We're well?
We're all right. How are you?
I'm very good, thanks. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'd like this competition to go slightly better, but, you know, it is what it is. And it's just good to see a good crowd in today, which is really nice.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, absolutely. It helps, doesn't it? It helps everything. It helps the atmosphere. The players like to play in front of a crowd and so on. Good start.
Yes, pleasing start. You know, it's, you know, Prithvi's been going nicely in most of the games. He scores very quickly without really trying to take too many risks. Just plays lovely cricket shots, doesn't he, really? And so he always scores at a nice tempo, and Vasco's just kind of going along with him nicely too, and getting and trying to assess this pitch, which is the big part.
Yeah, that's a good point. Change of bowling at the Lynn Wilson end brings on Khan. I don't know a lot about Isha Khan. Yeah, but I think Dan, you've done a bit of your homework on him.
A little bit. Hisham Khan, one of the Saka graduates.
Saka being, I know, but for people who don't.
Sorry, you can't speak in acronyms, can you? The South Asian Cricket Academy, their 9th graduate from the program to sign a professional contract. He's playing at Staffordshire at the start of the year as well.
Ooh, that's a disappointing start for the young man. A leg side wide followed by an offside wide.
Into the knee of Gareth Roderick there as well, I think.
So, Graham, you were saying about assessing the pitch. It's a job, isn't it? For wherever you play, it's the job of the top order to feed back the number that they think might be appropriate. But how are you seeing this one?
Yeah, exactly right. And that's part of our game plan with bat and ball is assess first 10 overs. You're assessing the pitch, assessing what balls effective on it as a bowling group, and how you might have to adjust your batting.
Well played by Vasconcelos through the covers. It's going to be cut off though. He's going to come back for a second.
I also, you know, we had a couple of drinks or interruptions, and they feed that back to the 12th man, who then brings it to the lads sat in the dressing room, just to kind of give them a heads up and get them to prepare and think about how they might be going about their innings first up, their first 10, 15 balls,
sure,
what they're to expect. You know, don't think there's a massive amount of swing or nip. So
I was saying early on, my thought was cross bat shots, wait till you get in, because
just a fraction slow,
yeah,
I think,
yeah,
you know, from a good length, or into the pitch, just a fraction slow. So you just got to kind of wait on that ball, get in, as you said. Cross bat shots can be a threat. So you kind of, if you get a long hop, you're still going to put it away, aren't you?
Sure.
But just for that hard length that's bowled at you, just to respect it a little bit.
I'm not going to put it away, Graham.
Neither am I,
I'm going to get in behind it and play it beautifully and say, well bowled.
Down the leg side by Khan. Vasconcelos turns it down
It's interesting. I was saying to Dan when I made that point about crossbat shots that, you know, you'll have played with plenty of players who can make that mental adjustment without even knowing it. They'll just instinctively be in tune with the surroundings and the pitch and the bounce, and they won't play that shot. They won't even know they're not playing it. And then they get to 50 and then suddenly they're cutting and pulling. And there'll be other players who will know, I can't play that shot. Oh, no, I've played it.
Correct. And that sorts out the good to the world class, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Something that we've spoken about over the last few weeks, just through cricket chat, as you do. And you watch someone like Prithvi, for instance, who is a world-class player, really, let's be honest,
sure.
The way he plays his game. He, you know, through the volume of training he's probably had as a youngster, I know he had a lot of hype. So he's done so much training and practice. So now he's just in autopilot. So everything he does is instinctual. He knows how to play and adapt on any pitch, which is the step up to that level, really.
Yeah, for sure.
Wow.
Oh, that's a Yorker length. It was over a half volley. That ball has absolutely been hammered just behind square on the offside.
There was a dive, wasn't there, by the man at point, who I think dived as the ball clattered into the boundary hoardings at Wantage Road. Just carved it through there, didn't it?
Gee whiz.
I think he'll be taking a step back now. I think he's probably learned a lesson. He's a fraction close there.
Bit tight, wasn't it? You're stopping that, aren't you, Graham, in your heyday? That was your area, wasn't it?
That was my onion in there, Phil. I'd like to think I was stopping that because I'm fractionally behind, a bit further behind
Graham,
where the ball races.
You're stopping that.
Yeah, probably am.
Stopping that.
I tell the lads that up there, they give me a lot of stick. Since I've retired, I've turned into Jonty Rhodes, apparently. So,
well, you weren't far off Jonty Rhodes in your heyday.
Yeah, when I was in my heyday.
Credit where it's due.
Heyday, I was a step closer to him. Now in my head, whenever I'm doing anything mitting wise, in my head I feel like it looks like Jonty Rhodes, but in reality it looks like I've just fallen over. So
difficult job, Graham, mitting. Difficult
as
job.
you know, Phil, I got one on the wrist today.
Did you?
Which it didn't amuse me, but you just got to crack on, haven't you?
I thought you rolled pretty well down in front of me here this morning.
Good use of words there. Thank you. That was, yeah.
The technique was good, I think.
Roll sounds better than fall.
The technique looked
falling
good.
With grace.
Ethan Brooks continues back of a length, a bit of extra bounce. And Vasconcelos rides it, drops it into the offside. We've spoken quite a lot about Prithvi Shaw this morning and the impact that he's had here over the last summer and then this competition so far. For someone that works with him on a pretty daily basis, what is he like as a character? I assume you probably sidearm to him quite a lot, do you?
You do. He's a great character, very knowledgeable. The lads really enjoy him in the change room. He's quite funny. So he's great.
They need a bit of humour, Graham, with you now, part of that. To be honest.
The humour's been good. We've needed that in moments. But he's very relaxed, very chilled. Pretty much as you watch him bat now, he's stood on his bat thinking, when's it my go again? Because he just loves it. You know what I mean? He just loves batting. He just absolutely loves it. And, he was struggling the other day at Durham with a bit of a niggle. And even then, he's just quality. Him at 20% is probably like a few of us at our best. So, he's just a little genius, brings a lot of class. We're lucky to have him.
Yeah, I think the opposition, when you get Prithvi Shaw out, that's no disrespect to the rest of Northampton. This is all about trying to communicate to people who may not know the name and may not know how good he is. This guy is, in terms of skill level, he is a world-class player in this format particularly.
100%. He had a lot of hype as a young kid, the next Tendulkar, etc. So when you're putting in those brackets, you're pretty handy. And it might not have gone as well as he'd liked, I guess, so far. But he's still so young. He's still got so much time to really get himself into that international arena and show everyone what we're seeing here and we've seen over the last 2 years, what he's capable of doing.
Yeah.
He's just such a beautiful batsman to watch. Classical shots with looks like the minimum of effort.
Doesn't really move his feet, does he? Just shifts weight between front foot and back foot. And I was saying earlier to Dan and anyone else who might be listening, it's just me and Dan really. And, but I was saying that it's a difficult man as a bowler, difficult man to find, because the same ball will be played with weight on the front foot for 4, and then you just think it's the same length, and he just pushes weight into the back foot and hits it for 4. So you can't find him. Where's your safe length?
You can't miss with him. It's a 50 pence piece you've got to hit. That's the skill you've got to have as a bowler. I mean, I've sticked it in plenty of times and thought a normal ball everyone would leave or defend, that would probably run down to third man or square on the offside. He punches it off the back through cover for 4, and you're thinking, oof, it's not bad, that. As you say, it's just his change of weight.
Yeah.
You know, so you might not see a lot of foot movement, but that's not overly important. It's about how you can transition from going forward and back quickly.
Short from Khan. That's pulled away through mid-wicket. That's going to be another 4 for pretty short.
Fast hands as well, gents. So you watch his backlift, you know, how high it is, how high he gets it. So he's still able to go front foot and play there, but then also anything slightly short, bang, his hands are through it. And that's why you can't miss. You can't miss with him. That's a world-class operator. That's an international player for you.
Does he demand's the wrong word, but does he demand anything different from you as a coach compared to anybody else with the background that he's had, the training, the level that he's at?
I think it always takes a bit of time to understand the player. Oh, that's well bowled.
It's a good comeback, which Prithvi Shaw's just had a nibble at as it goes past the off stump.
You've got to take that as a win as a bowler with Prit, I think. But so you've got to get to know especially the international guys. You have overseas coming in and out throughout the season, different ones year on year, and it's all about getting to know them and facilitating the practice they need and what they want. So you're kind of quite flexible. Sometimes he just wants some underarms into a net. Sometimes he wants you to throw some spinners at him. Sometimes he wants you to sidearm. You know, these players are, you know, overseas in particular, are international operators, and you facilitate them. You talk to them a little bit about probably things like the grounds that you're playing at and the pitches that you might come up against, some of the bowlers, the dimensions of the ground. But these things, he's probably already seen it and thought of it, you know. It's just letting him know what might be coming with certain bowlers. But, you know, that he's got the game to deal with everything. You know, as you said, he picks it up very quick.
There's something, you used the word earlier, there's something instinctive about certain cricketers. It's not a given that it's instinctive at international level, but there are certain cricketers and who are just in tune with the game of cricket. And I think one that you know very well and I know very well is Ben Duckett, who comes alive on a cricket field.
100%. I believe it as well. It comes from the training he's had. He's had so much practice on the Maidans over in India and those big fields where he's jumping from game to game, hitting balls, batting.
Down the ground this time, straight
shot.
Lofted straight drive. Hisham Khan is just covering his mouth there because he thought that wasn't far away from mid-off, but as it is, it's going to be the second 4 of the over.
So I believe he's done so much practice and match experience that he's an autopilot now.
Yeah.
And he just reads now the length, the line of the ball, and he knows he has the shot to play to that. If he gets out doing that, it's poor execution.
Yeah.
But it's not the wrong thought. It's not the wrong shot.
Yeah.
And that's the level of operating that you have, I think, when you're at that higher level.
Yeah, it's automatic decision making. Doesn't even know he's doing it.
Now, and I was having a discussion with someone about this the other day. I guess you can train that through practice, but I also believe that's a talent, that skill that he has. You know, we talk about talent as skill as cricket is shots and time and playing certain shots or good against spin. But his brain, how it operates and works instinctually, I think that's something that he just has. That's just, and he does it so quickly, so fast. Like, you know, as I said, in autopilot mode, that it just happens. And I believe a bit through practice and training, but also it's a skill that he has. And I think it shows when he plays. You know, I don't think he goes out looking to take on someone. He just does it.
Yeah, just responds.
Yeah. And he's assessed his, you know, what a threat might be to where this guy is, but my game is that, and that's where I'm going.
Yeah, it kind of feels like he walks out to the middle, almost scans the pitch with his eyes and goes, well, I've seen these before. I've seen this pitch before somewhere. And I go, I know this is how it's going to play. And I'm going to strike at 140 from ball one. It's not a case of I'm going to face 6 balls and see what it's up to, or is it going to be a bit up and down? Is it going to nip? It's just, well, I know what it's going to do.
And the fact that he does that stuff, and players of his ilk, we're talking about, players of that ability, and they're few and far between actually in the game overall. But what that does is that's all going on in the background, right? So it's not going on in the foreground. So you can just watch the cricket ball and respond to it, because all the thinking is automatically done. He doesn't even know he's doing it. He can just execute, as you say.
It's that decision making he has, isn't it? Not only the talent, the shots that he can play, he's also got the brain to go with it, and the decision making of what to do when. And that's the challenge we have with players, the rest of the guys that we have.
Short ball from Brooks, pulled away by Vasconcelos. It's going to be one as Hisham Khan does the fielding at long legs. So Prithvi Shaw will face up against Ethan Brooks, who's bowled well actually for 2.5 overs.
He's bowled very well.
Just gone for 6 runs with the keeper up to the stumps. Worcestershire will be just looking for another bowler. Jake Libby, has he got another one out here that can just offer him a similar level of control, which we haven't seen from Taylor, Dali, or Hisham Khan so far?
Now, going back to Pritt and the skills that he has, and what I tend to do a lot of work with the players that have either in the second team or coming into the first team in this white ball, is you don't want them thinking too much. You don't want them overthinking and being at the end of the mark, worrying then about how they're trying to get somebody out, because then you won't produce the outcome you want. And it's the same with the bat. You want them going in there.
Hold.
Slower ball by Ethan Brooks, which gets an inside edge for Prithvi Shaw.
So, as I said, as a batter, you don't want them going in thinking, I'm falling over a bit here. I've got to get my trigger in now, as well as then conquering what's coming down. You just can't do it. And when they're out of form, it's the biggest thing I say is watch the ball, react to the ball. Don't worry about where your hands are or your feet. And you've done that in your practice. You've done that in your training. Now trust it and go and react off the ball.
Yeah, Justin Langer is regarded in the game when he was a player as being mentally tough. And I saw an interview that he gave, and the subject was intended to be mental strength and the mental strength of batting. And the interviewer said to him, "You're regarded as one of the mentally toughest opening batters in world cricket. What's your routine? How have you got to that point?" And he said, "I've no idea what you're talking about. If you're saying I watch the ball better than anyone else, yeah, well, maybe I do, but that's my game." And he kept it that simple.
100%. It's a massive thing. I said, you want to get to the highest level. It's what's between the ears. Everyone here on this field playing today in either team have got the talent and skill, but it's how they apply it between the ears is what's going to determine how far they go and how they can take setbacks, how they can take feedback to improve, all those things. And that's what's going to determine whether they then go further, and which is what we all hope from our players, is that they're striving to play for England. Now that's why they're playing.
94 for no loss after 15. Hisham Khan continues from the Lynn Wilson centre end.
That's wrong. That should not be 1. That should be about 20. Just a beautiful cricket shot. I'm playing my joker on that one. I'm having 20 for that. It's a beautiful shot. I'm going to shout up to, I couldn't, but if I played that shot, I'd shout up to Terry, "Terry, put a nought after that."
He just makes it look too easy, doesn't he?
Beautiful to watch. So Hisham Khan looks a very talented, skillful operator. Sort of a young left-arm bowler who looks like he's an old left-arm bowler in terms of his skill set. He'll deal with, particularly with different coloured cricket balls, he'll deal with swing, seam. I would imagine he can just get the ball to jag both ways. He looks a very talented operator, but he's got a white ball in his hand. His team are 96 for no wicket, and he's got Prithvi Shaw to bowl like that is a challenge for anyone, let alone a guy finding his way in the game.
No, I hope he's excited by this opportunity. I used to think it when I was playing of, who's the best batter in the team? I want to get him out.
Mm-hmm.
That was just the mentality that I talked about it a few weeks back in club cricket, of all places. I wait for their best player, and when they do come, I say it to our guys, this guy, I want to get out today. Because that just gives me the edge. It's just the competitive, my drive is that, and it might not happen, but it keeps me sharp.
And it's nice when you see that in as second team coach. I know you've got a number of hats that you wear, Graham, but as second team coach, something you look out for in guys coming through is that competitiveness.
100%. I say to and everyone would know this now, having been through the second team or a part of it, is the first few weeks as I'm watching the character, personality, attitude, not the skill. I expect the skill, otherwise you wouldn't be in my team. I'm looking for the other parts, the professionalism, those factors. That will tell me what I've got on my hands, and if I like what I see, right, okay.
And that's not just so that you can tick page one of the coach's handbook. That's because it's a tough game and you need those. You need those attributes.
You need it, otherwise you won't survive in this game.
It's tough enough.
You get more setbacks than wins in this game, unless you're a world-class operator. That's different. But they'd have come through times of struggles. It's how you're able to be. It's like water off a duck's back, I say, especially for spinners in particular. I have that saying. You're going to get hit for 6. It's how you bounce back. In my career, I remember plenty of times early on in my career at Somerset, Trescothic whacked me out the ground. I think I got hit for 50 in 2 overs, the T20. And then more recently in the 100, Mo and Ali whacked me all over the park. But just because I had a mentality of, I've got another game in 2 days, I'm prepping for that. It can all change there. Doesn't make me a bad bowler. Right, I might need to do a few things differently or something. I didn't think I should have tried this or that. That's fine. But you've got to be thick-skinned. Otherwise, you just don't survive. Your emotions exhaust you.
Because you're going to fail more often than you're going to succeed in this game. I guess that's
correct.
And that's unusual in a professional sport, isn't it? That you actually fail more often than you succeed. I can't think of too many other professional sports where that's the case. Cricket is unique.
And you try and explain, you're 100% right, Phil. And you try and explain to these guys, that's all right. But do it on your terms. Do it doing what you do, playing your game, and learn from this. Cricket has patterns, similar patterns in phases of game, types of bowler, situations. It has patterns.
I love that because cricket's predictable, right? So
it is in a sense.
Cricket is predictable. You know what can be. You know the challenges. If you and I sat down for 15 minutes, we could map out the challenges that you're going to face in each format of the game. So they are predictable. And if they're predictable, you can think about how I'm going to think about that if I get in that position.
100%. And people will say to me, "Oh, there's variables in this." And yes and no. You're still going to have had games in the season, games previously that this has happened. Like this situation, for example, 98 for naught off 16. This happens all the time.
Yeah.
You have to believe now as a fielding group. You'd think out there now they're thinking, right, 1 wicket, 2 wickets, bang bang, brings us back in, suffocate them.
Yeah.
Whereas we're thinking, right, kick on now. All right, keep playing at this tempo. We know this might be a fraction tricky when you come in. So if you're in, stay in, go big. That's what the percentages tell you if you want to win this game of cricket.
Yeah.
So it's trying to keep that simple. So you try and keep that message, especially when I have to, work in the second team with younger players, is don't complicate, keep it simple. Remember, you've done this before. Remember this game. This is similar. Remember how you played the spinner. Remember how you played the short ball. Remember how you played the pitch. What was successful? Where did you score well? Where was a risk? It's the same things.
Sure.
So, the biggest skill is listening, learning, being able to learn.
And some players, I guess you're finding this, and this can be frustrating. I know that from personal experience. Some players are more coachable than others.
100%. Doesn't mean that you can't coach them. So that's when the real skill of coaching comes in.
That's a nick and that's a drop. Stood back, he catches that. Stood up. It's got to go straight in, hasn't it?
They're tough though, especially if it's a big edge.
Yeah, it's
you take that risk going up. You're going up to the stumps to stop them moving around in the crease or moving out the crease.
Yeah.
The batter now has to hit you from the crease to clear mid on, mid off. It's fractionally different. If they're able to run at you, I think that becomes slightly easier.
He's
Getting down
held
to
his
the-
length very well.
He's done really well,
Brooks.
yeah.
I think he's bowled really, really well here. Really impressive. I do like an off-pace seamer, Graham, in white ball cricket, as you might imagine.
Yeah. It's effective. You've got ability to hold a line of length at different paces and bounce. It's a skill.
So we've talked about a little bit about players learning and the importance of that, the importance of having I think in the trade they call it a growth mindset, but let's just call it an open mind as a young player. So you've been in the coaching game now a little while. What would you say of your learnings so far that you can use to keep growing as a coach?
Well, this is the challenge. This is when real coaching comes in a sense. Oh, that's wides, isn't it?
That's going to be 5 of them.
It's the other risk you have coming up.
Oh, that's a bit unfortunate in this over, really, for Ethan Brooks, because he's got the nick, and it went slowly, so it probably hit on the outside of the keeper's glove. Looks poor from the ring, but actually they've got to go in near the middle of the glove really to stick. And then he's bowled 5 wide, so this over that could have been so much better is sort of leaking away from him. Northampton's just past the 100 mark, 104 for no wicket. It's a great platform being built. Sorry, Graham.
No, that's right. I'll let this ball go. And so no, as I was saying, so that's when the real skill of coaching comes in for me. Is how you adapt your approach as a coach. My biggest thing initially with players that I don't particularly know or haven't coached is to get to know them, understand them as a person. So then I can adapt my approach and how I go about getting them to learn what I want them to learn.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're all different, we're all wired differently. There's no point me stood there as a coach going, well, I used to do this, or I used to think this way. Well, something that you taught me, Phil, is that, well, you're coaching yourself there, but you're not coaching yourself, you're coaching that individual. So how do you know that's going to work? And that's the biggest skill. I still don't get it right, but it's something that I'm trying to learn and understand and adapt different approaches to them and how they train, as well is train them slightly differently.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest thing to that is sometimes, you would have seen this, Phil, you put a cone down, one person likes that and can focus on the cone.
Yeah.
The other person doesn't work.
Yeah.
They don't like that. They want a visual of the keeper there. So again, that's how you adapt it. Or if you're trying to do Yorker practice, you tell them just as they're about to jump, Yorker, short ball. That's how they prefer training instead of just trying to hit a mark or a cone.
Yeah. Oh, that's a lofted drive. I think it's going to fall in no man's land. It does. There's 3 fielders converging on it. And you'll hear the cheer of the home crowd indicating that it not only evaded 3 very eager Worcestershire fielders, it also crept over the boundary rope for another 4 to Prifty Shore. So Worcestershire will feel in the last sort of 10 balls, they've created a couple of errors, but in each case, they haven't been able to capitalise on that. Shaw threw himself at that. It was probably the first time he's lost shape a wee bit.
It looked like that landed exactly where Craig Harvey runs his roller in and out of the groundsman shed as well, because that skipped off the outfield, didn't it? So much so, I think it caught the fielder on the boundary by surprise, just how much pace it gathered off the turf.
Bit of a top spinner, wasn't it, in the end?
That's usually like my golf ball when it goes on the green. It doesn't tend to hold; it tends to kick on, which is always disappointing. I won't go into golf. We had a bad incident a few weeks ago, and unfortunately now I don't have a 9-iron in my bag, which is not through aggression, was through it slipping out of my hand and going into the brambles bush because it was a bit of a wet day. Yeah, so the lads found that really funny. We had a day.
That's brilliant.
A golf day during the T20 period when we were away, and I now don't have a 9-iron.
North, was it up north?
Yes,
somewhere?
it was.
Yeah,
we were up in Newcastle. Yeah.
So did you have a glove on?
No, it was pointless at that stage, Phil. I was 9 holes in. I was as wet as an otter's pocket. So, it was just, it was a lovely shot. I got it on the green, about a 12-footer and 3-putted. So that summed up my day, really.
Bad luck, Graham.
But no,
enjoy the shot to the green.
I had to try and get some positive out of it, didn't I?
I heard it was a tough course, actually.
Yes, it was long.
That's out. Really well bowled, actually. First short ball that's been bowled to Prithvi Shaw. He would not have been expecting that, particularly from Ishan Khan, who usually is dealing with the bail height ball. He banged it in. It kind of balloon bounced a little bit. Shaw tried to kind of catch up with it. Wasn't really in control. It's a softie, really. Just got a thin one through to the keeper. And it was a bit of an indeterminate shot. It was kind of like, I need to score off this ball because it's a poor ball from the seamer. Actually, he'd have been better off just letting it go and thinking, you bowl there again, I might get you, but I can't control that. It ballooned, got a bit high, couldn't control the height of it.
Yeah, it was a good bumper, actually. I think we always talk about getting that ball high. If you're going to bowl it, risk the no ball. And that's a real pity. He's got in there again, which has happened to him a lot in this competition. He'll be gutted with that, not going big. You know, he loves batting, and you know, it's a real shame for us. He was going really nicely, seemed to adapt to the pitch well, but it was a good start, a good platform for us to go on for, and let's hope that we can now keep that going.
Brings George Bartlett to the crease. He's been a little short on runs in first team cricket, but when he's played in the second team, Graham, he's cashed in.
Yes, he played a fantastic innings at Somerset against Sonny Baker, who's bowling some fast balls, and he was hitting it all over the park. It was such a privilege to watch that innings. He had some setback of, you know, not being selected, but wanted to come and play, wanted to come and prove a point, and that's what you want. That kind of attitude and how you approach that is so key, and showed a lot of my young lads how to go about your business, what a first team cricketer does. And the way he took on Sonny Baker and played him was, I think, it encouraged them and helped them in the second innings when we went to chase it down. Just shows you what you can do. So
That was,
it was really good.
Was that at Taunton Vale?
Yes, that's right. Yeah,
good pitches there.
Yes, good pitches there. It's a fast outfield. Spun a little bit. Max Hunt took 5 wickets, bowled really nicely.
Found myself fielding there in a second team game back in the day. Well bowled again from Khan. He's buoyed by that dismissal. It was a big wicket. A wicket of Prithvi Shaw, big wicket for Worcestershire. Khan has got his tail up. Yeah, we had a couple of injuries, Graham, in a second team game down there, and I found myself fielding. And yes, it is a fast outfield. I can vouch for that.
Yeah. I always think that there will be a day coming where I need to field again in twos, and the lads tend to get quite excited by that thought.
Yeah.
Not through the fact that I'm any good, just funny seeing me out there falling over like a tree.
It can't have been more than 15 minutes ago that we were having conversations about Graham White and Jonty Rhodes at backward point in the same same
but
breath.
It's probably me putting them in the same breath, putting myself in the same breath with them, nobody else.
They just want you to fail, basically. The lads just want you to fail because you're barking out with the best way in the instructions and fielding standards and all that, and then you find yourself. I mean, it's fine for Graham because Graham isn't still a fantastic fielder. Not so easy for me at mid-off as I move to my left and the ball escapes.
But you
my
say
grasp.
that, but even you still need to keep practicing it. And if you're not practicing it, then you get thrown into it. It's like, oh, geez, you get a bit nervous, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. And also, you're renowned in the game as a terrific fielder. So that's the standard. They kind of, anything less than that.
Exactly.
The expectations for me were very low and I didn't reach them. Actually, Lee Daggett was playing in that game and we had a little chat afterwards and he said, Rowie, I'm pretty sure you were running the wrong way at one point.
Avoiding the ball. I think that's cool.
So Brooks continuing from the David Capel, and he's bowled very, very nicely. He thought he'd got through the defences of Vasconcelos then, but he hadn't. These two have bowled nicely together, actually, Khan and Brooks. They've dried the rate up. It's down to 6s now. It was over 7s at one point, 109 for one. George Bartlett, new to the crease, only faced a couple of balls. He's got to get himself in. Vasconcelos now, having had the best seat in the house, 26 off 50, might now look at 26 off 50 differently when he's got a newcomer at the other end.
But I think that shows you the pitch maybe is a fraction slow, so it's not as easy to score. I think Prithvi makes it look like he's batting on something else sometimes, so you have to take that into account.
And there's another And there's another bit of talent. There's another bit of good thinking that's required in these situations, is assessing the pitch, assessing the conditions. And it's predictable, isn't it? Again, you can predict. If I'm scoring at a run rate of 50, got a new guy in, okay, what do I need to do here? What are the opposite? And sometimes I used to say to young players, if you're not sure, think about what the opposition least want you to do. And that can help.
Definitely. And I think now we're in this phase, we've seen it's tough with Brooks bowling here. It's rotate. Can we rotate now? Keep ticking. We might have a few quieter overs, but don't let that pressure build on us. We've still got a long time to bat here. Get yourself in. Can I rotate this ball around? Get a bad ball, put it away, keep ticking. Be the man to go on and set up a score here for us.
And I think be interested to get your view on this. This could be tight. Vasconcelos slips. If it hits, it hasn't. Vasconcelos fell, and as he tried to turn on a grassy wicket, the wicket next to the match wicket, tried to turn and slipped over. Had the ball hit the stumps, he might have been walking back to the pavilion. Having watched a number of the games on the stream, because you've had a few away games, haven't you? That, what you just said in terms of being able to rotate, seeing it through, having batters in, going into the last 8-10 overs, that's been something that we haven't done well, I think, through the campaign so far. Would that be fair comment?
I think that would be fair comment. And we have been disappointed with possibly the scores that we've ended up getting. I feel like we've probably left a little bit in the hutch. And every time we try and take learning from that and understand in this format of the game, just have more time. Just have a little bit more time. You're still going to put your bad balls away and show your positive intent. I'm not saying you're going to block the ball and bat till the 45th over.
Mm-hmm.
You still play instinctually how you would play.
Yeah.
But just understand it's a long period of time, 50 overs.
I saw a bit of the innings that Mark Stoneman played against us. Or he didn't see it through quite, but he won that game in that innings. That would have been great for the young players to be out there watching. This is how you go about when it's not all about crash bang. It's just knocked us around.
Definitely, and they put on a really good partnership in that game, didn't they? I think it was for that 4th wicket, I think it was.
That's right.
Again, just rotated, put the bad ball away, and just shows if someone's in at the end, you've got wickets in hand, you can score freely.
A long time, as you say, Graham. 50 overs is a long time. It's having the nerve sometimes to absorb, isn't it? Absorb a bit of pressure. Okay, they're bowling nicely. Their tails are up. George Bartlett, for example, he's now faced 7 balls. Don't worry about that. Just play.
Yeah, and I think it's unfair. I think we've had a couple of instances where we have done that well. I mean, Gus and Saif at Radlett batted brilliantly. I thought, we were in a sticky spot, 5 down. But they did what we spoke about. They soaked up a bit of pressure. They rotated the ball, still hit the boundary balls.
A little bit of width on offer. Actually, interestingly played there by George Bartlett. It was a bit of a non-committal. If he nicks that, it looks a poor dismissal. He didn't nick it. He ran it off most of the face of the bat down to wide third man. He's off the mark. But it's Nelson is up. My son got out in club cricket yesterday on Nelson. There was an easy single on offer, Graham. An easy single. It was declined on Nelson. Guess what happened next ball?
Yeah, it happens, doesn't it?
It does. Your feet off the floor? Are you
I'm not
superstitious
too bad.
in that way?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not overly. I mean, we all know that that's a bit of a landmark, isn't it? But I don't think I ever, when I played, thought about it too much.
It's too professional for that nonsense, aren't you?
I wouldn't go that far, Phil.
But back to the other point.
So it's unfair to say that we've done it consistently throughout this comp. I think we've had moments where we've done it really well and showed that we can do that, and we have the ability to do that. I just think maybe we need to apply that a little bit more in other times. But
yeah, and I think
it's not stuff that we don't know, as a group.
But it's
me coming on here and saying it, they're not going to be back there going, "What's he talking about?"
Oh, that's new.
That's new. We didn't know about that.
Yeah.
We know, but in cricket and in games, everything's not going to go your way. As long as we learn and can understand how we can get better, and that's something we keep saying after these games we've had, right, how do we get better? How do we practice better?
Yeah.
How can we not do that next time? How can we learn? Because we do have some younger players in that change room. For instance, with Gus and Rafi,
Yeah.
and James coming in today as well. They're relatively cricket babies in a sense. You know what I mean? They're still
and they're going to make
coming.
mistakes.
Yeah,
aren't
and they
they
will do, and they will. But that's okay. Everyone thinks that if you make a mistake, it's like hush hush taboo. No, it's okay. You have to understand that you can do that. I did it plenty of times. I'm not stood here saying I didn't do it, but I tell you what, I learned from it, and I tried to make sure I didn't do it again, or I went and practiced it and went away as a team and that's something we focus on. So it's just having that bit against learning, isn't it? It's learning.
Yes, yeah, it is.
That ability to learn.
Yeah, and backing yourself in the moment, backing yourself to absorb pressure. What's required here clearly isn't a partnership. Okay, so neither of these players is Prithvi Shaw. That's obvious. He's just wandered off for 72, and in a beautiful innings it was too. These two have got to play to their strengths. They've got to play as a partnership. And Vasconcelos will be saying to Bartlett, hopefully, okay, it's not easy here. It's a bit slow, but get yourself in, and we'll kick on. Let's build a partnership together. Let's bat for 5 overs, see where we are then. Words to that effect.
And these two bowlers can't bowl through to the end as well. So it's again in-game scenario, situation, experience. Well, we might have to just soak this because these two are bowling well. They're not going to bowl away. So I think now we've got a bowling change.
Yeah.
So again, but now this bowler coming on might suit the batter out there. So you have to have that mind as well.
I mean, that's an interesting one. I often sit up here and talk about bowling changes and captaincy decisions and so on. Jake Libby, who you know well from your days with Notts, who's a fine cricket man, isn't he? I've got a lot of time for Jake. Good guy.
Yeah, you're right.
I wouldn't necessarily have taken Ethan Brooks off at this time. Might have given him one more.
It's the debate you have, isn't it? And
get off that fence.
It is. Well, no, because it's easy sat up there, isn't it? You know what I mean? I say this all the time.
It's great from up here.
I've turned into a slightly better operator sat up there. But I know it's not as easy as that. And in the moment when you're out there, it's different. You get a sense, you get a feeling, you get gut feeling. It's a good time here to bring this chap on here.
Yeah.
Get him in the game. I want to get him in the game a bit earlier. It's just to try and bed him in.
Well, the new man's Tom Hindley. And that starts with a good delivery, doesn't it? 113 for 1 after 20.
He's got a good wrong on this chap. Bowls it from very high, so he's hard to pick.
Yes, my first sighting. You'll have seen a bit of him, Graham, I guess, around
in
the
second
place.
team, we played against him, and he bowled well there as well at Overston.
Nicely played by Ricardo Vasconcelos down to the man at deep cover.
There's a left arm wrist spinner. So generally the ball will be turning back into the right-hander and away from the left-hander. And as Graham has just said, Graham White, the second team coach at Northants, fielding coach, spin bowling coach. Any other coach, Graham? Was it mental coach?
Bit of everything. Yeah.
Has a good wrong and meaning the ball will turn the other way.
As well at times. What else have we got?
Nick Cook said to me when I took over the second team, he was still umpiring at that point. Obviously, ex-Northants, Leicestershire in England, Nick Cook, a very funny man, pulled me to one side. He was umpiring in one of my early games and said, congratulations on the role, Robbie, and I hope it goes well. Can I give you a bit of advice? Of course you can, Nick. Nick had also been second team coach at Northamptonshire when his playing days had finished. And Nick Cook said to me, the most important thing about being the second team coach is to leave the ground with more balls than you arrived with.
It's a cracking bit of advice. We all do it.
It's up there.
We all do it. My God, if you do get an extra ball.
Christmas.
Yeah.
That's nicely bowled.
It feels like a win. It's weird to explain. Just one extra ball in the bag.
There are options here for Bartlett and Vasconcelos against the oncoming, new to the arena bowler in Hindley, and easier with a finger spinner to say, okay, I'm not going to let this guy settle. Use my feet, get to the pitch, try and loft a couple if I can, move the field around, show intent, not let him settle. Easier done against finger spinners than wrist spinners, because generally wrist spinners will spin the ball both ways, and you want to have a little look at that. It's a nice start, though, from Hindley into the over.
The wrist spinner can be fractionally less consistent. So I think, again, it's easy sat here, isn't it? But I think you're thinking, right, there's a chance I could be getting myself a short ball that I can look to hit. Where am I hitting it? Where's my gaps? You want to put him back under pressure by putting it away.
Mm-hmm.
Khan continues from the Lynn Wilson centre, and George Bartlett looked to punch that one down to mid-on. Diving on the follow-through, Khan make sure that is just a dot ball. He's really settled into this day really nicely, hasn't he? That run rate, or the economy rate for him, is now under 6s. It started nearly at 8s. Picked up the big wicket, the only wicket to fall of Prithvi Shaw. And with the one bouncer that we've seen in bowl as well.
I think it's the only bouncer in the game so far. I do generally think in white ball cricket that over the years,
There's the second one.
Northamptonshire have underused the bouncer, and I think this year I've seen it used to good effect more frequently.
Yeah, and you'll know a couple of our bowlers less inclined to possibly want to bowl one.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
But I think it's equally as important that they do. It stops that predictability, surprises a batter, and then they can go back to hitting the knee roll.
Mm-hmm.
But they both, all our bowlers have good ones. It's again about backing that ball and making sure it's a good one. You got to hit them on the badge.
My first look at a couple of the Worcestershire bowlers, I'm enjoying what I'm seeing. This Hishan Khan, looks a good bustling left arm seamer, plenty of skill. His first over forgiven for. It was 9 runs came off that first over, and he's dragged it back since then, and importantly has picked up the 1 wicket to fall. The game is, here's a cliche for you, evenly poised at this stage, I would say. From Northamptonshire perspective, want to keep churning over at 5.5, 6s at low risk if they can. That's easier said than done. And I guess to keep it simple from a Worcestershire perspective, don't hemorrhage boundaries, make Northants do something they don't want to do, build pressure through dots.
I think they've kept the field well,
Mm-hmm.
With the mid-on, mid-off up, keeping the pressure on us as a batting unit to take that risk to go over the top. So there's no easy one down the ground. So I think that's been positive. I know Rory Kleinveld would be happy with that.
Huge on that, isn't he? Yeah. How has Rory settled in?
I hope, hopefully very well. I mean, it's great having him back in. Obviously, having played with him and been in a successful team with him here. I was next door to him in the locker department as well, so obviously very close to him in my playing days, and having him on the coaching staff he's great to have here at this club. He loves this club. He knows what it takes to win here, and he brings something slightly different to what we've had in the past. So.
Oh, that's a nice cricket shot. I was saying earlier, just someone who works day in, day out with Vasco, who I am a big fan of. This is going to be critical, but I'm sure he would forgive me. I'm sure he would know exactly what I'm about to say. It's the fielder a lot.
Yeah, and again, that's an area, like all of us have our slight weaknesses or parts to our game we'd like to improve. And I think one for him again would say that would be something he does a lot of, and it's one of them ones where you have to make sure when you go into your practices that you set up in your head or in the net areas where you're looking to hit the ball and be really strong on that.
Yeah, something that in indoor practice can easily become, okay, that's great, let's come out the middle, let's come out the middle, let's come out the middle. And I would say to young players, be specific about where you're hitting the ball.
Yeah, you're judged on your practice, though, aren't you? If you just bat and
yeah,
there's nothing behind the batting, it's pointless, isn't it? If you've got actually an idea of where a field is and you've got someone throwing at you in a particular way, then you can actually start diving into it. And I think you actually then put something on that practice, you put something on that training of, well, that's not good enough, I've hit him again.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of in a net where there's nothing there, you can hit one and go, well, that's a good shot.
Yeah.
Or was it? You don't know. It might have gone straight to point. It's a dot ball.
Yeah, absolutely. It's nicely played. Took it on the full. It was a nice shot, wasn't it? He's taken a set. Yeah, that's good. He's
good running as well.
I think to an extent, he sort of picked his fielder there in terms of Khan was slow, really responding to that ball off the boundary. Vasconcelos saw that. When he set off, he thought it was going to be a single, but then actually the fielder wasn't herring in, allowing Vasconcelos to get back. Well played, Vasco. Nice little Soft paddle sweep. Oh, that's gone away. That's well bowled. Beats the batter genuinely on the outside. Well bowled. There's a little bit of turn there.
So going back to the point of hitting the field, of why it's important, with people listening thinking, well, what's the problem with that? Is it just builds a little bit more pressure on yourself? Another dot ball. Whereas if you can rotate that, then another bad ball comes, you put that away, you tend to score a little bit freer.
Yeah, my shorthand for that was bowling machine batters who can play the bowl machine 85 miles an hour beautifully to mid-off on the top of the bounce and look $1 million. That's a dot ball. You've got to, and actually those bowling machine balls have no seam, so it's not going to deviate, so you can take it off the top of the bounce. Actually, that's going to get you out a lot in red ball cricket in particular. So you're practicing something which is not going to serve you well.
No, but that kind of practice up to a point could have a purpose. If you're trying to work on a trigger, if you're trying to work on some part of your backlift or whatever it is, then that's fine.
Yeah.
But if you want to dive into batting and the skill of batting in scenarios and in different formats, you have to understand how your practice has to equate to that, has to share that same kind of comment. Otherwise, it's just pointless practice.
Yeah.
I say it all the time to the lads in training. They probably think it's me being lazy. It's not. It's me saying, what am I throwing at you today? What am I doing now?
Mm-hmm.
What are you working on? So I'm not just going to throw at you for the point of it. Because if you do that, you then get mentally tired for your game the next day, or your game in 2 days' time. You're exhausted.
So practicing with a purpose.
It has to be practice.
Purposeful practice.
It's the same with the ball.
Yeah.
Practice for me in training was my rhythm. How do I get you? Everyone talks about this rhythm. For me, it was my pace and my run up.
Graham, one of your type has come on, a slow left armour. What can you tell us about this young man? Have you seen him
he's
around?
at Notts, yeah.
Yep.
We've played some cricket against him. He hasn't played much first team for them. That's a cracking shot.
Beautiful shot. There's a very small margin between short extra cover and mid-off. Very small angle. And Bartlett has found that right in the middle of that gap. Takes him on to 15, 131 for one.
I'd be a bit annoyed if I was a bowler there, because he can't hit that angle. So he's a left-arm spinner coming into this game. You want him beating the guy the other hand, because it creates more of an angle, more chance of getting an edge. So you could even say he could have a slip in. Him trying to do that then creates the guy opening the blade. Then the ball spins. He's going to nick it, slips in play. So you don't want him going between mid-off and extra. That's
a big thing, isn't it, for the slow left armour, is that triangle. The triangle between the bowler himself, the extra cover fielder, and mid-off. There's so many angles going on there, but getting those right is really important. The keeper can help with that.
Definitely keeper. Has to be keeper.
And you had a good one at Notts in your time at Notts, didn't you?
Reedy,
Chris Reed, he would have been a genius at that,
brilliant.
I guess. Yeah.
He was brilliant. Angles, he's seen enough of the game, and in international level, in first-class level, just new angles, knew where guys needed to be. In this, if it's not spinning, you need the batter to create an angle. You need him to create less of a blade on the ball so that you're in the game. And hopefully your line's good off stump.
Staying around the wicket to the left-handed Vasconcelos.
Don't mind this angle. Don't like the fact he's not got a 45, because if Vasco decides to paddle, he's got at least two easy runs.
That's his get out, isn't it? That's just easy off strike.
Yeah.
Quicker one to finish the over.
It runs off down that way as well. It's very quick.
Not a bad start though, was it, from Singh?
No.
So is he on loan from
I think
Notts?
he's on loan from Notts, yeah.
Yeah.
He's an all-rounder as well. He can bat, left-handed batter. Left armers are like gold dust, aren't they? Left arm spinners. If you can get one that bats as well, I think you like to keep hold of them. But obviously he's got Patterson White, who's in front of him, Harrison. So he's probably been blocked a little bit for first team stuff.
Nicely bowled again. Bit of overspin on that ball as well. It's bounced that hit the.
He's quite tall, bowls it from a high position, so that's why his googly's hard to pick, because he bowls it from very high.
Sure. There's a lot to like here. It's early days for Hindley, but he started very, very well.
Nice control.
It's good pace as well, no? Freddie Heldrick in the team today. He's a left-arm wrist spinner, so he'll be watching closely.
I hope he's watching closely.
As he just comes out of the changing room.
Because if he's not, I'm going to go around there and tell him he needs to be watching closely. Because this is your cue as a bowler. If we were batting first, back when I was playing, I'd be watching the spinner, how the ball's reacting to the surface, the pace. Something like Reedy was good at, actually, at knots.
That might surprise some listeners, but working out the pace for a slow bowler is absolutely
huge.
essential.
Yeah, absolutely huge.
Yeah.
Absolutely huge. And what you're going to try and get out of the pitch, the spin you want to try and get out of the pitch, what pace is effective to do that in. It looks like fractionally slower here today is where it's actually gripping, and it might not be gripping, but holding that ball, holding a little bit, which is very hard then to play cross bat shots, very hard to time.
That's a loose one. Really the first real loose ball. That's as you said earlier, Graham, the wrist spinner can be inconsistent. It was a 6-ball boundary, which seems to hurt a little bit more. It was short, it was wide. George Bartlett had to miss the fielder at backward point. He did that. It runs away for 4. He's moved on to 20. Yeah, he got there quite quietly, hasn't he, George Bartlett? Didn't really score for the first 10 balls, particularly. But he's 20 off 26. Vasconcelos, 33 off 66, 138 for 1 at the halfway mark.
Which I think we'll be happy with. I think coming into this game, losing the toss, we wanted to bat first anyway. We've set again a nice platform, and it's now important that our communication to the next guys that are coming in is important on the threat or what becomes much easier, and that we load up for this back end, because here with the outfield being quick, we can score quickly. You can score a lot of runs in that last 10 overs. This format's funny because you have it's an interesting one, because you have that between 30 and 40 where the extra man's in the ring can sometimes play in your favour as a bowling group and not as a batting, because you think, right, this is the time to go, and you go and you lose 3 quick wickets, and you find yourself 5 down, and you're like, geez, still got 10 overs left here, and you've got then 2 new guys in, plus an extra man goes out, so actually then get put on the back foot. So it's about how you can pace yourself between that 30 and 40. So it's not a case of saying don't go hard. It's a case of how you pace yourself through that, to what bowlers you go hard at, to who you decide you want to take on, and taking that positive route, but not in a reckless way, in a nice controlled manner. And then you still got another 10 overs to then really kick on even more.
Kind of a gradual acceleration rather than
so
it's foot down and then think about or figure out where those next 10 come from. At 138 for 1 halfway through, would you, as one of the coaches here and the 2 out there in the middle, would they have a number in mind yet, or would it just be a case of we'll just keep batting?
I think when you get to 30, you kind of say double it from there. But they will also assess this pitch and say how it's playing might also determine that number. But they would have a number, an idea. There'll be a number being bandied around now, even discussed at this stage, what looks like a winning total.
And what about, if we flip this the other way round, what about Worcestershire as well? Just 1 wicket to their name so far. Good wicket as well. Good bumper from Hashan Khan to pick up Prithvi Shaw. Spin at both ends that just looked like it's offering a little bit of turn. Other than stating the obvious of let's keep trying to take wickets here, have they got kind of a number in mind that they're thinking, do you know what? Don't want them getting too many more than this, or we're in the game if Northants only get to X, for example?
Yeah, probably. And the bowling group here is stay in the game. It's different ways of staying in the game. Stay in the game, not obviously as wickets is your main one. That slows the batting side down. Stay in the game. What does the team need from me at this moment in time with the ball? Well, it's actually going at 4s. If I can go at 4s or 5s, I'm doing well. And limiting boundaries. Don't go for boundaries. I used to think to myself when I was bowling in any white ball, whether it's T20 or on 50 over, don't go for boundaries.
I think boundaries are a premium here, aren't they? On a slowish pitch, it's harder to work the ball.
Don't give them width to do it from as well.
So,
stump to stump. Don't let them free that. Make it a good shot if they're going to hit me for a boundary.
Absolutely.
Left arm spin of Fateh Singh continues from the Lynn Wilson centre, and Vasconcelos goes for the sweep, which doesn't connect with.
Good option. Now he's coming over the wicket. You can get outside the line and sweep him. He also brings in the angle to go 45 if he wants to as well.
Yeah, and that boundary down on the leg side with Vasconcelos just gets shorter and shorter, doesn't it? The
I mean, they're
closer it
scared
gets
of
to
the reverse here. I know what they're doing with the field they've set. They're scared that he's going to go there.
There is that sweep, and has it split the two fielders? It has just. I think the fielder down there got a fingertip to it, but couldn't stop it from going over the rope for 4.
So he started around the wicket, Graham. I think he might go back around the wicket pretty soon.
I do, because like I've just said, he can get outside the line now.
Exactly.
Off stump, please, umpire.
Yeah.
And he'll just sweep everything, knowing that he's outside the line.
Yeah.
And if you go fast and quick, he can still get down on one knee and use the pace. It goes fine, 4 runs again. He's got no threat, the batter, of getting out. Unless a poor shot.
142 for 1. And there is that quicker one, straighter one, which Vasconcelos has just turned around the corner straighter, and it's back-to-back boundaries.
Really interesting why he chose to go over the wicket, having started round. And he had first two balls round from over the wicket, gone for 4. He's gone back round the wicket, but now he's playing catch-up. Fired in a knee-high full toss on the back foot. Lower ball.
Played.
That'll be interesting where that came from, come over the wicket. Just looked natural, didn't it, when he started really nicely.
I always like that angle around the wicket to a left-hander, plus LBW's back in the game. You know, they miss, you hit.
Yeah, absolutely.
George Bartlett back on strike. He's on 20 off 26. High score of 50 in this competition so far. Came here against Derbyshire in the opening fixture of the One Day Cup. Has he settled in well to the team, George Bartlett? I know it's now August, but it's his first summer up at Northampton.
Yeah, he's a good character. I like him a lot. He's funny. He likes to get stuck into you, but in a not a kind of brash way, in a slightly slyer, cheeky way, which I quite like. But he's good at taking on advice and ideas. And as you can see, he's quite a relaxed customer. Great ball striker. Naturally hits the ball hard. He's been a good addition, I think. And I think there's also potential in his off spin. We've seen it in the nets, in practice and training. You know, possibly thinking more about an over here and over there. You see it a lot, don't you, in the game, in the first class cricket anyway, guys, just a bit part-timey trying to get in there, but a bit of work technically, and I think he can be more consistent and be a threat. He can spin it. He can spin it. I've seen him in practice and training. Gets enough on the ball.
Bit of a rank one there from Hindley. Is that going to run away for 4? It is. It beats the man. Just runs it off the face of the bat past the keeper. That's going to be another 4 for George Bartlett. Moves to 25.
Interesting, isn't it? The last ball of his last over, short wide 4. First ball of his next over, knee-high full toss. The poorest 2 balls he's bowled. There's been a few boundaries now. The 4 boundaries recently. Run rate nearly getting up to 6s again. And we spoke in the break about the importance of not going for boundaries, not bowling poor deliveries, making the batters work hard. Boundaries are at a premium on a slow pitch.
Yeah, and look.
It's a great run.
That's a great run. That is a great run. And look, you know, we spoke in our last game at Durham where we felt we might not have bowled as well as a spin group as we'd have liked because we just gave up too many of those bad balls. You know, full tosses, short balls, easy boundaries. You know, we always say if you're going to hit for a boundary, make it a good ball, make it a good shot.
Pulled away by Vasconcelos. There's a man out there though who cuts it off before it reaches the boundary. It's just going to be 1 note.
You know, if a player is playing well, he's sweeping well, reversing well, running down, hitting your good balls in pockets, that's good cricket, right? Then you have to think about how you change your field. You don't just have to change how you bowl. You might have to mix your pace a bit. Just don't give them the easy boundary because then the pressure's off. Pressure then comes on you. Try too hard, another one goes, and you just lose your way. And you can't hold in those middle overs. This middle time is about holding as a partnership, as a bowling group. 4 or 5 and over. Can you do that? Build some pressure. Rate goes up.
Yeah, and I think that over in particular is a really good example of that. That 4 ball came off the first ball of the over, and at which point there, Hindley was catching up. Vasconcelos Bartlett quite happy just to take 3 off the other 5 balls, and it's 7 off the over without taking another risk.
And if the boundary is not there, it's 3 off the over, 4 off the over, because it's, you know, every time there's a boundary, it always feels like in the over it's easier to get single again. Whereas if there's no boundary and there's a couple of dots, it looks a bit sticky.
Yeah, the gaps between the fielders look a little bit smaller, don't they?
Exactly, yeah.
That pressure starts to build. Singh continues. Bartlett covers up that one nicely.
Looks harder to score off Singh when he bowls a little bit slower, doesn't it? He said, Graham, it's just holding, not necessarily spinning, it's just holding a little bit. That pace there.
Watching from here, and as I said, it's, well, how much easier it is sat up here. The slower pace looks like it's fractionally tougher to play.
And I think that's something as a young slow bowler is quite a hard thing to do, isn't it? You know, maybe in second team cricket, in good club cricket, you can bowl flatter and flatter, and the batters won't have enough to deal with that and take you down. At this level, they do. So having the gumption, the wherewithal, firstly the knowledge, the understanding, and then the nerve to bowl slower when someone's coming at you can be quite tough, I guess.
100%. It's about, we talked a bit about it as well in this format, white ball cricket, about being brave. It's still about spinning the ball, getting enough on the ball where you get shape, drift, as well as your spin. But I think my analysis, if I was playing in this game and having seen other bowlers bowl first or how the pitch is played, is I want them using their feet to me. I want them coming at me.
Yeah.
I don't want them sat in the crease.
Yeah.
It's easier to play that, to play the shorter ball, get them forward, get them driving, get them using their feet, because I think I'm in the game then.
A good over so far from Singh. It continues to be a good one. 2 runs coming off it, 157 for 1 after 28 overs. We saw that with the seamers as well, didn't we?
Yeah.
Ethan Brooks came on, bowled some pace-off deliveries in comparison to Taylor and Darley, and found a bit more success out here. It's a used pitch, isn't it? And there's a bit of grass on there. There's some overheads there for the seamer, so it's not the biggest shot, but it's got a bit of stick about it, I suppose would be the right way to describe it.
Yeah, and this pitch has been used a couple of times now, and that's the way the pitches tend to go, isn't it? If they've been used, we've all seen it in club cricket and all different forms of cricket you play. You're playing on used pitches, they will be a little bit more tired and will be a fraction harder to hit if the ball's a bit slower. So again, it's who adapts quickly to it, who's the quickest to adapt to the pitch.
Change of bowling, and there's an appeal straight away. I think that's Scott Vasconcelos in a pretty uncomfortable position as he's still on his knees. Tom Taylor is back into the attack. He replaces the left arm wrist spinner of Tom Hinley. Taylor so far having bowled 5 overs for 34 at the top of the order, and gingerly Vasconcelos gets back to his feet and hobbles towards square leg to take a bit of a breather. Always funny when it's not
could
you.
have wandered down and given him a bit of a standing count there and just taken a bit of time. Actually, he didn't. But he's up and away.
There's that
Wow.
sly kind of humor from George Bartlett, wasn't it?
I can imagine looking up and seeing a slight grin on his face. One that you don't have when it's you. It's that thing, isn't it? When it's you, nothing's funny about it. When it's not you, you have a slight belly chuckle, don't you? But I'm sure George would have said something from down the other end if he's okay.
I hope they were watching that bit of fielding. I know you were, Graham. I could see out the corner of my eye. Because Khan, who's down at to third man, he was down at fine leg. Vasconcelos was fairly slow to the ball and then took an age to get rid of it. Almost Morris dancing before he threw it in.
Yeah, we'd like to think we see if there's moments where you think you can pinch another single, pinch some runs. I think you can say that over the years our running has not been at its best. I think this year we've been much improved in T20 in particular as well, and we want the same in this format. Look busy.
It's something I've seen year on year Vasconcelos improve at. It's the intent, really. That's what you want, isn't it? Intent.
It's running the first one hard, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's what you want. You want to see the players doing that to put the fielder under pressure, because you all know when you're fielding a ball, if there's no pressure on it, you're going to swan around, pick it up and lob it over the top. Whereas someone puts you under a bit of pressure, you're thinking, oh, hang on a minute, I've got to attack this a little fractionally quicker, and then a bobble, bang.
Yeah.
And it can slightly change, can't it?
Big statement here from Jake Libby to bring Tom Taylor back. Middle overs, take the left arm wrist spinner out the attack and bring your strike bowler back.
I think he's
Break
had to
this
play it. I
partnership.
think because of a few boundaries getting hit, he's had to take him off. Might come back in a bit later, but he's just thought he's had to mix this up a bit, put a bit of pace on the ball, bring it back for a couple of overs, leave 3 at the back end.
Yeah, that partnership just ticked over 50, didn't it, at the end of that last over, which came pretty quickly. It's over pitched from Tom Taylor. Going to have a look at the single, but it's covered off nicely.
Well fielded.
At mid-on.
I'm wondering, there's a little bit, this isn't the conversation mid-wicket won't be about this point particularly, but I'm wondering whether Vasconcelos decides, actually, I'm going to just go from gear 3 maybe into gear 4 now. I'm not going to go into gear 6, but I'm just going to take a little bit more risk. I might just back away to open up the offside. I might just come down the wicket to try and launch one over the top, but I don't need to necessarily do that. I'm not going to hack across the line, but I might just take another gear of risk. Do you see it that way?
Yeah, but I also think he'll have his strengths, doing it with his strengths and something that is his bread and butter. I think what frustrates coaches the most is when you see a shot that isn't their strength or it isn't their go-to, and they try and perform that first, and they might get out, or they creates a chance. I think you scratch your head a little bit and think, why has he done that? But if it's something that's their go-to, you can't argue with that. If they feel it's in the moment and that's their best option, bang, do it. Yeah, would encourage that.
Paddle sweep from Vasconcelos that we've been talking about. Vasconcelos looking for a second, but covered off down on the boundary, not allowing.
Again, it's assessing a lot of it when you're out there as senior players and you're in the moment, you're in the game. It's assessing it. It's being intelligent in that moment, isn't it?
There's a big pocket at wide mid-on. It would be playing against the spin. If you can get close to the ball, picking it up over mid-wicket is a nice option for a boundary because there's a big gap there.
It's a new name for cow corner, that, isn't it?
I was trying not to say cow corner.
I still haven't worked out at what level of cricket cow corner becomes deep mid-wicket / what did you just call that? They're a deep wide long on.
Yeah, something. Yeah.
Where's the transitional point in the villages where it suddenly goes from cow corner to a deep mid-wicket?
I've got a lovely little story. Let's go back a long time. I played my first kind of proper, if I could call it that, adult cricket for a club called Ashton Valence. I was only a baby, really. And the captain there, he's still active in cricket. He's an umpire nowadays. Trevor Finch was the captain, an uncompromising captain, Trevor Finch. And he was batting one day at Bedford, lovely ground, Goldington Bury, against Bedford Town. And Trevor liked that area, the deep mid-wicket area. And the bowler, who played a lot of minor county cricket, left-arm seamer, got deposited again through wide mid-wicket and said in a very loud, posh voice down the ground to Trevor Finch, "Finch, you're nothing but a bleep, bleep cowboy." And Trevor Finch stuck his chest out, patted the wicket down and said, "You're probably right. I suggest you move your cows a bit deeper." Which, well, that was sort of 40 plus years ago, and I still remember it. Well done, Finchy.
30 overs, 164 for 1. Vasconcelos on 48. Bartlett on 31. And the partnership building nicely. Putting together, continuing to build this platform for the Steelbacks.
So we're at 30, aren't we? 30, we say double it. 164 double. I think we'd be happy with that number.
I think we would, yeah.
Very happy.
Ball spinning a little bit. Looks tough if you get the ball in the right area enough. With our, we've got 2 experienced seamers.
What's the minimum, Graham, from here? Ideally, the ideal minimum. You not want to say? I can understand if you don't. Shall I put
you
a
want
number
to get 300 plus now.
That's what I thought.
You need 300 plus here.
Yeah.
Obviously more than that. Yeah.
Yeah. But from here, 300.
And you with you're expecting us to bowl well in a good area enough. That should be a good total.
Yeah.
Someone's got to have a day out.
Yeah.
To put you under pressure in that. Or we've not executed very well.
Yeah. Yeah. So
I used to love bowling second because they've got to come at you. I think if you're on alert a lot more, I think you can play to the situation. I used to love that. And even if I didn't start, even if I've got a little fraction of tap, I still know they've got to keep coming at me in moments, and I've got to be clever. I've got to be on it.
Yeah.
Played by George Bartley, just finds that gap on the offside, rotates the strike.
I'm really enjoying. Hopefully don't put the mockers on him. George Bartlett has played really well here. 33 off 42. Got himself in, just rotated nicely. He's in about third gear, just coasting nicely.
He's been hitting the ball well. I mean, I know he's not scored any significant runs in this yet, but I mean, he scored 100 at Norfolk and batted brilliantly. So he's been hitting the ball well. I think he's been disappointed that he's not got a score.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting there. We talked about hitting fielders earlier. Vasconcelos on the back foot there to Taylor. Hit the ball to extra cover. It's never going to be a run there. And rehearsed after that, just opening the face. There's a big gap between backward point and extra cover. And he's just rehearsed, just knocking it into that gap for a single. They're the sort of things that he's been in now for 84 balls. As a bowler, you kind of think, I thought that was going to be a single all day there. Okay. Just puts a little bit more pressure on Vasco to score off the next one. And he does, because Taylor gets a stump 2 straight, knocks it into the leg side and brings up 50. 50 off 85 balls. He will now know he is in. He has seen enough of the wicket. He's seen all of the bowlers. He's reading the situation well. He'll know what a good number is for the team from here. And we've been talking a little bit, haven't we, about having batters in going into the last 10 overs. So important. Similarly, in T20 cricket, batters in going into the last 5 overs, you can take the game away. The same is true in this format, but you need batters who are in.
It's good cricket, that. Excellent run from George there.
He's run very, very well, hasn't he? Very good. Quick call, quick response. He's just feeling a groin or something as he runs through there. I hope that's nothing too serious. It's all going well. You've had a good spell, Graham.
I have. I don't want to leave you guys. It's gone well. Talk about superstition. But it's been a nice little period, and obviously a shame that Prithvi got out. But set up the platform, and these two have built a nice partnership, getting themselves in. It's now going to be obviously interesting to see how we play these next 9 overs up into the 40. As I said, it's a bit of a conundrum you can have in this phase of how hard you go, and you want to obviously score as many as you can. It's just doing it in an intelligent way, and these two getting themselves in, I'm pretty sure they have plenty of opportunities to score.
Does that stick? Are you? I'm aware. Are you winding up to move back to your perch in the coaching?
I am.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, it's been good. Thanks for coming over, Graham.
No,
always good to chat.
I've enjoyed it. It's been good. Always
Next
nice.
time, bring a coffee with you.
I know. Apologies. We're actually due a coffee at some point, Phil.
We are.
I'll make sure that we get something booked in. And,
Shall we? This week?
Will, yeah.
Got a bit to chat about.
Yeah, we do. Yeah. We've got a couple of second team games this week, so I'm excited to get back into that. And
okay. Are you on the road, or are you nearby?
We're at Finchley tomorrow, and then we're here on the Friday. So it's nice to get a bit of second team cricket, and it's difficult in this phase because of the 100. First class teams, their second team's a bit bare, so it's always hard getting fixtures in and around this time. But we've got a couple against London Schools this coming week, and then 3 there against Saka the following.
That's a good hit, isn't it? Well fielded on the boundary. Really hard shot to play that, with no pace on the ball when it got to him. All the speed needed to come from Vasconcelos.
Played that well.
He did.
That was the only reason I came over here, was to plug the twos. So I got it in at the end. So
I might see you on the Friday then, Graham.
Come along, please.
Might see you on the Friday.
Bring your dog stick.
I've got a new golf club to tell you about. But we don't need to bore everyone with that.
Have you still got one of the hardest mitts in world cricket?
Yeah, it's just breaking it.
It was like you'd kind of got two breeze blocks and
Oh,
fused them together.
gee whiz. I mean, I wasn't the most sympathetic mitter with the best mitt in the
It's a
world.
cracking
And
shot, that.
I spent a lot of
George.
money on that mitt, Graham. I was on holiday in the States. I thought, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to go and buy a really proper top range baseball mitt because that'll make me a better mitter. And I came back with a dustbin lid, basically. Clong, clang.
Started calling you symbols.
Yeah, that's still around somewhere. I've tried to give it away numerous times, but no one wants it. Bob Old.
Anybody looking for a bit of foundation to a house, they should get in touch with Phil. Oh, sorry for that to get it in before I left.
Tell me
no,
you're
it's-
elsewhere, Graham.
It was.
Got work to do.
It's been a pleasure, and thanks for having me, guys. And hopefully this day keeps going as it is, and we get a W on the board. But cheers.
Let's hope so. Cheers, Graham.
Cheers, Graham. All right, 177 for one then, Rowie. 18 to go.
We just had a man who knows what he's talking about.
Yes,
It's
been
down
quite
to you
nice
and
there,
me
isn't
again
it?
now.
Yeah, sorry about that,
Normal
folks.
service regime.
Yeah. Tom Taylor's continuing, though. You thought it was going to be 2 and save 3. It could be 3 and save 2.
Yeah. I mean, I think what it shows is Jake Libby needs a wicket. He's worried about acceleration. He wants one of these out. I suspect that's where he's coming from here. When I look at the options, in terms of experience, Tom Taylor stands out, doesn't he? Is by far the most experienced of the Worcestershire bowlers of any type. And so to give him this extra one, this 8th over of his spell, maximum of 10 he can bowl, shows that 177 for 1 is not where Jake Libby needs the game to be. Want to take a wicket in this. He's got 5 balls left of this over. He's bowled a little straight actually at Vasco there. Another leg by.
Yeah, he has. And I'd be really interested to know at what number the Rapids look at that score and go, that's going to take some chasing. We've in the fixture here last year, Rob Jones scored 125. Tom Taylor obviously has now switched ranks. He scored 100 in that fixture. So far this season, Gareth Roderick 152 not out. Ed Pollock with 180, Jake Libby with 89 himself. There are some serious runs in that Rapids lineup.
Yeah.
And as I mentioned earlier, that opening pair of Jack White and Ben Sanderson are going to be huge. And there's going to be 20 overs there for Worcestershire to negotiate. But there are going to be 30 there that are going to be made up of James Sales, Gus Miller, Safe Save, Freddie Heldrick. That little bit more inexperience against a top 4, top 5 that are in some serious form. It's going to be really interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it will. And the wicket won't get any quicker, that's for sure. So it'll be slightly harder to score, certainly when the ball gets a little older, as has been shown in this innings. It's nicely bowled. That's an example there. That ball there looks like nothing has happened. But watching on, Vasconcelos was trying to run that ball down to third man for a single. It was slowish off the wicket and so went square off the bat to that fielder at backward point. That just shows that actually rotating is not easy. Vasconcelos has been in nearly 90 balls now, and even he can't get that ball fine enough. So that's where one of the things that Jake Libby will recognise is actually, even for guys in, rotating is not straightforward. Well, that's very well fielded at backward point. It's hit very, very hard. Vasconcelos creating a bit of width by backing away to the leg side, opened up, hit it beautifully, but again, straight at the fielder, one bounce to the fielder.
That's Ethan Brooks, isn't it? And it's flown out of that wicket end area, which we spoke about earlier. And you gotta go, well, is it gonna take off? Is it gonna skid it? Is it gonna hold up a little bit? Yeah, and he's done really well there, thrown both hands up above his head and just stuck, hasn't it?
Just a bit of pressure building on Vasco. He'll have thought he should have got a 1. He didn't. He'd have thought he should have got a 4. He didn't. Last ball for this Tom Taylor over. Can run that down very fine. The fielder will cut it off, and well fielded down at third man. Prevents any thought of a second. So that is the end of Tom Taylor's 8th over. he wasn't able to pick up the wicket that his captain will have desperately wanted. So it's 180 for one. The run rate is 5.5. So the game it's really on a bit of a knife edge here. 17 overs left to go. 12th man runs a drink out. That's not a tactical thing. I did see Vasconcelos asking for a drink. But there'll be some communication between the 12th man and the batters, maybe a little bit of thought coming from the changing room. Possibly not. I mean, my thought always was, unless I've got something absolutely that I think is an absolute nugget to offer, don't confuse things. They're making decisions out there. And I think I actually probably once in my whole coaching time that I think I had a nugget that I wanted to interject. And generally, those guys out there can make good decisions, better decisions than I can from 85 metres away.
Change of ends for Tom Hinley, Rowie. We normally see the spinner operate from this end, don't we?
Yeah,
to be
we do.
fair,
Yeah.
at Northampton.
Yeah, I thought he bowled quite nicely early in his spell, and then he went bang bang 2 4s, didn't he? And just lost his control a wee bit. But he's a good prospect, a wrist spinner.
He's had a good start to the One Day Cup. He's got 7 wickets. 7 wickets at 13s with a best of 5 for 56.
He started his career in youth cricket with Sussex, played a championship game for Sussex. Wasn't able to forge a career there. But I like, it's early days, but I quite like what I'm seeing. He looks, as Graham was saying, he's tall, releases from a high position. And importantly, that means that his leg break and his googly look pretty similar. Generally speaking, the googly is bowled, generally speaking, from a slightly higher release point than the leg spinner. So if your leg spinner's bowled with a lowish arm, when you bowl your googly, there is a noticeable difference, and that can be a clue that the good player will pick up. So the closer you can release those 2 balls, the harder it is to judge as a batter. Vasconcelos is knocking that into the leg side. A bit of bounce there. As we said, he's a tall bowler. I think that might have been the googling. That one will generally bounce a bit more than leg spinner, generally speaking. Bartlett on 43. Oh, that was floated up. He will have thought for a fleeting moment about pumping that into the big gap. There's a big gap on the boundary at extra cover, but he waited for it, knocked it out to the point fielder for a single. As we've said a number of times, 50 overs is a long time. It's a good platform. That's swept hard. This is the man at 45. Misses the man at deep backward square. 4 runs. Vasconcelos on to 58. Just a little too straight there from Hinley. Vasconcelos read the length quickly. He's a short man. Generally, short players, good players of spin, because they see the length a little bit quicker. Judging the gap between the hand and the ball as it's released. What air is on the ball? Where's it going to land? 4 and 1. Coach's dream. 2 12th men run onto the field, or is it 1? There are. Well, 1? No, it's only 1. A drink for Tom Taylor. So it's going to be interesting here to see what Jake Libby does. There's only 2 overs left of Tom Taylor at his disposal. So he's having a good drink, Tom Taylor. Is he going to continue? I doubt it.
I think it's going to be Ethan Brooks back, Rowie.
You're quite right.
He's just gone for 14 off the 5 overs that he's bowled. He's been the one, hasn't he, that's really offered control for
I really liked the way he bowled.
Jake Libby.
Really like the way he bowled. There's no doubt that Ethan Brooks can bowl quicker than this if he chooses to, but he's assessing, this is the pace I want to bowl at on this pitch today. Giving the batter nothing to work with. As Graham was saying, as a slow bowler, you want players coming at you, and as an off-pace seamer, you also want that as well.
Yeah, just bowling kind of good length, isn't he? Good, maybe slightly back of it, with a keeper up to the stumps, which is clearly a premeditated, predetermined plan for the Rapids. which just traps the batter in the crease, doesn't it? White ball cricket, the batters, you tend to have to create your length if you're going to be attacking. You want to take the seamer off their length. You tend to have to create it, and being stuck in the crease, that limits your options.
Really interesting period. Oh, that's gone away. Wow, what a delivery that is. As Graham White was saying, what Jake Libby has done very well here. For the medium pace, Ethan Brooks, he's kept mid on and mid off in the ring. We just see that last ball again. Oh, he just ran his fingers down the side. That's an old-fashioned leg cutter. Got a lot of time for that. That pitched and went away, or just held the original line. And another day, that's a thin one through to the keeper. But luckily, Bartlett missed it completely. But it's such control, such good control of length from Ethan Brooks that he's been able to bowl with mid-on and mid-off inside the circle. That's a big deal, because what that means is he can defend the square boundaries with extra boundary riders. So he's getting his reward there. And the way he's bowled to date, if you're going to take Ethan Brooks down, he's not going to give you poor balls. You've got to make the running. Be interesting to see whether the Northants players decide, actually, we are going to take a bit more risk, because he is giving you nothing to work with in terms of width, in terms of missing his length there or thereabouts all the time.
Yeah, I think the only thing to counteract that would be the fact that the other 5 bowlers for the Rapids are going at 5.6 or worse, so you're going to be able to score at the other end. And interestingly as well, which you mentioned earlier,
that's close.
Those cross-bat shots that you said on this pitch you would put away until you got in, but we still haven't seen it yet. Vasconcelos has faced 100 balls as near as makes no difference. George Bartlett has faced 54, and we haven't seen the cross-bat shot, which could be an option here for Ethan Brooks. That top of the bail's length, you could go cross-bat against him.
You could. Bartlett, there's a big gap in the pocket, isn't there, at cow corner? Let's call it that. That's actually nicely played. He's got a thickish edge, but he was looking to run it down. Only one. I like the fact that third man is fine. I really like that. That's sort of Jake Libby. Jake Libby is a sort of a more traditional cricketer, if I could put it that way, and that's a compliment. I am a big fan of his. And he's got his third man quite fine. In general, the third man tries to do 2 jobs in the modern game and ends up being too wide, gets beaten on the inside, but not that time. So only 1 off the last ball of that over from Ethan Brooks. Another good over.
Certainly was. 193 for 1 after 35. So 15 overs remain in the first innings. It's going to be the left arm wrist spinner of Hindley to continue. 5 overs, no maidens, none for 28. So far for the left arm wristy, which poses an interesting point with the fact that I think the visuals is that it kind of feels like he's the guy that's not offered the control, but actually that economy rate for Hindley, second best to Ethan Brooks. It's going to be just 1 to start the over. Bit of a paddle sweep there by George Bartlett. It's down the other end, just holding his hip there, isn't he? He's had a couple of moments here, George Bartlett, where he's just pulled up gingerly, having taken a quick single, and I think got himself into a bit of a sticky situation there, and maybe a bit of discomfort in his hip. Shorter ball from Hindley, pulled away by Vasconcelos. Just 1 note, swept up on the leg side boundary.
I think Vasco has to go to another gear now. I think we will see that. I don't think that's going to surprise anyone. Nostradamus up there. I think it is time for Vasco to go. Bartlett will also be pushing forward a little bit more. Didn't pick the googly there. Nearly missed it completely. And because Bartlett is able to rotate a little bit easier than Vasconcelos, which means Vasconcelos is more reliant on some boundary balls. That's well bowled, and sort of missed out a little bit of pressure building. This is the bowler, I think, that Northants will want to start their aggression against. And there we see an attempt at that. It's been hit down the ground. Didn't get all of that. It was an intentionally lofted drive, but intended to be dead straight and sort of clothed it a bit into the leg side.
Fell a long way short of Khan, didn't it?
Tipped poorly, didn't he? Vasconcelos looking at the leg side. The bowler will have noticed that. He's looking to go leg side. And so adjusts his line onto off stump. And again, Vasconcelos hits the fielder.
That's a good over for the Rapids and Hindley. Just 3 runs coming from it. You mentioned when Graham White was up here, you said about Stoneman's innings for Middlesex. I went to the Utilita Bowl, I think it's called now, or the home of Hampshire. And I watched Ben Brown score 100 against Northants.
Yeah.
In that fixture, Colin Ackerman, 100 not out up at Durham. And it is kind of feels like one of these two here needs to be that guy. They need to score that 100, allow the rest of the order to bat around them. One thing we highlighted, I don't know whether we mentioned on air or off air, George Bartlett turns that one down for a couple of runs and brings up 50 for George Bartlett, the second of the competition for him. 50 against Derbyshire here, and then 50 now against the Rapids. Are we looking to go on and make a significant score and an impact on this game? Is the fact that this batting lineup is inexperienced.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, of the two right now, I would see George Bartlett playing that. I'm going to walk off with 120 not out to my name.
Yeah.
And I would see Vasconcelos being the slightly more aggressive one of the partnership. I think he's got to go now, to be honest. The run rate's only 5.5. We talked about a minimum of 300. 5.5 doesn't get you there. And that was minimum 300. So I think the accelerator gently, you don't go, racing through the gears. Little off cutter there from Brooks, just dragged it down a little bit.
Yeah, it's going to be cut off. It's a dive, wasn't it, by the man at backward point. I think Pollock it is. Couldn't stop it. Brings up the 200 for the Steelbacks. Yeah, it's going to be 8, Rowie, if the Steelbacks are going to get 300 today.
And they're going to need it. They're going to need 300.
I mean,
who knows? Because there's a lot of cricket. But you would think, all things being equal, as you said, the power and the runs that are in the Worcester top order, 300 is going to be what you might think at halfway will be the minimum needed.
And a team that's high on confidence as well.
Yeah.
3 games, 3 wins, top of the table against a team that have lost 4 on the bounce. There's going to be one that's going to be a little bit of self-doubt. Can we get ourselves into a position where we can win this game? Whereas Worcestershire, I don't necessarily think are going to look at a number and go, oh, we're out of this because we're in good form.
There's almost a game within a game as well in terms of the Northants bowling attack, which is if Northants get a number of, let's say Northants get 300, okay, that's obviously on average 6 and over across the course of the game. That means in general, you look at White and Sanderson, and as long as they don't bowl us out, we've got other guys that we can probably look to score at 7.5, 8 against, and put pressure on those inexperienced bowlers. But if Northants go 325, 330, well, we can't write off the 20 overs for 80. We've got to score off those guys as well. So that's the sort of game within a game. That's all ahead of us, though, right now. Northants need to get the number they're looking to get. That one bounced, nicely played by Bartlett.
Just going to be the single. Khan doing the fielding again. Bartlett looking for a second, but settles on the 1. Keeps the strike as well. 37 overs complete, 201 for 1.
Yeah, actually credit to Khan there for cutting off that second. A couple of times I've picked him out as being a little slow to the ball and slow to release. He did the right job there, did well. Moved to his right, got it away quickly. Well fielded.
13 to go. Vasconcelos and Bartlett, the men in. Save, Lewis McManus and Gus Miller, the next 3 batters carded for Northants. Save, finished the blast in some really good form. That innings here against Birmingham was brilliant. Lewis McManus as well at the death, particularly in some of those blast games, hit the ball miles. Gus Miller is in good form coming into this team in this competition. A high score of 73 in the One-Day Cup. Nicely bowled by Hindley, and Bartlett respectfully just runs it off the face of the bat into the offside. I thought for a second he was loading up for a deep mid-wicket. I was going to call it a hack across the line, but that's something that I would do. I don't think George Bartlett does that.
Vasco's going to target this leg side boundary.
There he goes, triggers across, outside off stump, and muscles it really in front of mid-wicket and picks up 4.
Yeah, this feels to me, okay, so we've gone 1-4. I think now, get on a roll. This could be a 20 over.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, it could be. Yeah. It depends where he bowls it, depends how they play it. But that would be in my mind as Vasconcelos now. I'm on 66. I've been in 100 balls. It's a shorter boundary that side. The ball, I can hit through that area. Keep going.
Goes again. That one is square and it's going to be cut off. So it's just going to be the single. Yeah, it's a nice matchup for Vasconcelos. As you said, that leg side is short and it does get shorter the finer that you hit it.
Yeah.
And the other thing as well is the actual offside over cover and mid-off was open for Vasconcelos there. He had 2 pretty low-risk scoring options.
He is furious with himself that he didn't hit that ball for 4 because that was a short ball. He's been in 100 balls. It's the short boundary and he clothed it to the mid-wicket fielder and he was punching his bat as he walked down the wicket there. He's so cross with himself to miss out.
Bartlett sweeps.
That's a great shot.
Sweeps hard and gets 4.
That's a great shot. If we can get a replay of that shot, that would be great because from a coach's perspective or an ex-coach's perspective, this is the way to play this shot. What he does, he gets his hands really forward. He took that ball, so that means he can sweep almost any length. His hands really right out in front of him. Well played, George Bartlett.
It's a shorter ball from Hindley, cut away off the back foot, just for a single. End of the over, good over for the Steelbacks. 212 for 1.
There it is again. Yeah, hands forward. Any cross bat shot, when you can get your hands well forward, gives you more reach, more leverage, and actually you can hit the ball in different places. You could have hit that ball squarer, or you could have hit that ball more behind square. An orthodox sweep, but he just got it behind square. He hit it very hard. Graham was saying earlier how hard George Bartlett hits the ball. Good bat speed there.
It's a beauty from Brooks, who continues. He starts his 8th over from the David Capel end, bowled exclusively from that end. Today, 7.1 overs, none for 23.
He reminds me very much of a player that has played that left Worcestershire and went up the road to Warwickshire. Ed Barnard, very similar bowler. Ed Barnard capable of bowling more quickly, but would sometimes settle into keeper at medium pace. Very similar job.
2 straight, turned away by Bartlett, just for the single though. Vasconcelos now on strike. So how much does the field change? Not at all by the looks of it, other than a few moving from one side of the ground to the other.
What Ethan Brooks wants you to try and do is hit him over the top, mid on, mid off. And I think don't fall into that. Go squarer, get away from the ball, get it through the offside would be my first option. Where Vasconcelos tried to hit that ball pretty much. There's a bit there though, isn't there? There's a bit of nip.
Yeah, he's been the seamer for the Rapids really to get something out of this surface.
That really nipped that ball.
I wouldn't have said Tom Taylor's exploited a great deal from it. I know he obviously had the challenge of Prithvi Shaw at the top of the order who was going like a train. That one, a rare poor delivery from Brooks, but that field set for that. It is just going to be a single. Vasconcelos, frustrated, gets down the other end. Harry Darley got a little bit of up and down from the pitch, but again, no huge kind of movement out of it. Khan as well, a little bit from the hand, I would say, but yeah, I think that was more because of that kind of lower shoulder. That's hit George Bartlett that time. It's going to be a leg bye.
Missed out there. That was a ball that Bartlett will know he could have, probably should have got in. There's a big gap between a fine leg and a deep square leg who's in front of square.
Will there be any kind of skeletons from the first 4 games for Northants.
Definitely.
There will be a, let's not muck this up, so to speak, but
Definitely.
with that in the mind, you could end up short of where you think you should be.
Absolutely right. Oh, there's a run there. That's these two have run really well.
Potentially one of those skeletons there.
Yeah. No, that's a very good shout. Absolutely. No, let's not get run out here.
Mm.
Yeah. No, I think that's a good shout. There will definitely be skeletons because of the nature that the batting performances have been fairly, where they've been short of the level required. They've been consistently in the same area, which is almost guys coming and going too hard too soon and not having power and the ability to accelerate towards the end of the innings. These two have set it up nicely, though. 39 overs gone, so 11 left. 215 for 1. The 300 was the number that Graham White thought was kind of minimum. It will depend on how we bowl and how they bat. So, these are rough numbers. Nothing's certain in this game.
Spin continues from the Lynn Wilson centre end, and that is going to be out. The change of bowling worked. Tom Hinley was replaced by Fateh Singh. He bowled 5 overs, no maidens, none for 31. That one just looked like it bounced a little bit more on George Bartlett than he thought. He could do nothing but, well, for want of the better word, spoon it up to the fielder at point, and he's got to go. The second wicket falls for the Steelbacks, and it is George Bartlett who made 60 off 72 deliveries.
I think George Bartlett, that probably looked like a poor dismissal from the boundary edge. And in timing wise, in terms of where he's gone, it is a poor dismissal. But I'd also say I think he's a bit unlucky there. I think that ball did misbehave. It bounced sharply on him, and he was just looking to knock it into the offside for a single, and it bounced. He hit it on the upswing of the bat, which wasn't his intention. It looped out to the fielder at point, who took a tumbling, comfortable catch, really tumbling just in front of him. So I think he's played very, very well, George Bartlett, and I think he was primed and ready to go. And that's a brake pedal being applied there. James Sales has come in at number 4, which is going to surprise a few. That he's got above Saif Saib, Lewis McManus and Gus Miller, and maybe even Justin Broad.
Yeah.
I had him carded at 8 in my mind. He can play. I mean, there's no question about that. Let's make no bones about it. James Sales can play. I've said a few times, we'll find out over time which of his skills will be the lead. My guess is that he'll be a batter who can bowl and can bowl well, rather than a bowler who can bat well. But he's coming at number 4 at the fall of a wicket, and he'll want to get going quickly.
Yeah, I think there's a school of thought here to continue that left-hand, right-hand combination as well, which obviously if Saif Saib had walked out to the middle, that would have ended. Maybe Lewis McManus could have come out as another right-hander. Maybe there's a match-up here against left-arm finger spin that James Sales particularly fancies it. Maybe there's an opportunity here for James Sales with the wickets in hand to have a bit of a free hit.
Yeah, I'd buy all those. I mean, Northampton's got a few cricketers who are quite similar, haven't they, in Miller, Broad and Sales? And the opportunity's been given to James Sales here, so let's hope he can take it.
Certainly going to be prepared to have a look at a couple, though, to start this innings. Starts with 3 dot balls. Just looks like a bit of a quicker over from Singh. That wicket just spurs you on a little bit, doesn't it? He looks enthused to get back to the end of his mark, and already we're getting towards the end of this over in his spell. It's gone 3 James Sales, and it is the end of the over. A wicket maiden.
A wicket maiden. Just what Worcester needed, just entirely what Northants didn't need, because Bartlett was in and he was playing well. He was playing very well. I'm sorry about this, George. I nominated you for the man to walk off with 120 red to your name, but it wasn't to be the case. Interestingly, I think we're going to see a bit of the captain coming on from the David Capel end, Jake Libby, who is much more than an occasional off spinner. He's a very talented off spinner. He's decided that spin is the way to go. He's got some inexperienced seamers.
I think it's certainly a nod, isn't it, to pace off as being the way forward on this pitch, or certainly what we've seen so far. Wanting to keep a couple of overs of Ethan Brooks for the end as well. So it could well be Libby and Fateh Singh then for 6, and then Tom Taylor and Ethan Brooks to close off with 2 left each. So it's 40 overs have been bowled. There's 10 to go. The third power play starts, so Worcester can have another fielder outside that 30-yard circle. 10 overs to go, Rowie.
Ethan Brooks, 8 overs, 0 for 25. That's fantastic for a young seamer. Brilliant stuff. And he's got a wicket first, ball chopped on. Oh, so it's gone bang, bang. Just what Worcestershire wanted. Vasconcelos is still on the pitch, on the wicket. He's just got off the wicket. It was shortish, it was wide-ish. Jake Libby sort of skidded through a little bit. Vasconcelos has chopped it on to off stump. His hand went immediately to his head. He's got to leave 68 from 105 balls, and suddenly Northants have got 2 men in on 0. James Sales is one of those, and I guess Saif Sayed will be the incoming batsman, and indeed it is Saif Sayed. So he's played pretty well there, Vasconcelos. I think another day, 68 of 105, he could add another 15 to that just by missing fielders here and there. And then that looks a better innings, doesn't it, at 80 plus off that number of deliveries. But it's not straightforward in terms of you can't just push the ball into gaps. You have to wait for it to get to you. It's not easy to rotate the strike. He's played pretty well, but he'll feel a little bit under par there. And as a man, as we all know, Vasconcelos does tend to walk off very slowly. That's amongst the slowest of his walk-offs. He hasn't reached the steps yet. But it does bring Saif Sayed to the crease. 2 young, attractive batters from Northants, 2 academy graduates as well, 2 of our own, as we like to see. What a start from the captain. Had a hunch, I'll bring myself on. Bowling all right, it's coming out nicely.
Yeah, he particularly had overs left, didn't he, from Hinley. He had 3 left in the locker, but decided to go for himself. Maybe that little bit extra control with the finger spin.
Saif's going to get away with a boundary first ball. There's an edge. He was looking at it squarer than that, but got an edge. There's obviously no slip at this stage. Gets away with a 4. But Jake Libby's had a good little spell here. Change of bowling at the Lynn Wilson end led to the dismissal of Bartlett, and change of bowling at the David Capel end led to the dismissal of Vasconcelos. But Saif Sayed will be busy. He won't want the bowler to settle. That's where he's intending to hit the first ball. And that is going to be 4. I think it's Rob Jones out there on the point boundary. He did a good job of diving and stopping the ball initially. Got a long right arm behind it. It bounced against his left arm, went back over his right arm for 4. Can count himself a little bit unlucky, but Saif Sayed 4-4. What a start.
Yeah, there should, I think, be a mindset here for Saif to get Jake Libby out of the attack. Make him go back to one of the seamers that he didn't want to bowl.
Absolutely. The problem really is, well, wickets change matches, don't they? So having gone bang, bang, 2 guys in on 0, we may be, in this lineup, maybe a frontline batter short. I think, in fact, let me get off the fence. I think we are, with Lewis coming in at carded at 5, please. He's not coming at 5, Saif Sayed has. We may be a frontline batter short. There's still, after this ball, that's close. Still 9 overs to go. Oh, it's going to be a leg by. I thought it was going to give that as runs. Pretty straight from here, that. A big appeal. We'll just look at the replay.
Just outside the line, I think, maybe.
Outside the line, yeah. Yeah. Benefit of the doubt. There'll be doubt whether that ball is hitting him in front of off stump, in which case he can be given out. Or if it hits him outside off stump, he can't be given out. The umpire said, look, there's a bit of doubt on that one, on that score. And that's the reason He didn't raise his finger. But it's good to have the left and right partnership. It's good to see two young guys out. That's what this competition is doing. He's giving young players opportunities in games to really contribute. So, yeah, there's still 9 overs to go. There's almost half a T20 game to go. Don't look at it that way. There's a lot of balls still to face. But it's dots that will kill you here. Got to rotate. There, well played. James Sales gets off the mark. And I've said before, and it's pretty self-evident, Save doesn't have to get himself in ever. Always in. That's the way he feels. He just plays from ball 1. Naturally gifted young cricketer, this kid. He's had a little look at Tom Taylor at backward point. So he knows that there's only one man there for the reverse sweep. That might be the conversation between bowler and captain. Yeah, they're looking at Tom Taylor as well. And Jake Libb is saying, well, if I put one there, I can't block extra cover. What am I going to do? And he's having a word with Gareth Roderick as well. And they are plugging the gap for the reverse sweep. Interesting, the keeper having a big input here into where the field should be set. So actually, yeah, I think that's a better option. So the conversation there was, do we have a man on the 45? Yes, we do. So they've taken out mid-wicket. But 2 men, importantly, that all of that conversation was about safe reverse sweeping, and they've got 2 men on the reverse sweep. I still think he goes for it, to be honest, if he wants to.
I think to have taken 45 out for safe to cover off the reverse sweep, when particularly when we've obviously watched him play a lot here, and you see that kind of, I don't really know how best to describe it, but almost gets down on one knee and kind of scoops it over 45, doesn't he?
Yeah.
But it's not really a shot. It's more of just a continuation of the ball path.
Yeah, that's right. It's a bit like a reverse image of the Karen Nair shot, where Karen Nair hits on top of the ball, safe it's under the ball, but it's a similar thing. But I like this field. I think that's good. Extra cover, 2 men behind square on the offside for the reverse sweep and a 45. And no one in front on the leg side saving a single. And that's the hole it creates there at mid-wicket. Save takes advantage of that.
Yeah, so Worcestershire happy to let that single go in the protection of the boundaries at this stage of the game. I think because they'll know that Northants at the moment are cruising towards a score that isn't going to be enough in their eyes.
It'll be interesting. Let's say, where are we now? So we've got 8 overs to go. 48 balls. Yeah. Looks like 290 might be closer than anything else.
Yeah.
That might feel under par from a Northamptonshire perspective, but actually, even when guys have been in, they haven't found it entirely straightforward in terms of scoring. So I'm going to sort of sit a little bit on I think 290 is a competitive number if we bowl well.
It's in the game, isn't it?
It is in the game.
Absolutely. And I think at this current rate, 5.45, it would take Northants up to 273. 6s takes it to 277. 8s to 293.
Okay, 8s is 293. Okay. All right. Well, we should get there, I think. Jake Libby's bowled 1 over. He won't bowl anymore. 1 over for 9 runs, but crucially, 1 wicket. That was the wicket of Vasconcelos. The drag on. The Dan dismissal, as I like to call it. And it brings back, certainly for me, he's been the pick of the bowlers so far. Worcestershire is Ethan Brooks. He's bowled so far now 8.1 overs, 0 for 25. So he's going at just 3 and over, which is a difficult thing to do in 50 over cricket in any situation.
It certainly is.
Oh, that ball again is jagged across the bat of Safe. He's gone past the outside edge of the right-handers. He's gone past the outside edge of the left-handers. So he's got the ball to cut both ways off the seam. And perhaps his best attribute has been his accuracy in terms of line and length in particular. I said when he came on, he'd have to hold his length. Boy, has he done that well. That's a remarkable shot. That's ridiculous cricket from Safe. Okay, so if you're going to bowl bail height, I'm going to flick it over my own shoulder, nearly at my right nostril. There would have been a fleeting moment when Save thought, oh no, that's gone too straight. But no, it's got it over the keeper's head. 2 bounces for 4.
Yeah, that was certainly meant to go over the leg side, wasn't it, from Save? And I think in the end, it actually went slightly over the offside.
It did, I think, yeah, by the time it finished. Gareth Roderick will be happy that he got his head out of the way as well. You got to find a way, don't you? You know, Save, saying, look, I've got to find a way to score, and this guy's giving me nothing. I've got to be inventive. Slower ball, tempted ramp from Save. That's I think that's a real development. It's only he gets one down to fine leg, but in Safe's game, he's reading intent. He was down early. He knew that ball was going to be fuller. Down early to flick it, hopefully inside the fielder at fine leg, but he got it to him. But I love the intent, reading the game. And now for the first time, Ethan Brooks under a little bit of pressure. Extra cover's a good boundary option here. Firmly down the ground for a single. Not a bad option here for James. If he gets a poor ball, certainly bash it. But otherwise, get off strike, give the strike to Save. He's already 16 off 10. 3 of those have been boundaries. So he's scoring at 160 already. Let's hope he continue to do that the next 7 overs and 1 ball. Because if he does, then Northampton will be closer to that 300 number. Last ball of the over. That's beautifully bowled again. Nice bit of wicket keeping that Dan will have enjoyed.
Yeah, I was just thinking about the final 2 overs of Ethan Brooks' spell. That's been so good. And that is, as you said, really good work by Brooks and Roderick. But because the keeper's up to the stumps, Brooks can't really go short. And I'm sure he's got a decent bumper in him, which allows someone like Save to premeditate a lot of these shots that we know he's so good at. He knows worst case scenario, it's going to be bail length. And at that point there, we saw with that 4 that went over the keeper's head that he can play that shot. He knows he's not going to get one any shorter than that because it was going to go over Roderick. And it would be 4 byes, wouldn't it? Or potentially wides if it was shorter than that. So I don't know whether it would be time for Roderick to go back or not for that last over.
Kind of slashed away. Don't know quite where Jimmy Sales was hitting that one. But he got enough bat on it to get it over the infield and out to the man on the boundary for a single. Just rehearsing, hitting it a bit straighter. Carved it away a wee bit. He's bowled well, Singh. Save targeting that pocket at deep mid-wicket or cow corner. Take your choice. Another boundary to Save. That was premeditated. He was going to hit it into the leg side somewhere, got his front leg out of the way to get access to the ball. As it was, the length of the ball meant that pocket at deep mid-wicket was the target. Got it right in the middle of the 2 fielders. Now there's a huge gap at mid-wicket for the orthodox sweep. It also led to a change in field, which is never good if you're the fielder being swapped out. Tom Taylor goes to long on. There's a bit of a reorganisation of personnel, but the field is essentially the same. There are 3 men out on the leg side boundary, long on, very straight deep mid-wicket, and a square leg just behind. So the gap on the leg side between the 2 sets of stumps is huge. Bowls a flat fast ball outside off stump. Any bat on that is probably 4. Interesting option. Graham White was saying earlier about pace, and maybe pace off is the way to go here. That's great cricket. Save knew exactly how he'd hit that ball and was very early saying, come back to James Sales. And he was able to do that. It was in the gap between the 2 fielders out there. This is where the young bowler might just go pace, and actually slower would be better. That's swept just for a single. And Save. So crikey, as I said earlier, he's backed me up here. So if he doesn't get himself in, doesn't need to, because he's always in. 23 off 15. Last ball of this over. James Sales is looking around thinking, where is my boundary option? He's looking leg side. It's a big boundary over there. But I think he's fancying more leg side. There's 3 fielders to get out on the leg side boundary. Well bowled. It was flat. Knocked down the ground for a single. There can only be one there. Yeah, so not a bad over, but again, a boundary within that over. Save is just so busy, isn't he? And the other thing, he's come out and shown great intent. He's busy. So much skill because he can hit the ball in so many different areas. He's added to that through his career. The one area where that's actually in that over, the pocket, the cow corner, if you like, was an area as a younger player that he struggled with. He was happier getting leg side of the ball and hitting it through the offside. Really, really good at that. But has worked hard on developing his leg side power game. And now he is a 360-degree player. He can hit the ball anywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. He's certainly one of my favourite players to watch when I come up and get the pleasure of doing the commentary here at Northamptonshire. Just some of the shots, and as we've seen in this short innings so far, particularly that shot over the keeper, you're just left speechless a lot of the time.
Well, that's a fine inside edge. They're going to pick up 2. James Howard's coming back. He's quick enough. It was an edge that went into the leg side. It just dissected the 2 fielders out on the leg side boundary. There are 4 fielders out on the leg side boundary, a long on, a deep mid wicket, a deep square, and a fine leg. There's 1 boundary fielder on the offside who's at point. 4 men on the single, all on the offside. Oh, again, Brooks has moved the ball more than anyone in this game. He has been impressive.
It's been really good to watch. I think it's getting to a point here with James Sales, 14 balls, 15 deliveries faced. I think he's got to find that acceleration and go through these gears quite quickly. McManus is next.
Yeah.
Gus Miller's next. Broad as well.
Get away from it, hit it through the offside. That's my option here. Yeah. Still play cricket shots through that area. It's a slower ball. Well struck, wasn't it? Struck it beautifully. The fielder, the captain, Jake Libbiot, mid-off inside the circle, just defends that, allows the single, which brings the one-man highlights reel. Save, 15 balls for 23. Where is he going to try and hit this?
Does he take a risk here? Or do Northants, with safe save in particular, just try and see Ethan Brooks out?
Well, I think he probably tries to score. He tries to repeat a shot that was successful for him earlier by lifting it over the keeper, getting away, misses it. I think it's what would you call it? Managed risk. It's not all out, is it? You're not going all in. I think James Sales could go all in. He can get away from the ball. If he misses it and he's exposed his stumps, okay, then that's going to be out. But get away from the stumps, open up the offside, and if he times it through the offside, he probably gets a 4. If it's over length, he can try and lift it over Jake Libby at mid-off. And with that in mind, okay, well done, captain. The mid-off who was inside the ring goes back, fine leg comes up. Good cricket from Worcester. Pace off from Ethan Brooks, giving James Sales nothing to work with. That's very, very, very good cricket. Really like that cricket. Good thinking cricket, that.
He's got 1 left. None for 35 of 9.5 overs.
He's deserved the wicket, hasn't he?
He certainly has, if not more than 1.
So I think safe here. Get a single at the other end. Yeah, okay. Everyone was happy with that outcome.
Yeah.
We thought about a short ball, and you said earlier, no, he's not bowled a bouncer, because if he bowled a very slow ball into the pitch, Save could only really knock it into the leg side, keep the strike. But that is a very fine spell from Ethan Brooks. That is how you bowl medium pace in this format. Brilliantly bowled. He bowled that like a real cut, like a Darren Stevens, like a veteran of the game. Very good skill, great control, and it offered threat as well. Really well bowled.
Yeah, 5 to go. 250 for 3. The Steelbacks, having been asked to bat first by Worcestershire and Jake Libby. Save, the man on strike. He's 24 off 17. Sales finding it slightly harder. 9 off 17. And it's going to be spin to continue. Fate seeing 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 44. Look at a Bartlett, the reverse sweep for Save. Doesn't connect with it. Allows 2 batters to switch in. It's going to be a leg bite.
Good faith shown in the young man, isn't it? The bowl.
Absolutely.
This 46th over. He's got seam available to him.
I think whichever option Jake Libby went to, they'd all be young men, wouldn't they? That one given a little extra flight.
Well, other than Tom Taylor.
Yeah, of course.
Relatively, as a young man.
Relatively speaking.
Relative to me as a young man, but relative to the other bowlers is the senior man in the side. Looking to go under the bat a bit, Singh at the death here. As he has there, and Save missed out there. Didn't quite get it. He's looking to bowl that under the bat, a Yorker length. Ended up a slotty length. Just missed it.
One straight. I think that's got a big inside edge on it. See what the umpire signals. Yeah, runs given. So frustrating start to this over for the Steelbacks, but a great one for the Rapids. Just 3 runs being added to the tally. That's gone straight through James Sales, I think, who stands there and eventually does go. I think James Sales might have been just making sure that hadn't come back off Roderick, or Roderick hadn't disturbed the bails, but in fact, gone straight through him, clipped the outside half of off stump. And Fateh Singh's got his 2nd wicket, 2 for 46 off 8.5. And the Steelbacks are 4 down for 253. And that was, well, probably not the innings that the Steelbacks wanted there from James Sales. Just struggled to get going. 10 off 19. But he's on his way back. And the skipper, Lewis McManus, makes his way out to the middle to join Save. This feels like a partnership that could be incredibly productive for the Steelbacks in these 4 and a bit overs that are left today.
It's going to need to be, isn't it? It's going to need to be. It's unfortunate for James Sales there when he came to the crease that he lost the in man.
Yeah.
Very, very quickly. Almost as soon as he got out there, Vasconcelos chopped on, and then there were 2 men on 0. He wasn't able to rotate quite as well as he'd have wanted to, and get Save Zaeb on strike as frequently as he'd have wanted to. And he had to take a risk there, and couldn't die wondering he'd exposed his stumps. It was a good bit of bowling. Just clipped the off stump.
Bit of width on offer. McManus takes the single, will keep the strike. 4 overs to go, 254 for 4. Run rate just stuck, really, isn't it? Since Prithvi Shaw's departure at 5.5 runs and over, Worcestershire have done really well to draw it back. And 8 now, Rowie, until the end of the game, only get Northampton to 286.
Yeah.
30 overs gone. We were talking about 320, 330 as a score.
Yeah, it was 164 after 30, wasn't it? But Northampton scored another 90 runs in the last 16 overs for 3 wickets. Worcester have been, as I would kind of expect them to be with Jake Libby at the helm, really intelligent about the way about their cricket. But a very, sorry, Dan,
no.
a very strong finish here.
Yeah.
And who knows?
Yeah, Tom Taylor back into the attack from the David Capel end. He's got 2 overs left, none for 43, so he will bowl out from the top end of the ground as we're sitting. Fateh Singh's got 1 left, which means there's going to be an over or 2 that are going to have to be found from somebody else. That's pulled away from McManus. And I think that's going to be 4. It beats the fielder in front of the Jackson Grundy. It's going to be 4 off the first ball of the over. So a good start for the Steelbacks. Yeah, interesting. Well, the one bowler is going to have to come back and bowl 1 over from the Lynn Wilson centre end, assuming that Fateh Singh is going to bowl out, which I think he probably deserves to do. 9 overs, 2 for 47.
I think Khan will bowl one of the 2 overs. The only question is which one does he bowl? I mean, I think I'd keep Singh going now. And then Khan to come on for 1. That's a lovely shot down the ground.
It back-to-back 4s. It runs across the advertising banner, really well fielded down on the boundary. Saves his team a couple of runs. Big dive from Ethan Brooks. He's been brilliant with the ball all day. He's putting a shift in the field as well. Second, it runs across those advertising posters or whatever you want to call them. It just seems to gather pace, doesn't it? Slightly less resistant than the grass. And it took a full-length dive from Brooks to stop that one going.
Brooks' full-length dive did brilliantly. Got it, was off balance, threw it in to the keeper's end. It actually bounced just on the edge of the wicket, and the umpire says, throw it off the wicket. That's just lunatic. There's no feel for the game there from the umpire at all. You expect him to do. He's on one leg, having dived full length. Give him a break. And the umpires never do anything about that anyway. Oh, wow.
6 off the first 2 balls. Make that 7 off the first 3. For a moment there, McManus would have been wondering whether he'd picked out Rob Jones at deep backward square. As it is, it's been a good start to the over. Productive for the Steelbacks. Safe save now on strike. Tom Taylor changes the angle to the left-hander.
Offside looks favourite for safe save. I suspect he's going to be an into the pitch ball. Safe save will try and get away from it and get it through the offside. Does, and he's followed well bowled, Tom Taylor.
Tries to give himself some room, doesn't he?
That's his favourite shot. He's inside out, sort of getting his hands coming from wide back into his body, opening up the face of the bat, hitting the ball up and over the offside. He does that so well. Unfortunately for safe save, Tom Taylor has seen a bit of cricket and he's seen a lot of safe save. Bumper. Bumper might be a good option here. He'll flap at it.
It's not. It's into the thigh pad of safe save. Tom Taylor tries to... Well, just misses the front post, doesn't he, Tom Taylor, there with the cross into the box. Leg by Signal. So it's a good finish to the over. Tom Taylor's responded well, having been hit for 6 off the first 2 balls by Lewis McManus. The next 3 have just gone for 2 runs. Can he get out of the over for the Rapids? 262 for 4.
I think pace off for Lewis would be a good option here from a bowling perspective. Pace off, maybe even sort of top of 4th stump, some pace off. Ask him to hit on top of the bounce through the offside.
There is that short ball, and I think that's
overhead height, surely. Yeah.
It's going to be a wide. I think it just highlights. I think it was a slow ball by Tom Taylor, but I think that highlights kind of the pitch has been used because that, well, it just died, didn't it? The second that hit the pitch.
Oh, actually went miles down the leg side as well. I hadn't quite appreciated how wide that was. It was called wide rather than no ball. It was, yeah, I mean, it was 2 wides, really. It was a double wide. We're a long way in line from the wicket. It looked like it went overhead high, but it went actually miles down the leg side.
Up and over the offside. Jake Libby was interested for a while. It just got a bit big on him. It's going to cut it off. It's only going to be 2 added to the tally. So it's a good over for the Steelbacks. 265 for 4 with 4 to go. Tom Taylor's got 1 left, which he'll almost certainly bowl. It is going to be Fateh Singh to continue and bowl out from the Lynn Wilson centre end.
He's been impressive, Dan. I think this young guy on loan from Notts. He's been very impressive. I guess he'll be a cricketer that Jake Libby will have had an awareness of. Jake ex-Notts, been aware of the young lad coming through their system. And as Graham White was saying, he's blocked a bit at Brent Bridge with Patterson White. And the young leg spinner there, whose name escapes me, who's blocking his way. So he's coming to this side. And yeah, he looks very, very good as he comes. Young left armour.
Safe save, triggers across.
Out.
And runs that straight at the man at backward point. I think Safe Save's saying that that's a bump ball. My initial thought was that was a bump ball, Rowie.
Yeah, I think it might have been.
I think the two umpires here are just coming together to have a conversation. Safe Save's not moving. Worcestershire are celebrating. And the umpires have made the decision and Safe Save is out. So it's the third wicket for Singh, the slow left armour on loan from Notts, impressing for Worcestershire. Has bowled very, very well. 3 for 47, 9.1 overs at the death as well, restricting this Steelbacks innings. And Safe Save has got to go for 26.
It's very difficult to tell, isn't it, on the camera and so on, but the flight of the ball looked like it came off the middle of the bat, rather than being hit into the ground. But the wicket is quite hard there at the where the bowlers land. Basically, it could have been a bump ball. Safe obviously wasn't so sure, but the ball flew quickly and flat, which suggested that he'd got all of it and it hadn't come off the ground. But either way, it was a good bit of bowling because that's where he was trying to bowl it, wide and in the hole. And he got it about wide and in the hole. Brings Gus Miller out to bat. Unfortunately for Gus Miller, there's only 2 and a bit overs to go, 2 overs and 5 balls, because he had played well in this competition so far. Finds himself coming in at number 7 because of the changes to the batting order.
Fired in, speared in by Singh. Miller turns it into the leg side, looks for a second. McManus says no. Yeah, Gus Miller's been in good form. It's been great to see him play, actually, as well, to get an opportunity in this competition. Batted really nicely, didn't he, with Safe Save at Radlett. High score of 73 in the One Day Cup. Responsibility really on the captain here, isn't there, Phil? I think to get his team up to a number that they're going to be prepared to have a bowl at. 267 for 5. It's a shorter ball, bit of a drag down from Singh, gets away with it. New man Miller can only muscle it down to long on for a single.
Gave him no pace, did he? No pace at all to work with. Wouldn't necessarily bowl that ball to a guy who's really in, to a newcomer. Good delivery.
Over pitch that time, which again only goes for a single. Well fielded in the offside. 1 ball left of Singh's spell. 3 for 50 off 9.5 overs. That 3 for 51. 2 overs to go then. Phil, that was potential chance for a second there, and with the benefit of hindsight, having watched that just skip off the wicket end over the head of Gareth Roderick, there would have been 2, wouldn't there? 270 for 5 then. Miller and McManus, the 2 men at the crease for the Steelbacks. Taylor will bowl out from David Capel end, and it does look like it's going to be Hishan Khan who will bowl the final over of the day from the Lynn Wilson Centre, and just seen him warm up. He's just had a run through there, hasn't he?
Yeah, well bowled by the slow left arm. I've said it a few times. He has bowled. He's been very impressive, Fateh Singh. I've been very, very impressed with him. He's kept it very simple. Bowled a lot of balls, of Yorkers at the end there. Varied his pace nicely.
Gus Miller down the grounds. Gus Miller 1 bounce, 4. Just
he hit that hard, done.
Just loaded that up, didn't he?
Wow, that was 1 bounce. That bounced once inside the boundary rope. Gee, where's he hit that ball hard?
Well, he's got a license, doesn't he?
Wow, that went like a shell. This next one will probably not be full pace, I suspect, after that one.
Bit of pace off. He has got that short boundary on the leg side, though, for Gus Miller. Can he target it? Can he send one over towards the coffee van? Thought about it. Targeting the leg stump, Tom Taylor. Takes the single. I think that ended up being a low full toss, didn't it, from Tom Taylor, which on another day could have been deposited over the boundary. The big gap, isn't there, between long on and deep mid wicket as well. Do you think Gus Miller there played that for the single? Or do you think that was just...
Yeah, I think at the death he did. I think he was looking for a ball that he could get his arms through. And he was followed, wasn't he, by Tom Taylor. So in the end, he just had to take a single down the ground.
It's a great delivery. Great delivery by Tom Taylor. Gets the Yorker in, which is, well, dug out in the end by McManus, trying to target that short leg side. Bounces up over the stumps, and it's going to be a dot ball. .275 for 5. 9 balls remain in the innings.
Khan is showing that he's a bit nervous. He's doing a number of bowl throughs down here at short third man, coming on for the last over. He won't have done that very often in professional cricket, that's for sure.
There is that short leg side. Has he picked him out? He has. Straight down the throat of the man in front of Wendell with the flag, and the skipper's got to go. Tom Taylor gets his first wicket on his return to Wantage Road, and it's the man, the captain, Lewis McManus, goes for 11. And that platform that was built at the start and continued to be built up to the 30th over, potentially the foundations of it weren't quite as good as your fielding, Mitt.
Yeah, well, no, that's right. I'm just trying to work out where the insult was, and it was there.
Yeah, it was there.
And it was fair as well. Absolutely.
Well, I've never seen this fielding, Mitt.
Well, you can have it if I can. I think I might have given it away, actually. I don't think it wasn't given back to me eventually. Very expensive and very bad mitt, used by a guy who's not very good with a good mitt. So that combination. Anyway, Justin Broad comes to the crease. He's got a maximum of 8 balls if he's to face every ball to make an impact on this innings, which has stumbled, really, hasn't it? It's lost its way a wee bit, I have to say. And he's going to fall considerably short, almost no matter what happens over those 8 balls. He's going to fall short of the 300 that Graham White, and I think everyone here was suggesting would be the minimum at 300. That was from a position of 164 for 1 after 30. And so, those next 19 overs to date have really gone Worcestershires way.
Broad off the mark. Is he going to come back for a second? No, he's going to settle on the single. It has been absolutely fantastic by Worcestershire. Let's not kind of just say that it's been a case that Northants have stumbled or spluttered or anything like that. It's just been good bowling, hasn't it?
Yeah.
They've not really allowed Northants to accelerate.
Absolutely. I think, one thing I'd say is I don't think Northants have missed out on lots of boundary balls. Sometimes you can look at a number and think, we clothed 10 balls that could have been another 40. I don't think we've missed out on many boundary balls. They just haven't bowled many. That's the first thing I'd say. That's well bowled. And that's great batting.
Straight down the ground.
Outstanding batting, Gus Miller.
Gone all the way by Gus Miller.
Wow.
What a shot that is. That hand speed, that snap of the wrists at the point of impact just carried that the distance down the ground. It's 6 off the final ball.
Bowser. I mean, that's almost perfectly bowled by just a few inches away from being a perfect Yorker. And Gus Miller has backed away and he's just chopped his wrists into that. I know the Miller family are good hockey players. I think Gus Miller would have been a decent hockey player as well, probably still is, because that was a bit of a hockey shot.
Yeah, well, it's reminiscent of that Joss Butler.
Yeah.
Dig the Yorker out, and next thing you know, it's gone for 6 back over your head.
It was well said. It was very Joss Butler, who himself was a brilliant hockey player. That was a shot of a great hockey player. What a cricket shot that was.
Well, he's going to be Hishan Khan to bowl the final over of the innings. 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 35.
20 off this, we get to 300.
Just the 20.
Well, 18, in fact.
Yeah. Justin Broad is the man on strike.
I'm going to say there might be a wide this over with field because he won't want to give any width.
Yeah, well, he's bowled 4 in those 6 overs in the build up to this. And as you say, he's could come on through and bowl the best over of his day so far.
They could, yeah.
Body language wise, and understandably so. He's young.
Yeah.
He's early into his professional career. Just looked a little bit nervous. It's a short ball pulled away. He's got protection out there on the leg side, so it's well bowled. Broad gets down the other end, but it does bring Gus Miller on strike, who's hitting the ball really well today. She said you spotted those bowl throughs. He was running through there whilst the umpire had the arm stretched out, wanted to get into the over. The second he could get into the over, I would imagine a lot of that pressure just comes off. 5 balls to go. Gus Miller, 14 off 6. 1-4, 1-6. Short ball ramped away by Miller. Nonchalantly wanders down and gives Justin Broad a punch to the gloves. Gus Miller's in some form, isn't he?
And, you know, I have to say, he is in some form. He's the man in form. He's coming in at number 7. He was showing me 4 fingers there, which I suggest is where I think he might have come in. Yeah. Just struggling with that one a wee bit.
Yeah. He certainly would have ticked the box for that right-hand, left-hand combination, wouldn't he, with Vasconcelos? Goes Yorker. Gus Miller tries to go for the same area. Doesn't get enough on it. Dribbles its way out to Tom Taylor at 45.
Gus Miller, he's not doing this deliberately, but he's punching his bat. He missed it a couple of times. Eventually got it. Disappointed, but credit to the bowler. That's great bowling.
Yeah, it's a good comeback, isn't it?
It is.
3 balls to go. He's got his protection out on the leg side, hasn't he? Tom Taylor's just going down as well to fine leg. He's got fine leg, deep square, deep mid-wicket, long on.
Got to get away from this ball. He's gone the other way. Oh, well played,
Beauty.
Justin Broad.
Straight over Gareth Roderick for a 1-bounce 4. So anything Gus Miller can do, Justin Broad can do as well.
That wasn't badly bowled. It's just improvisation, isn't it? You know, the modern player, they will practice this situation a heck of a lot. Where's my open boundary? What's my option? Okay, if I hit the orthodox shot here, I only get a 1. So actually, I need to be inventive. And Justin Broad flicked it over the keeper's head. Brilliantly bowled. Captain's at mid-off, just giving him a bit of advice. There are 2 balls to go, 292. 2 boundaries gets us to 300.
Reverse sweep from Broad.
Reverse pull.
Yeah, I started to say sweep and then realised I probably said the wrong thing there, but...
Well, it was reverse hit, attempted reverse hit.
Run the...
Surely, Dan, surely you're better off backing away and hitting that like an uppercut over the offside rather than reverse pull, aren't you?
I think so.
Surely.
I think so.
Crikey, O'Reilly.
Go leg side, put your hands through it.
Yeah.
It feels like a better percentage, doesn't it, I think? Last ball then of the innings, 293 for 6. Gus Miller, 19 off 8. Great Yorker. What a final delivery that is by Khan. And it's going to come back for a second. Dug out by Gus Miller. And the final tally then, the Steelbacks having been put into bats here by Worcestershire and Jake Libby, is 295 for 6. Gus Miller finishes on 21. Prithvi Shaw top scores with 72. Vasconcelos 68. Bartlett 60. Sales 10. Zabe 26. McManus 11. Miller 21 not out. Broad 7 not out. And the pick of the bowlers, Fateh Singh, 10 overs, 1 maiden. 3 for 51. A wicket for Tom Taylor. A wicket for Hishan Khan. A wicket for Jake Libby. And an economical 10 overs for 36 for Ethan Brooks. So when we come back after the break, we get half an hour break here. The Rapids will require 296 to win and to maintain that unbeaten start in the competition. Phil, let's go grab some lunch, and we'll be back in about 25 minutes.
Yes, A big fingers on its way. Still customers 299 for 6 targets. So what do you reckon the chase? From 296. Would you want to like to the honors we think of the bonding that soldiers and children and conquerors? And like making rules the film inside the seconds. Please welcome North.
Welcome back to Wantage Road, the county ground in Northampton. The second innings of this Metro Bank One-Day Cup about to get underway. Stream at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club is powered by Daffabet. Two batters for Worcestershire make their way out to the middle to join the 11 Steelbacks fielders. Having won the toss this morning, the Rapids required 296 runs to win off 50 overs, 5.92 runs per over required. And it's going to be Ed Pollock and Gareth Roderick opening the batting for the Rapids, both in good form. And Ben Sanderson will open the bowling from the David Capel end. Two slips in place, Prithvi Shaw at first, Vasconcelos at second. Here we go. Oh, that's not far away from disturbing the furniture. My name's Dan Jadzovics, and I'm joined, as I have been all morning, by Phil Rowe. Who's...
Welcome back.
Oh, hang on. You just need to move your microphone down a touch. Let the
brilliant.
people hear you, Rowe.
That was very nearly a bowled off the underside of the thigh pad, wasn't it, first ball? Thigh pads are so big nowadays, they do protrude out, and the ball hits underneath. It can jag back onto leg stump, which that nearly did. Josh Cobb was out twice in one season like that for us.
Really?
Yeah. Wasn't out.
One left alone. A bit of shape away from Gareth Roderick. Yeah, the protection's just got a bit bigger, as you'd probably want as a batter, to be honest with you. Those cricket balls into the thighs, they're not the most comfortable of experiences in the world.
What newspaper down there?
In my day.
There's not a cricket ball made that
No.
can hurt me. Is that what Brian Close said?
Probably, yeah. You knew you were rich if you had two newspapers down there. Inside edge of Roderick, who gets off the mark with a single into the leg side. Good start for the Steelbacks. Good start for Sanderson, asking a couple of questions.
Kind of feel early wickets are going to be absolutely key, aren't they? There's a number of ways this game could go, and we're going to enjoy it unveiling itself in front of us, see what it's got to offer as a game of cricket. But I kind of feel like the biggest chance Northants have got is to take early wickets up front. That's where the experience, the power, the form is in the Worcestershire side is up front, top 4, top 5.
Yeah, 2 or 3 in the first 10, I think, would swing the balance slightly, wouldn't it? You get rid of Roderick, Pollock, Jones, and/or Libby, and then you put the responsibility on Ethan Brooks, Rehan Edavalath, Tom Taylor, Hishan Khan as well. But I think probably how this is going to go, there'll be maybe 12 overs from Sanderson and White at the top. Be quite watchful won't take too many risks, and then the Rapids will look to attack. Justin Broad, Gus Miller, safe save. Squared up, run off the face of the bat. It's going to be a single, so Pollock gets off the mark, and they're going to attack Sales, Heldrick, etc. Try and do their catching up at that point.
Yeah, they've got to be. They have to be watchful. They can afford to be watchful as well against the new ball attack from Northants, White and Sanderson. There won't be a better attack in this competition around the country, and Worcester will know that. Real premium on not getting out to those two. Oh, that's close.
Big appeal for LBW. Big appeal from behind the stumps. Umpire says no. Thilroy says it was close. Let's have a look at the replay.
But I know it's not out. Not only because Ben Sanderson didn't have a great deal of interest in that appeal.
Comes a long way down, doesn't he?
Yes.
Roderick there. It's a big, big stride forward.
It swung and nipped, didn't it? So the angle that the ball took was very significant as a combination of those two forces, as it were, the swing and the seam. Not a bad start, though.
Very good start. And it was only really Ethan Brooks that we saw generate a great deal of movement off the surface. So encouraging for Northants and Ben Sanderson that he's found a little bit early doors. Jack White to open the bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Hits the length perfectly. Starts with a dot ball. Best figures in the competition so far this summer for Jack White of 3 for 6. That came down at Hampshire. And unfortunately, wasn't able to continue with the ball in that game.
He got a niggle in his knee, was it? In the field,
so.
Something like that. Pollock is the top order from Worcester are full of power. And Libby is probably a little bit slightly different to that. He's more traditional, hits the ball along the floor more than any of the others, I guess. But that is what I'm talking about.
Picked up over the leg side. Off the super sopper, I think. Pinged off the roof of the super sopper. 6 runs. Pollock has a look at 1 and then goes 6.
Ed Pollock, he came into the game sort of later with Warwickshire initially in T20. He was a T20 only signing from Warwickshire. And when he first came into the side, just used to try and hit every ball for 6. He was like a free play, really. And when he came off, it was incredible, but too many non-starts from him at that time. But as he's stayed in the game, moving to Worcestershire, he's developed his game. So he's capable of that we saw 2 balls ago. And he hasn't lost any of that, but he's added to that a bit more technique. And I guess also probably a bit more circumspection. He knows at this level he can't just play that way and be anywhere near as consistent as he needs to be. So it's been interesting to see the development of him and what he's needed to do to stay in the game. He is a very, very dangerous man now because he can keep out your better balls. Oh,
it's a beauty.
He couldn't keep that one out. Unfortunately, it didn't catch the edge or hit the stump, but he played all around it.
Absolute beauty from Jack White. Just held its line, really, didn't it?
Didn't do a lot, did it?
Whether Pollock was just expecting it to come in off the seam.
But yeah, he is a very, very dangerous man. Hitting that way, the wind is there's a little breeze here. Get it up in the air over the leg side, and it's going to go all the way. Although that's not, that's going to be, he's dropped it.
Heldrick's put it down.
Oh no.
That would have been the dream start for the Steelbacks. Early on, Pollock goes leg side again, doesn't get all of it. It hangs in the air towards Heldrick. Got 2 hands to it and unfortunately just couldn't hold on and ends up going down. Big chance for the Steelbacks. We said early wickets were key. That could have been one of them. Jack White, well, doesn't ever look like the happiest bloke to be on a cricket field, but that's not cheered him up, is it?
That's not cheered him up at all. He did give Freddie Heldrick a long stare there, and Heldrick wisely averted his eyes. Oh, that's out.
Has it carried?
I don't think it has.
It has.
It has.
Prithvi Shaw has scooped that ball up
That's a great catch.
off the grass. It's a fantastic catch, as you said, Phil Rowe, and the early wicket is there. It's not Ed Pollock, but it is Gareth Roderick, the man who scored 152 last time out against Derbyshire, is on his way back early doors. Just one to his name.
Yeah, that's I like. Oh yeah, it has gone in comfort. Gareth Roderick did well there because he saw the ball go into the hands. Other players might have stood around, and the umpires immediately looked at each other and thought, "Oh crikey, we're going to have to actually make a decision." And they didn't, because Gareth Roderick did the right thing. He saw it go in and he marched off. He's that kind of cricketer. That's a great breakthrough. Said just a few minutes ago, Northampton's best chance of defending this score successfully is to take early wickets, and they could have taken 2 in 2. As it was, they've got 1 in the 2. Roderick is a dangerous man, and it's good to see the back of him. But it brings an equally in-form Rob Jones to the crease.
Yeah. Rob Jones at 3. Quite as in form as the other 3 in that top 4. 62 runs, an average of 31, high score of 44, but did score 100 here in this competition last summer in the Rapids. His win at Northampton. 5 of the last meetings between these two sides in the one-day competition. Worcestershire have won 4 of those. The one back in, I think, 2017, I think it was actually a tie. But Worcestershire successful in this fixture over the last 5. It's left alone by Ed Pollock.
So many times we've said this, is Sanderson so good against left-handers because he can run the ball across as he's done there, and with very little change in wrist can get that same ball, that one that nips across you can get the one to nip back. And he gets a lot of wickets left, and he gets a lot of wickets LBW, hitting people on the shin, thinking it's going across, and it jags back. Oh,
and again, a beauty. Sanderson really getting this white ball just to talk a little bit. Pollock just plays and misses at that one.
I just run across him nicely, didn't it? Has to play at that. Can't leave that ball at all. Has to play at it. On a good day, you miss him. On another day, you nick him. That's just what Northants need. Already had 1 chance, quite a comfortable opportunity. Well, there's a bit going on, isn't there?
There certainly is. As you mentioned, Ed Pollock started his career in that fashion in T20 cricket. And I've got a feeling that for a while, at least, he had the highest strike rate in blast cricket, I think.
Yeah, that'll be right.
And for a long time as well. So I don't think you're going to have to bowl too many dot balls at Ed Pollock for him to get a little bit frustrated at the situation. But having seen the back of Gareth Roderick, a bit of responsibility on the other opener.
Catch. Ooh.
Especially having had a life early in this innings.
Yeah, it was, I mean, everyone drops them. It happens. It went to Freddie Heldrick's left, to his stronger hand. It was a thick inside edge, so the ball was probably spinning quite a lot. And if you don't get that in the middle of the hands, it can evade your grasp. And that is what happened there, unfortunately, for Freddie, for Jack, and for Northants. But there's enough happening out there that suggests another chance is not going to be far behind. That's beautifully bowled and beautifully played. You have a look at the weather.
No, I was just looking to see. I assume Freddie is now down at fine leg, or sorry, deep third, but I can't quite see round the corner. It's a catch that should have been taken. In the blast, we normally see Freddie fielding at 45. Obviously, mid-off is fairly unnatural position for him, maybe. Position he doesn't find himself in too often. I am clutching at straws. It should have been taken, but...
Yeah. I think he normally finds himself at 45, doesn't he? And there's been a couple there that in T20 cricket that might have been taken by Fred another time. So it's a work-on area for him. And, that he catches that, no one bats an eyelid, drops it. It becomes an issue. and it becomes an issue for the player. What's your best chance of catching one when you feel really confident and relaxed and comfortable? What's your best chance of dropping one is when you're anxious. And of course, he's aware that he's not the strongest fielder. He's aware that the odd chance has evaded his grasp. And so just goes a little bit anxious, tries to grab at it maybe.
Yeah.
It happens.
Tenses up a little bit as the ball comes towards you, and those hands just get a bit harder, don't they?
What you can do is practice hard, practice under a bit of pressure, put something on it.
Oh, it's down the leg side. It's going to be wides. It's going to be 5 of them. It's obviously moved a long way, that, because that's wrong-footed Lewis McManus, who ended up having to throw himself at that one down the leg side. Certainly wicket-keeping wise, I always find it quite important to keep my thumbs relaxed. Don't know if that makes any sense, but then it almost kind of feel, if you've got tense thumbs, if that makes sense, you can feel that then go all the way up your forearms.
Yeah, no, I've not heard that before. I like that. I'm having that, pinching that one.
Take it, run with it. I'm changing coaching manuals day by day.
Well, it's more like a lot of the best coaching tips are not literally accurate. It's kind of it's the feel they give you, you know. So, yeah, relax your thumb. Kind of as I'm doing that, my hands are opening, going a bit further together, which you want as a keeper, isn't it? Big catching area. So yeah, totally get that. Stiffer thumb. Your hands need to be palm to palm, and a narrower aperture for the ball to go in. Challenging off bail, Jack White. Good this.
Yeah, it's been a great start. 14 for 1 off 3.2. Jones yet to get off the mark. I think he was on loan, wasn't he, last summer from Lancashire? And then made the switch permanently to Worcestershire.
Yeah, I think that's a good signing. He's a good cricketer, Rob Jones. Hasn't bowled a lot for Worcestershire, but was sort of came into the game as a bat who could bowl leg spin. A very, very good fielder as well.
Into the thigh pad. Jack White beats the outside edge. Yeah, very exciting cricketer. As I say, one that you and I got the pleasure of calling his 100, I think his first and only 100 in List A cricket here last year against the Steelbacks. And it's getting to that time of year again, isn't it? With the player moves, you don't really get windows, so to speak, in cricket like you do in other sports, but it's getting to that time of year. See Northants recently announcing the departure at the end of the season of Emilio Gay, someone that you worked with a lot through the pathway, and I'm sure with that in mind, someone that you're a little bit sad to be seeing go.
Very sad to see him go, yeah, very sad. I haven't spoken to him since that news was announced. I've been aware for a while that he's potentially been looking to go elsewhere. So it didn't surprise me particularly. Maybe, I don't know whether the news of where he's gone has been announced yet.
Not yet.
No, okay.
Not yet. I think it's hidden in plain sight, I think.
Yeah,
but
okay. So
yeah,
we can't confirm that. But yeah, he's decided for his reasons that he wants to go elsewhere. And, you know, I wish him well. He's a lad that I've worked with considerably over a long time. And he's a player who's continuing to improve, I think. His all-round game is improving year on year. Whether there's a little bit of bowled again. This is good bowling. Jack White is all over Rob Jones, and Rob Jones is up to it at the moment. I mean, I think some of Emilio's thinking will be about, I want to play for England.
Yep.
Of course he should say that. I remember him saying that to me in an academy appraisal many years ago, and so he should. Does he feel? I mean, I think it's clear that he feels that he's got more chance of achieving that elsewhere. I'm not so sure about that. I'm not so sure that's necessarily the case. You know, Ben Duckett played for England from Northamptonshire, and he's not the only one. Ollie Stone has got international recognition from Northamptonshire, David Willey as well. So in recent years, so I don't necessarily hold to that, but players tend to think that.
Yeah.
And I'll come back to something important in a minute.
Pollock runs that down to deep third. It's going to be a single.
Which is also the role of agents in this. And, agents tend to get paid on retainer for a contract renewal, but they get paid a lot more for when the player moves. And so agents really, there's good ones, there's other ones. And the good ones advise the player well, and the other ones cash in, basically. And I'm not sure who Emilio's agent is, but I don't know what they've said to them. So, but that has been in previous iterations of moves that I've been aware of. I'm not aware of the background to this one, let me say that. But in other moves I've been aware of, and potential moves, that sometimes the best thing an agent can do is tell the player to stay where they are. And I've heard that advice given numerous times to players. And I think that's good advice, for the agent, because they don't get necessarily paid as much if the player moves. So, but Emilio's a strong-minded guy. He'll be driving this. I guess from Northamptonshire's perspective, having lost, it's now announced he's going, and clearly he's not going to be involved in this competition anymore. They'll be wanting to make sure that they do what they can to retain any other players that might feeling similarly, because he's a blow, and losing Emilio is a blow. Opening batsmen are rare.
Yeah,
homegrown talent. That level is rare too. Nicely played.
Yeah, turn through the leg side. That one by Rob Jones. I think that's going to be 4. It is. Justin Broad's going to be the man to underarm it back from the boundary edge, and it's Rob Jones's first boundary of the innings. 21 for 1 of 4.4. Yeah, a cricketer that could easily play 3 formats. And would have a good impact in all 3 of them. Hopefully we will see Emilio before the end of the summer back for Northamptonshire in the county championship, but I'm sure I can speak for both of us and that we wish him well.
Absolutely wish him well.
It's a good movement again from Sanderson, covered up nicely from Rob Jones.
There's been nip there, hasn't there? Ethan Brooks was really the only that has jagged back. Ethan Brooks for Worcester was the guy who got the ball to move off straight more than any other. But both Sanderson and Jack White have found consistent movement with this new hard white Kookaburra ball.
So the umpire square leg there, just telling Rob Jones that he was actually batting in the danger area.
I think he was saying that, yeah.
It's left alone, which I find an interesting point. 5 overs have been bowled, and it's 21 for 1.
Yeah,
Pollock on 9 and Jones on 6.
Because
from my perspective there, the only team that's going to negatively impact is his own.
Correct.
So if he damages the pitch in any way, and then Safe Save and Freddie Heldrick get a bit more turn out of it, then happy days for Northamptonshire.
Yep.
If Rob Jones feels that's where he wants to bat and benefits from it, happy days for Worcestershire.
Yep.
Where's the loss here?
Nowhere.
Okay, cool.
Welcome to the world of cricket.
First time here.
It's nonsense. It's just a nonsense.
Yeah, you could see it in the first innings a little bit more, couldn't you?
Yeah, oh, absolutely, yeah. But I guess they've got to be consistent.
True.
I guess they have to be consistent. So let's say that. But yeah, you want to create some rough on the middle of the pitch, crack on. But I guess there is a perspective, thinking it through, that says, if I, as an umpire, if I stop Vasconcelos from standing there, because then he's creating rough for his bowlers to bowl into, I have to stop Rob Jones from standing there, because otherwise Rob Jones gets an unfair advantage over Vasconcelos if they both choose to stand in the same place. So I guess from that perspective, it's probably understandable.
Can I ask a really silly question?
Go ahead.
I quite like silly questions, and this is complete kind of hypothetical, but there's a danger area. So Rob Jones goes back into his crease and he's outside of that danger area. If Rob Jones decided to go, we know what, I'm going to battle 18 yards today, is that okay? Can you go in front of a danger area, or does it all become a danger area?
Yeah, I think the danger area continues for the length of the pitch. So, yeah, I think it is all danger area. It's like a long, thin rectangle, isn't it? Good question, though.
It's a beauty. Jack White and Ben Sanderson operating really well together this afternoon.
That was another good question, wasn't it? From Jack Curtly White round the wicket. It's coming in. Oh, no, it's not. He's missed that by a country mile. Left-handers do that. So frustrating sometimes bowling at left-handers. You do them by 3 and 4 inches. Get a stump straight and they lift you over the leg side for 6 out the middle of the bat. The same player. Don't get drawn in too straight though, Jack, because that's where he wants you to bowl. Oof. They're getting a working over, these two, aren't they?
They certainly are. It's a struggle, isn't it, for Ed Pollock and Rob Jones at the moment. These two getting the most movement out of this pitch that we've seen all day, which when we got the pleasure of commentating on Tom Taylor last year, and I don't think would be unkind to say that Jack White and Ben Sanderson through all formats got more movement out of a surface than Tom Taylor managed to do. So not hugely surprising that these two have managed to find something that those Worcestershire seamers weren't. Nicely timed, but nicely picked up by James Sales at backward point.
They made that look very easy, James Sales. That was an awkward ball to field, wasn't it?
Graceful.
Well, it was. Beautiful mover. Yeah, these two are as good as it gets. It's as simple as that. As domestic English bowlers go, these two are as good as it gets. And it's great to have the pleasure of being able to watch them. Obviously I don't do the away games, but at home to watch them so regularly is great pleasure. Lot of skill here.
Pollock can't rotate the strike at the moment. 9 off 19 for Ed Pollock. 21 for 1 after 6, and it's a maiden for Jack White.
Yeah, Pollock 9 off 20 now, and 6 of those came in one hit. So he's effectively 3 off the other 19 balls. And he is a guy who goes off like a shell normally. So it just shows how well the Northants bowlers have operated, not only with movement and threat, but generally also with consistent accuracy as well. There was one wide ball from Jack White, but other than that, they've been there or thereabouts. What's going on here at mid-off?
I think Ben Sanderson has... Ben Sanderson's called for a helmet, but I don't think Ben Sanderson's going to be the one wearing the helmet.
That'd be good, wouldn't it? Bowling in a helmet. Actually, there was Gus Miller hit a ball straight back past Tom Taylor, and it went 1 bounce 4. Attempted Yorker, just missed it, 1 bounce 4. And I thought at the time that was directed at the bowler. He cannot get out of the way of that ball.
No.
It was. We know this happens very rarely, thankfully, but it does happen that bowlers get hit with the ball on the follow through. And I did think for a moment that might be another one of those. So Vasconcelos is going to go close in. He's going to the leg side. He's going to short leg. The ball is jagging back to the right hander, so short leg's a good shout. Oh, okay, don't mind this. Different.
Yeah, worth a look, isn't it?
Yeah, why not?
You mentioned earlier those thigh pads have got bigger, a bit more surface area for that then to balloon up off if there is an inside edge. Sanderson has, as you'd expect, just been able to get a little bit more seam movement out of this surface than the others.
It's good stuff, this. And Rob Jones, as we talked about, has been kind of pushed back in his stance, pushed back towards the stumps because he was encroaching on the danger area. I mean, it's interesting as a batter, you think, Ben Sanderson, yeah, I'm going to get down the wicket and negate that movement. Oh, I can't. I've been pushed back. He'll feel hard done by there, but I think the umpires are about right, to be honest.
He's still outside of his crease, isn't he, which he's entitled to be. Still gets a long way forward to cover that off from Ben Sanderson. Just something else that Rob Jones doesn't really need to worry about, isn't it? It's batting is hard enough against two guys with some high skill. And then to be looking over your shoulder to see if the umpire is going to have a word with you as to where your front foot's ended up.
A 5-run penalty, would it, if he continued to encroach?
I don't know, but why not?
I think that shows my knowledge.
You sound like a man that knows his stuff.
I'm going to say that, but obviously, if that's wrong, please let us know, and we will correct that. But I think it might be a 5-run penalty, or he's not allowed to bowl again in the match. So I think it's probably some kind of penalty. I'm actually doing my shirt up and securing the microphone lead.
Wiring yourself in, are you?
Yeah, not deliberately. I undress myself now. Come on, Sando, nick him off.
Nicely bowled, nicely played as well. Certainly will keep interest, won't it, for Sanderson and Vasconcelos there with that shot into the leg side.
Kind of previewed this, didn't we, Dan? We previewed this saying this is a game within a game. Northants total, which looked like being in the 300s at one stage, ended up on 296. There's going to be 20 overs of Jack White and Ben Sanderson. They can't score at threes throughout that period. That puts a heck of a pressure on the rest. So if the standards are maintained by the bowlers, which immediately they're not, as Ben Sanderson fires a wide down the leg side. But at some point, the Worcestershire batters are going to have to try to score off these two, but they're not really giving them anything to score off. In fact, quite the opposite. They're challenging their wicket all the time.
Yeah, and that movement that they're getting as well is kind of not allowing these two to actually rotate the strike. They're not able to drop it into an area where there is a single.
Oh, well bowled.
Covered up again by Rob Jones.
It's good stuff from Northampton, and I'm looking at the body language and I'm listening to the noise levels. I think we're a bit quiet, both audibly and visually. If that makes sense. We look a little bit. I wouldn't say going through the motions, because that wouldn't be fair. But we're not on it. We're not absolutely geared up and really intense in the field at the moment. Maybe another wicket brings that. Should be some belief there, though.
Left well alone. 22 for one, just the one run off the over, that of the wide down the leg side for Ben Sanderson. Pollock on 9, Jones on 16. The partnership worth 13. 274 runs required off 43 overs.
Yeah, Pollock had, as I said, he had the life. It seems a long time ago now, but it was actually only 2 runs ago. But he's been dotted up since that drop. The drop that was at mid-on, wasn't it? And actually, Freddie Heldrick is moving down to short fine leg. His normal position, that's where he resides in T20 cricket, isn't it? On the 45.
Yeah, it certainly is. Safe save in at mid-on.
Oh, wow, there's a single there. That's an appalling bit of running. Save had to run 20 metres before he got anywhere near the ball. And that's a sign there, isn't it? That's a sign that there are other things occupying their brains, because that is a regulation dropped into mid-wicket. You just run there.
Yeah, it's an easy single that allows Rob Jones up the other end. Jack White can't bowl at the same person. Maybe a different plan's required. It's a shorter ball. That was an attempted pull by Pollock. Maybe didn't bounce as much as what he thought. Not getting him in the midriff.
He threw it a little bit early. Look at the replay. It wasn't the greatest ball. I think he just played over the top of it, didn't he? Jack White will have thought I've got away with that one. That's a great fit. As a bowler, when you're bowling really well, you bowl at what is effectively a poor delivery. That's a poor delivery for Jack in the context of what he's serving up, and you get away with it. you kind of think, oh, that's great news. That's the worst I'm going to bowl. Gives you a bit of confidence.
Yeah.
Let's get him driving. Seems to be driving. That's better. That's better. Nicely played.
Yeah, it's a nice length, isn't it?
When he first came into the game, Ed, by now, something would have happened. Something would have given. He would not be 9 off 23. He'd be out, or he'd be 29 off 23. You know, he would have played some big shots. And that was the license that he had at Warwickshire where he started. He had that license. He was a free play, really. And when he came off, wow. I mean, he could win a game single-handedly because he's got fantastic hand-eye coordination and bat speed. Being dotted up here.
Gone. Straight through him. Something did happen. As you said, you thought it would have happened a little bit earlier. As it is, it's taken 24 deliveries. And Jack White has gone straight through Ed Pollock. Middle stump knocked back. And worryingly for Northants, Jack White doesn't look particularly comfortable there, does he?
No, he doesn't.
In celebration of that wicket.
No. It's all a bit subdued, isn't it? The whole thing is a bit subdued. I think the stump has broken or the bail. I think, ironically, Freddie Heldrick caught the bail down at short, fine leg. But it didn't really bounce, but also it wasn't there for that shot. As we talked about right at the beginning of the Northants innings, cross-bat shots have got to be played once you're in.
Yeah.
And by no means was Ed Pollock in, but by all means Ed Pollock he's out. And it brings the captain to the crease. So we wanted early wickets from a Northamptonshire perspective, that is, of course. And we have two. Freddie Helder will be feeling good about himself. That drop only cost him 2. Only cost the team 2. So he'll be feeling pretty happy with life. It's good. I'll feel happy for him because he'll have been carrying that around otherwise. So that's good. He can put that monkey down and move on. The captain comes to the crease. It's a kind of situation that is ready-made for Jake Libby because you've got to graft a bit. He's very good square of the wicket, Jake Libby, front foot and back foot through the offside. Very, very good. Good player of the short ball. Good player of spin. But he won't destroy you. He'll kind of, he's more surgical in the way he goes about his innings, Jake Libby. You know, a little nip here, a little tuck there.
Yeah. And
suddenly the job is done and you're sewn up back in rehab. That's the way Jake Libby does his work. More of an old-fashioned kind of style of going about a run chase. I do really enjoy him as a cricketer. He had 2 little loan spells with us when he was at Notts. And quiet man, quietly authoritative, very much worth listening to. And you just knew you're in the presence of a captain. He wasn't a captain, he was on loan, but you knew that there's a leader there, a cricket leader.
As you say, he's in at number 4, 162 runs in the 3 matches that Worcestershire have played so far in the campaign. Wow. What a ball that is first up.
Hello.
Just lifted, risen and left Jake Libby, who does really well in the end, I think, to pull everything he could away from it. That's not the ball you want to face first up, I don't think. It's kind of swung in from the hand there, isn't it? And then just nipped away a little bit. Bit of extra bounce as well.
I think he needed to play at that, to be honest. At any point, he didn't need to play at that. Good stuff from Northants. Started brilliantly.
Defended into the offside. 8 overs then have been bowled. And the score is 22 for 2. At the moment, you would say that the Steelbacks are on top, in charge.
Yeah, I have to agree with that because the strength of this side with the bat is in the top 4. It's not to say the rest can't play. Of course they can, but they're inexperienced. So top 4, and the top 4 have done brilliantly in this competition for Worcestershire so far, which is why they've won 3 games out of 3, really, for a number of reasons, but in particular, runs from the top 4 has been the backbone of those performances. They've got Tommy Taylor at 7, but around that, from 5 onwards, apart from Tom Taylor at 7, it's really inexperienced.
Yeah, it certainly is. A very good point. Sanderson continues.
Catch.
Gone.
Oh, what a catch.
Well, the short legs work. Ben
What a
Sanderson
catch.
wanted Vasconcelos in there under the lid, and Vasconcelos has taken a screamer. Rob Jones has to go, and the Rapids are 3 down. What a bit of captaincy that was by Sanderson. Field placement. He wanted the man there.
Good, wasn't it? That was good cricket. Really good cricket. Don't you love it when a plan comes together, as they used to say on the A team? That's gone straight off the face, well, the thick inside edge of the bat. Rob Jones looks disgruntled with that, and well he might, because it's an unusual dismissal. It wasn't a bat pad, it was bat and the great work from the cameraman, who quite rightly was following the ball and panned straight past Vasconcelos at short leg. What a catch that was. That flew.
Yeah, that's
Absolutely flew to Vasco. That is a great catch.
a very, very good catch.
Maybe that's the spark that Northants need, because we do look a bit flat still. 22 for 3, 2 men in on 0. Perfect start.
Couldn't have ridden him much better, could you? Really. Ethan Brooks, the new man at number 5 for the Rapids. That's probably as good of a catch you're going to see at short leg for a long time.
It doesn't get a lot better than that, does it? As we know, Vasconcelos fields in the slips and he's a wicket keeper as well. So he's a good man to get in there under the lid. 50 Shores just wanting a little action replay here. Where were you standing there, Vasco? Was it here? Oh, yeah, I'd have caught that much more comfortably. That's what he seems to be saying.
Yeah, I'd have caught it. I'd have been stood a strip over. Vasco, what are you talking about? Why are you so deep?
What a catch that was.
Yeah.
Because that ball was flying, wasn't it? It would have gone to the boundary had he not caught it. Comfortably gone to the boundary. No one's stopping that.
Absolutely. It went straight in as well, didn't it? Just nestled nicely in the hands of Vasconcelos. As such, the Steelbacks on the attack. Justin Broad strengthens the slip cordon. Ethan Brooks, the new man.
Ooh.
A bit of lift, a bit of bounce.
Welcome.
It's Ethan Brooks in the gloves. And all of a sudden, really, a pitch that looked fairly benign throughout that first innings feels like it's just livened up a little bit.
I said earlier on, after the opening spells from the Worcestershire bowler, the opening bowlers, Darley and Taylor, I think Jake Livy would have been disappointed with the way they bowled with the new ball. And conversely, Lewis McManus is going to be delighted with the way these two have bowled. Now there's a bit of life around the place.
Yeah, as you said, it's been pretty quiet up to this point. There's what I believe to be about 2,000 people in the ground today on Northants Community Day. It was just £2 a ticket to gain entry for this fixture. But it was fairly hushed, wasn't it, throughout that first innings? Now you're just starting to hear a few just loosen up a little bit, I think, as the day goes on. Oh, it's not far away. The inside edge runs down to fine leg. Ethan Brooks gets off the mark with a single.
Northants want to bowl as many balls as they can at Jake Libby at the moment. Because if he gets in, he is a very, very hard man to get out. He can play the bad shot. Of course he can, but rarely does Jake Libby throw things away. He doesn't really respond to pressure. He works out what's required from him and he plays that innings generally. Been around the blocks a long time. So get him out before he gets in. And you do that by bowling many balls at him as possible.
Shape away, good away swinger from Sanderson. Can Northants press home this advantage? I don't know. I don't remember the exact scorecard from the Derbyshire game, but in a not too dissimilar situation, it ended up with a Ross Whiteley and Zach Chappell big partnership at the end, didn't it, to chase down a lowest score. Can they push this home? Is McManus tempted to continue with Sanderson and White for a little bit longer than what he would do normally after this start?
Yes. Yes, he's tempted to, and yes, he should. In my opinion. Other opinions are available, but I'm just bowling. I'm keeping these two going for.
Yeah.
What have they bowled now? 5 each?
4 and 5, yeah.
4 and 5. Okay. So yeah, I mean, even if I have to bowl them 7 each, I'm prepared to do that.
Just to really try and push it home. 23 for 3 after 9. Worcestershire. And it's going to be Jack White to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. So after that last wicket, Jack White was just lying on the floor on his back as well. Just
Was he?
Yeah.
Stargazing.
I think so.
You never know with Jack, do you?
I'm not sure. Never too sure. You do well to spot many up in the sky on a day like today, though, wouldn't you? It's pretty overcast.
Oh,
it's a beauty. That's a beauty. First up for Ethan Brooks from Jack White, and is rewarded by Prithvi Shaw with a couple of press ups and yoga at first slip.
Bit of yoga going on. Got mine tomorrow morning. I'm going to say this. It's 9.1 overs. I think Northants have gone past the edge, inside and outside, twice as much already as they did in the whole game. Feels right.
Yeah. Yeah. You say a lot of things, Phil, and a lot of them are right. I think that's another one of them.
Bold. I mean, one of the things in this situation you want from your new ball attack, this is the kind of the minimum, but it doesn't always happen. Make them play. Okay, do not let them leave. Do not give them free balls off the hip and square of the wicket on the offside. Make them play defensive shots, challenging dot balls, as I like to call them. And tick, 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 tick. That's exactly what's happened in this first 10 overs. We're in the 10th over currently, but to date, Northants have been almost exemplary with the ball. 2 wides, but that aside, fantastic. Well, that's close.
That's a big appeal for LBW. I think the umpire shakes his head.
That's close.
Just saw the sun hat just wobble there. Get the benefit of a replay.
I thought the line looked good. Was it a height thing? It's going sliding, do you think?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, fair enough.
I think you could see off stump, couldn't you, when that made it impact into Ethan Brooks's pads, which give you a good idea that maybe it was just sliding down, missing leg stump. Good decision by the umpire. 23 for 3. 3 balls left of the power play. Worked through the leg side. Maybe not where Ethan Brooks wanted it to go, but he is going to add a couple of runs to the score. Takes it up to 25.
Have we talked about this? We probably have. Have we talked about where Lewis McManus locates himself for return throws?
Yes, we have. Yeah.
Okay, so we don't need to do that again.
Well, you can if you want. Would you like to?
Well, just interested in it. I'm in from a keep. You know, as you are a wicket keeper, I'm interested in a wicket keeper's perspective on that. So that last one, for example, it was comfortable 2, wasn't it? Down to George Bartlett, who's at fine leg. He had to come to his left of 40 metres, so it was always going to be a 2. And the throw came in, and I think at no stage was Lewis McManus anywhere near the stumps, and he ended up catching it 2 strips away, not because it was a poor throw, but because that's where he was. And I just like my keeper at the stumps because they don't move, and it's going to be important to be able to locate the stumps from an outfielder on occasion. So you can practice that.
Yeah, I mean, I'll caveat it by saying there's a few divisions between myself and Lewis McManus, but yes, I would say the stumps would be my first port of call.
Oh, beautifully bowled, Jack White. One that nipped back, the next one nips away. Too good.
Yeah. Very, very good. The power play done. The difference between the sides at this stage, 70 for no loss, the Steelbacks, 25 for 3, the Rapids. After 5 overs, the Rapids were 21 for 1. So they've added 4 runs in 5 overs and lost another couple of wickets there as well.
Blimey. I mean, if it was a boxing match, it'd be called off, wouldn't it, at this stage?
Yeah, it certainly would. It certainly would. I think we're going to get change of bowling as well, Rowie. I did wonder because I think that's what materialised against Derbyshire. Jack White and Ben Sanderson stayed on bowled 2 fairly long spells at the top and got rewards, but then just couldn't press home the advantage. So they're going to go for Justin Broad. They're going to switch out Ben Sanderson. Go for the Germany international, Justin Broad.
It's, so Lewis McManus is kind of playing the long game here, isn't he? And he will still be suffering from that Derbyshire defeat and the other defeats that they've had in this competition. So totally understandable. It's all very well being brave from up here, trying to win the game in the first 15 overs, but I get it. I understand that. Justin Broad's first ball's turned into the leg side. Not totally convincingly by Jake Levy, but well enough. I've been pretty impressed so far with the progress, I would say that. Not the absolute level he's reached yet with the ball, Justin Broad. He's a work in progress, but the progress that he's made so far with the ball has been impressive. I know that Rory Kleinveld feels he can go further still. Ball in hand. Good run. That's a good run. I'd like to say that ball was pushed wide of mid-off. And it was always going to be a single had extra cover not moved. Extra cover didn't move. Extra cover's got to try and get across the line of that ball to indicate that he might get a diving stop in. And at that point, the batsman hesitate and decline the run. But it was very well run by the Worcestershire captain. Yeah, and he as is just seen there, everyone can see that ball bounced a wee bit more. And that's Justin Broad has it. He hits the wicket quite hard. It disturbs the surface, bowls the ball hard into the surface. He's not a swing bowler as such. He's more of sort of hit the wicket, disturb the surface, try and get some nip. So he's all about line. That line slightly down the leg side, but clipped the pad. Well stopped, Lewis McManus. No run, no leg by.
Yeah, it was the increase in pace for Justin Broad over the winter has been hugely impressive. It kind of stuck really at about 75 mile an hour, didn't he, last summer? Maybe even a little bit light of that, and has come back this year. And when the speed gun was available, was up around 80, maybe a little bit more. And the other thing as well in first class cricket at the start of the season was able to come back for a second spell and a third spell, which is something that he wasn't able to offer Luke Proctor in the championship format as an option last summer.
Yeah, he's got a bit about him, hasn't he? He's a big lad as well. Almost every time I see him, I'm surprised how big he is. Oh, I've got better to lock that in at some point. He's a big guy, strong shoulders, hits the wicket hard. Well fielded, George Bartlett, quick off the mark there. It was the intent to the ball that put them off the single. So a good start, Justin Broad, 3 off the over. Yeah, he's turning himself into a handy squad member, isn't he? I'm not sure overall where he would sit in terms of first choice in each of the competitions. In this competition, probably yes. In the T20 and the Champo, I'm not sure what the pecking order quite looks like. But what I would say is that every time I see Justin Broad, he shows me something more about his game. He has been used in red ball cricket towards the top of the order. Pretty sure that his future lies more in the middle order in red ball cricket. And therefore, that being the case, if he can add seam bowling to that resume, which he can, and that gets a bit better and better, then he forces his way into that team. Let's say a 6-7 who can bowl first, second change. That's a good handy addition. White's going to continue. So Sanderson sort of being saved a little bit more, but it's good. It's good intent. I'm not going to throw all my eggs into one basket and bowl both my opening bowlers out, but Whitey, you keep going. You're in rhythm. You keep going. Sando might bowl through the middle and then save some for the end. Gus Miller warming up at, James Sales warming up at mid-wicket.
Yeah, McManus has got a lot of options in this 11 today, hasn't he?
He certainly has, and it was interesting to hear from Graham White. Graham's view of George Bartlett as an off spinner, saying that he's more than an occasional. He just hasn't really been able to bowl much in his career at Somerset. Trying to get the ball out of the spinner's hands and into his hands would be difficult because they've got some very good young spin bowlers down there. But, in white ball cricket, it's about control, particularly. So I expect to see George Bartlett bowling today at some point, but at the minute, it's all about seam, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. There's plenty of seam movement on offer. The other thing as well, the benefit of having all those options and to have them that are quality options as well. They're not just kind of bit parters. A lot of them, as you said, Bartlett's early in this kind of bowling career that he's developing at Northamptonshire. But actually, if you can rotate your pack and you've got more than the 5 that you're required to kind of get through the game, you're constantly giving the batter a new look, aren't you? You never really give them chance to settle against one or another.
Yeah. Just glance at the scoreboard there, Dan. The run rate required, 7.
Yeah, it's gone up 1.5, isn't it?
And they've got to do that. That in itself, okay, that's not the end of the world. They've got to do that for the best part of, well, for the rest of the game, obviously. Yeah. So for the best part of 40 overs, really. And that's difficult. Particularly, I mean, it's difficult enough anyway, right? But particularly when Northampton are bowling so well.
Yeah, they'll certainly have it in mind, won't they, to have a look at the first and second change bowlers.
Yeah, well fielded, Freddie Heldrick. Getting a nice little round of applause there from the crowd, recognising the young man will be down on confidence, having shelled one earlier in that position, but he did well there, moved quickly to his left, nice sliding stop. Couldn't prevent the single, but prevented any more than the one. It came off the bottom of Jake Libby's bat there. Only a short fella, and it didn't quite reach him, so a little bit slower. We thought it might get a little slower. So the last ball, Jack White's 6th over. Brooks has had a tough time early in his innings, but pushes that up to mid-on. That concludes Jack White's 6th over. The captain jogs down the wicket, trying to get Jack's attention. He has no joy in that, so he's actually going to have to walk around the front of him.
I still don't think they've made eye contact yet.
There's not a lot of eye. Jack White is staring at. Oh, this is brilliant body language. I mean, what on earth's going on there? That's fantastic, Whitey. Captain's talking to your son. Oh, now he's talking to him.
There he goes. We're back in the room.
Oh, me. You want to know if I want to continue bowling? Yeah. Or no? Well, bowled Jack White. It's been a great spell from him. Broad continues. Yeah, nicely bowled. Justin Broad having a chat with the keeper about maybe a field change. I wouldn't change a lot here. Just keep it very simple.
Yeah, he almost pointed out to a man at deep cover, didn't he?
Okay.
I think
good. He's good through the offside, Jake Libby. Very good through there.
But I think all the while it's going like it is. Keep the squeeze on, Northants.
I couldn't agree more. I think I don't want to keep saying modern and old-fashioned and polarising opinion. There's a school of thought that says, well, look, let's get a man out on the point boundary. Don't let them get a 4 at this stage. But that does allow them to rotate more easily. To make them do something they don't want to do. Immaculate line. The other thing about Justin Broad, which is a small thing, I quite like it anyway, is that it gets through his overs quickly. There's a noticeable difference between the speed that Justin Broad bowls an over compared to Sando, who is a slow walker. It's a fast runner, slow walker. 3 dots so far. 4 dots as Libby squares up a little bit. Jake Libby currently 4 off 15 balls. Ethan Brooks 3 off 14 balls. The current run rate 2.3. And that is all about how well Northants have bowled. Been brilliant. Been nothing short of brilliant.
Certainly has. And Broad has just backed them up so well, hasn't he?
That's the key thing there, isn't it?
Yeah.
They've passed the baton on, and he's, well said, Dan. He has come in and just continued where Sando left off. Clearly, he hasn't got the ability yet to seam the ball as Sanderson did, but his line has been absolutely immaculate. Pretty much every ball this over has been on off stump. He's got one ball left. Join the dots now. You've served a maiden. Oh, what a cricket shot, Jake Livy. That's going to go for 3, possibly. Yeah, it's going to go for 4, I think, to extra cover. Punched off the back foot. That's a very, very good cricket shot. Nothing flash about it. Was just slightly back of a length. Not a great deal of width on offer. Jake Libby has timed that beautifully through extra cover 4. And that's harshly dealt with, really, because it was only a fraction off being another dot ball. But well played, Jake Libby. You're allowed to play well. 33 for 3, all the threes.
Yeah, there wasn't a great deal of difference, was there, from the previous 5 balls in that over? Just Jake Libby treated that one slightly differently to the 5 before.
It's a proper textbook back foot drive, wasn't it? That's how you play that shot. David Ripfield used to talk about that shot. Think 2, an extra cover, and you often time it for 4. And that Rips would be loving that. If he's watching. Even if he's not watching, I'll tell him about it. He'd love that. You'll never believe Jake Libby back foot drive for 4. Thanks, Phil. How's life treating you? getting out much, Rowie? Jack White to continue. Oh. Jack White is bowling with an invisible Kookaburra at the moment because he has, this is a big shout, but I reckon he's been played, and well, I certainly say this, Jack White has gone past the outside and the inside edge far more frequently than he's hit the middle of the bat in this spell.
Yeah, without doubt.
Probably far more frequently than he's hit the bat at all. He's gone, like, another day he could have 3 for a 4, even more. Supposed to nick those in Brooks. I think that's a good decision. It's a long way down the wicket. Just on that alone means there's going to be doubt about where the ball ends up by the time it reaches the stumps.
I wonder if there is an element as well with this increased, this longer spell from Jack White. If he has kind of been on his haunches after taking a wicket, lying on his back as well, and not moving brilliantly, wasn't able to complete his 10 overs at Hampshire, etc. Is it better management just to keep him going rather than come back later when you might not be able to?
It is absolutely right. It's hard to come back, and the older you get, the harder it is to come back. He's on a roll. Got 5 from Sanderson in my back pocket. Justin Broad's bowling nicely. I've got lots of options. Yeah, if Jacko bowls 7 here and can't come back for whatever reason, then I'd rather that than him bowl 5, come back for 2 and go for 30. So yeah, absolutely. Quite right. Come on, Whitey is the shout. The last ball hit Ethan Brooks on the hand. I think it's on the right hand. And this is what I said earlier. This is experience. Jake Livy has seen his partner get hit on the hand, and he's seen it hurt him, and he's walked down the wicket. So immediately the game stops because the batsmen have converged. And there was an incident in Northants innings where George Bartlett could have offered a bit of respite to Vasconcelos, but just sat on his bat at the non-striker's end. That's well bowled. It's well played. From the basics, there's a much more than the basics, but basics are utilize the new ball. And you do that by just hitting a consistent area. Number 1 tick. And then the skill of these 2 operators, Sanderson and White, is such that you do that frequently enough, are going to get reward. So that has proved to be the case. 33 for 3 is the score. I don't mind that as an option from Ethan Brooks at all. I would say do it a bit earlier. You're a little bit rushed at the end. Maybe get out of your crease a little bit earlier. Yeah. Actually, that's not a bad shout for it. You're never going to get that given out, but
No.
it probably would have gone on to hit the stumps or thereabouts. You can't give that out about 4 meters down the wicket by the time it hits his pad. But he was almost running at the ball at the end. You've got to get your work done early there. But I like that as an option from a batter, just advance down.
Yeah, I think it's a shot of a man who's 3 off 19 as well, isn't it?
Certainly is.
Just wants to get going. It's a nice shot, but you're going to add one, isn't it?
Out to Miller on the cover boundary, a nice throw. I am going to start really making a fuss about throwing because I think it's an important standard to set. Just firstly, it's good cricket because you practice throwing to the danger area, which is stumps. It's tidy, it's neat, shows good intent in the field. So many good things about it, most of which are really old-fashioned coaching cliche. But give me something in my old age, please. So Broad's going to have a go at Ethan Brooks. Kept the strike. Oh, that's going to be close. And that's out. Had a good look about it. Ethan Brooks, not altogether happy with life, has a little glance at the wicket, has a look at his partner, as if to say, really? His partner is the captain. He's just turned his back, waiting for a drink to come out. But it just had a very good look about it. It jagged back, I think, from Justin Broad. Oh, that's just out. Yeah, that's running on to hit leg stump, I think. The inside of leg stump. It nipped back a little bit. I would say, surprisingly, it nipped back enough to miss it.
Yeah.
But he kind of fell across it a little bit, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he just wanted to get going.
He did.
Ethan Brooks. And as you'd expect, you can't not look at the scoreboard, can you? And that rate has now climbed to 7.3. You saw that shot the over before against Jack White where he kind of ran at him and missed it. Big appeal for LBW. Timed it nicely, the ball afterwards, out to deep cover, to be fair. But yeah, this Worcestershire innings just hasn't really got going, has it, for the visitors? 4 down for just 34.
And it hasn't been allowed to get going because this is high quality bowling. If you're sitting, well, if you're not here watching, but you look at the scorecard from time to time, oh yeah, Worcester have had a bit of a jacksie. Well, I suppose they were due. They've done so well. That's not what's going on here. What's going on is high quality seam bowling from Northamptonshire, and it's been great to see. As will not surprise you, Dan, I'm a big fan of seam bowling. It's kind of the part of the game that I think is almost underappreciated. Everyone loves a batter. Everyone loves a twirler. But good quality seam bowling is, for me at least, is a beautiful thing. And that's what I've seen here today from Northamptonshire. And also from Ethan Brooks, who's just left us LBW to Justin Broad. He bowled beautifully as well. So let's have a go at this. Edavalath. How's that?
I like it.
I'm not putting a lot of emphasis on any syllable there, Edavalath. I'm just saying neutral.
I think it's a good shout.
Approximately right rather than precisely wrong.
Yeah,
that's
I
what
like
I'm
it.
going for.
Yeah, one of the products of the Worcestershire Academy. Made his debut for the senior team back in June last summer against Derbyshire in the Championship.
Well, there was a prolonged appeal from somewhere. I don't know if it was from the field or it was from Wendell, but there was a prolonged appeal from somewhere which suggests he must have shuffled over because it looked great. We're a long way away from being straight on here. That's going flying down the leg side.
I think Wendell's still sat on the bench in front of Craig Harvey's accommodation over there, talking about the sixes that he hit in Rob Keogh's testimonial game.
And that's out. Second ball from Edavalath was a line and length ball, hard, firm-footed push. It wasn't quite a half volley. Snicks it. Beautiful catching height to Prifty Shaw at first slip, who makes no mistake. And that's short and sweet from Edavalath. 2 in the over for Justin Broad. We said earlier, before he'd got a wicket, how well he had carried on the baton pass from Ben Sanderson on to Justin Broad. And boy, has he carried on where Sanderson left off. and it's 34 for 5.
Yeah, Broad's been brilliant. A fantastic 3 or 2.4 over spell so far. We spoke, didn't we, so highly of that first over about how he's developed his game over the winter in his second season as a professional cricketer. And yeah, this third over is just lining it all up for him. Tom Taylor, though, the new man, scored a load of runs in the competition here last summer. The last partnership for Worcestershire, the last kind of one to break, maybe.
Yeah, maybe so. The thing, pretty much every cricketer who comes through an academy process now come back, can't they? Pretty much. There's very few rabbits, one or two, but very few. So yeah, we'll probably be getting a look at some of those guys, and it's a good opportunity for them. From Rehan Edavalath there, the ball has nipped around all afternoon from Northamptonshire bowlers, as we've said. There's been bounce, there's been nip back, there's been movement away from the bat, and frequent and with a high frequency. And as a young man, he's come in and tried to drive his third ball on the up, which he will learn from that. The experienced Tommy Taylor is now with us, and he's greeted with a short ball, and it's a wide ball down the leg side. Not a bad option first up, but poorly executed. But I'm going to forgive him that because he's been dealing with a very small part of the wicket. Justin Broad has been dealing with top of off. He's hardly left there, to be honest. And he'll say to himself, well, I've just got another one to bowl now. Bonus. That's Tom Taylor's area, really, in the V, isn't it? Tom Taylor,
Yeah.
Yes, he can play a number of shots. Of course he can. He's a good player. But in particular, his strength is down the ground. Northants will know that.
Yeah, he played that innings, didn't he, here against Sussex last year, where Northants really looked a long way short of where they needed to be. And all of a sudden, Tom Taylor started playing the reverse sweep consistently.
A shot. Over pitch, that was the extra ball. He didn't use it. That was a half volley. And Tom Taylor jumped all over it and smashed it for 4 for extra cover. 39 for 5 after 15.
Another good period of the game for the home side. At the same stage, Steelbacks were 94 for no loss.
That's amazing, isn't it? What a comparison that is.
It's some difference, isn't it?
I think Northants are on top.
Yeah,
But you wouldn't know that, would you, from the body language? All a little bit subdued out there.
Yeah, it's well, it kind of has been, really, isn't it, throughout the summer? To be fair, the Blast being the exception. Some good cricket obviously played in there. Some big personalities as well. Jack White continues on, left alone by Jake Libby, who's felt a little bit helpless for a little while at the non-strikers end. Just stood there watching his batting partner vacate the premises. He's 8 not out of 18 deliveries. This is Jack White's 8th over, 2 for 18 off 7 with 2 mates.
.4, 35 overs. The ball nipping all over the place.
Another dot ball.
I'm not going to say it. There comes a point in every game of cricket. I always look out for this point where I think only one team can win from here.
Yeah.
But I'm not saying anything more than that. There comes a point, is what I'm saying.
We're not there yet. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I guess it's a bit. That
It's
point
subjective, isn't it?
That point is probably different for everyone, isn't it?
Yeah.
Who watches, pretty much everyone. Maybe mine comes earlier because I am optimistic. In general, I'm optimistic.
Oh, it's just bounced a little bit on Jake Libby. He does well to guide it past Justin Broad at backward point. For a second, there was a bit of excitement from the Steelbacks.
Yeah, there's a spot there somewhere, isn't there, that's just bounced a wee bit.
as you say, you really wouldn't get the impression that the Steelbacks have got Worcestershire 5 down for 40, would you?
Not from, no. Yeah, if it was 40 for no wicket, you could believe it.
Yeah.
40 for 5, not so much. We have another catcher in here? I think I have another catcher in here, personally. Oh, Tom Taylor coming down the wicket, and Jack White falling down the wicket.
Takes a tumble there, lands face down on his follow-through. Not much sympathy there from Vasconcelos at all initially, and then has called for the physio straight away, I think.
Well, I think that was humorous, because I think he waved it away. I think it was Vasconcelos gave the head injury signal to the changing room, and I think that was a joke, because I think he cancelled it. He realised what he'd done. The physio, oh my goodness, got to get out there. And I think it was a joke.
That was ungainly, that, wasn't it, by Jack White?
Ungainly it was. The dive.
Big
simulation.
Yellow card.
Sniper got him.
Not in my game. It was a dot ball after all of that anyway.
It was a dot ball. A lot happened for a dot ball, didn't it? And one of the main things to report is, well, firstly, Jack White's fine. It's Jack White, so he's, relatively fine. But in terms of the cricket, the very big advance down the wicket from Tom Taylor. And that was done so early that he's saying, that's more than I'm just coming down the wicket. That is, I am coming down the wicket. Okay, get ready for this. As though to say to Jack White, you're going to have to alter your length here, son.
I'm very, very curious to see how Worcestershire play this from this stage. Tom Taylor in particular, very, very aggressive with the cricket bat in hand. Again, a big stride forward, covers that up, defends it into the offside. But 256 required from 34 overs at 7.5. As you said, there will come a point in this game, but there will also come a point in this game where you have to just try something. Is there an opportunity here for Tom Taylor just to go, you know what? Let's really try and take this back to Northamptonshire.
Yeah, I think that comes pretty quickly, actually.
It has to, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think it does. I mean, Tom Taylor's been in for only 5 balls, so, but pretty soon, I think. He's generally a guy who likes to strike the ball cleanly, so you can play that way, Tom, and you can go that way when you're ready to.
Yeah.
And Jake Libby probably needs to score off the vast majority of balls that he faces. That's the way he can go about it, is just to be as busy as he possibly can be at a lowish risk at the moment. Get Tom Taylor on strike. Tommy, start planting it down the ground whenever you're ready. As we said in the first innings, rotating the strike is difficult because it's sort of slow onto the bat and you haven't got pace to work with and find gaps and punch it through holes and run it inside fielders behind the wicket. So boundaries are at a premium. And there's a big sign of intent there. That's Tom Taylor, isn't it? Big front foot down the wicket.
Yeah.
Great hand-eye coordination generally. Cloth that one, but hits the ball down the ground as well as anyone. And what they've got to do, what we're saying, really, they've got to give some pressure back to the bowler. At the minute, the bowler's area is massive because they're under no pressure. Got to reduce that area. And the only way they can do that by striking the ball, really, by scoring more quickly.
Yeah, which obviously brings about its own risk, doesn't it? Justin Broad on the money. Tom Taylor looked to take on Ben Sanderson at mid-on and decided not to.
Those two will have travelled a lot together on the motorway over the years down to Northampton. Ben Sanderson and Tom Taylor, that is. And Ben Sanderson, I know, will feel a bit aggrieved that Tom Taylor even thought about taking a single to him there.
Down the leg side off the thigh pad of Taylor. Be a leg by added to the tally as Freddie Heldrick covers that one off. Another good over for the Steelbacks so far. Just 2 runs added to the total score. 42 for 5.
So Captain Dan, I've got a question for you. Jack White's bowled 8 overs.
I think if he keeps going, he bowls 10 and then just disappears off up the steps for the next 30 overs.
Cynical. But yeah, I do exactly the same.
Yeah.
I would do exactly the same thing.
I mean, he might not go up off the steps, to be fair, but he might stay out on the field.
Well,
But-
I think I'd negotiate that if I was him.
Yeah, I suspect that's probably the plan. Jake Libby works that one through mid-wicket for a couple of runs. Safe save. Who we haven't mentioned so far in this second session of the game does the fielding. He's patrolling that leg side boundary. Somewhere that he normally occupies in the blast.
What we're seeing in front of us and what we've seen for a lot of the game puts something into context, which I'll come back to. Oh, that's a
Wide ball called by the umpire.
I thought he might have gloved it.
Yeah, there was half an appeal, wasn't there, for a couple, but no interest from McManus at all. Broad, I think, wanted to appeal and then realised there was no buy-in from his captain. And those arms quickly dropped. Go on, what are we?
Well, the thing for me that it puts into context is Rifty Shaw, the batter.
Mm.
Yes, there were some late order cameos from Northampton. I wouldn't underestimate how good that was, that cricket from Zaeb and Miller in particular, those two in particular. That was great stuff, but only over a few balls. So they did brilliantly in the time they had available. I don't want to detract from that at all, but they were cameos. But Prifty Shaw, the way that Prifty Shaw played, okay, he only struck at 122, which for him was modest, but no one else has played an innings that's looked anywhere near that. And he did it with a cigar on, really.
Yeah, as he normally does.
As he does, yeah.
To be honest. And one day he might score you 70 odd, next day he might score you 170. The day afterwards he might score you 35, but it will look exactly the same.
But it will look the same. And it's looked like he has played on one surface and everyone else has played on something different.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how good the guy is.
17 overs gone in the innings. Jack White will continue and will undoubtedly bowl his 10 overs straight from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Jake Libby is on strike. Prithvi Shaw is still in there at first slip. It's a wide one from Jack White, asking that ball to do quite a lot from that line. Jake Libby maybe inquiring as to how wide it actually was.
That's a shame for Edo Valaf that he's come and gone so quickly, because there was an opportunity there batting with the captain to, you know, to get in and make a 50 and then who knows from there, you know, get his team back into the game. He just went a bit early, didn't he? I mean, not literally. Also went too early. It was third ball, but just a big drive, third ball up.
Jack Libby takes the single. Sanderson coming in off that 30-yard circle, just allowing the Worcestershire captain to pick up the single, get down the other end. Yeah,
Okay.
You're right. And something really that Derbyshire with Ross Whiteley and Zach Chappell capitalised on. There was a few less runs required, weren't there? It wasn't quite up to that 295 total tally, but it did prove the fact that actually you could take the game deep and you could bat for a long time.
It's a long time, isn't it? 50 overs. It's a long time. It certainly probably feels like it's going to be a long time for Worcestershire right now. Oh, that's
big
close.
appeal for LBW. Jack White wants it. McManus loves it. Umpire doesn't.
Oh, he's going to give leg byes. I thought there might have been a bit of bat on that, a bit of squeeze, and I think the batter does too. Although the umpire has given leg byes.
Bit high, wasn't it?
high,
And
yeah.
a big stride forward from Taylor, who just shuffles forward, doesn't he?
You know, I think the big appeal, I don't think that's that close, really. I think that's missing on height and possibly line as well. Certainly on height. But enthusiastic appeal.
I think they'll all realise how important that wicket of Taylor is. Won't want any of those memories from last summer to come back and haunt them.
He's just Tom Taylor having a chat with Jack White. Just hit me up there, mate. It's nowhere near.
If anything, Tom Taylor looks taller than what he did last year, not shorter.
He does. Yeah, you're right. He does. He's quite a tall guy, isn't he? Saw him at in this game actually, in the T20 game. He's a guy. Not quite 2 balls left of his 9th over. That's the spot there that has caused Jake Livy a little bit of concern. He often will rock onto the back foot and hit the ball square of the wicket off the back foot. A shot that Geoffrey Moycott used to love and was made his own, a cricket shot. But Libby has been a bit circumspect there because a couple have bounced on him quite a bit. Gus Miller at extra cover is warming up, doing a few hip twists. Mid-wicket is going back to the deep mid-wicket boundary. That's James Sayers, was on the singles, going back, protect the over, don't let a boundary leak away. It's good cricket from Northants.
Down the leg side.
And they have leaked a boundary because Jack White, perhaps getting a bit tired now, just drifts down the leg side, and Jake Livy just gets enough bat on it to get it inside the deep fine leg fielder for 4. That takes him to 18, takes the total to 52 for 5. Another 244 runs to win at a rate of 7.6.
Yeah.
Current run rate still under 3.
Absolutely. Interestingly as well, it's Justin Broad that's being replaced from the David Capel end by Gus Miller. Jack White had a long chat there at the end of his over. Double teapots as well. I assume he will bowl his 10th. He won't finish him at 9. And
he doesn't look happy, does Jack White? He's not happy because he leaked a boundary off that last ball, I guess. But overall, he's bowled absolutely beautifully. So Gus Miller batted very well, albeit very briefly. 21 in 9 balls, 4s and a 6. Now with the ball, only going to get one. James Sales, very, very quick over the ground. A pretty ordinary throw. It didn't really bounce for him, to be honest.
it's been a less impressive one-day cup for Gus Miller with the ball than what it has been with the bat. It's 2 wickets at 79 in those opening 4 games. But a good opportunity here to bring that average down, pick up another couple of wickets. Whilst Northants are on top, 53 for 5. And sooner rather than later, one of these two are really going to have to put their foot down, I think, to try and bring some momentum back in the camp of the visitors.
Yeah, I think so. And I think if you're Tom Taylor and Jake Livy, no disrespect to Gus Miller, but you probably want to get after him before he settles. Justin Broad settled quickly and got an early scalp, which helped him. Well, that's a heck of a shot down the ground, well fielded at mid-off by George Bartlett, scrambling across to his right. It's really crisply struck. Yeah, so I think, as I say, no disrespect to Gus Miller, but they've got to start the assault somewhere. And you'd want to start it against the guy who's just come into the attack. That happens to be Gus Miller. So I would expect to see maybe a gear change here from Tom Taylor in particular. Not much he can do with that, though. Gus Miller smashing back of a length. The thing about Tom Taylor as he rehearses a sort of a pull is that his strength is down the ground. So he's coming at you. You've got 6 studs coming at you as a bowler. If you can bash that back of a length, it's very hard for him to adjust. So you can kind of splice him up as he looks to come forward and drive. On a good day, though, he can alter the angle of that bat and just pick it up into the leg side. But it's a dangerous shot to play, a more difficult shot.
And there is a cross bat pull shot that ended up running up, mistimed to Ben Sanderson at mid-on, targeting that short leg side boundary. 5 off 14 for Tom Taylor.
I like this. Mid-wicket has gone to deep square leg, and a fielder has come over from the offside, Ben Sanderson, into mid-on. I quite like that. There's still a slip in at the minute. Might disappear reasonably soon.
Down the ground. Check drive straight back over the umpire. And it's going to be 4. It's going to be the second 4, in fact, for Tom Taylor. Just checks it, lifts it back over Gus Miller for 4 down the ground. He was certainly shaping him up, wasn't he, during that over. Got the last one away for a boundary.
Well, maybe slight inexperience from Gus Miller there. I mean, plan A, I guess, for Tom Taylor is going to be get the ball over the bail height, but smash it into the wicket, bowl it hard into the surface. He's going to try and come at you and hit you straight down the ground. Let's make him try and hit that off the stickers, as it were, off the splice of the bat. So I like that as a plan A. The problem is, he's such a good player, Tom Taylor. If you've got mid-on and mid-off up, he only has to kind of get it back over the bowler's head, and it probably dribbles away for 4, as it did there. Having put the man back off the 6th ball of the over and down to the leg side, maybe a cutter into the wicket might have been a better option there. Just finish your over with a single, but protect the boundary possibly.
Jack White begins his 10th and final over. Invites the drive from Jake Libby, who runs it down to Ricardo Vasconcelos. A deep third man.
Jack White is tired. That was the shortest follow through I've ever seen from Jack White.
Even shorter than the one that he ended up lying face down on the.
I think it was shorter. Yeah, I think
on
it
the
was
cut strip.
Shorter even than that.
Tom Taylor back on strike. Jake Libby doing exactly what you said he should be doing. Just get down the other end. Into the thigh pad of Taylor, which wasn't far away from just rocking back on the bails. Feels like an over that Worcestershire could target. A tired Jack White.
Yeah, absolutely.
Field still up inside that 30-yard circle.
Yeah. I must have, you'll know that I am a big fan of keeping a slip in when you can. Maybe still can now, but Taylor's going to deal in boundaries. If you can starve his boundaries, you will create an opportunity somewhere.
Appeal for LBW again. I think that one definitely got a little inside edge, and Taylor taking a big stride forward as well.
Sounded like 2 noises, didn't it?
Maybe both legs, to be fair.
Yeah, it could have been both pads, couldn't it? Height would have been an issue again. Dancing down the wicket.
It's interesting though, isn't it? Because Rob Jones was spoken to, wasn't he?
Yeah.
For batting outside of his crease and taking a step down, which is exactly what Tom Taylor's doing here, although he might be starting in his crease, to be fair to Tom Taylor. So maybe not getting quite as far forward, but he certainly looks like he's coming a long way down. Nicely timed. Just going to be one, easy one, a comfortable single into the leg side. Jack White then has 2 deliveries left, 2 legal deliveries left today at Northampton.
He looks like a broken man.
Could be the 2.
I don't know why that's so funny, but it's made me giggle. He just, because he's not hiding it at all.
No.
I think that's what it is. Like Jack, do an impression of a broken man.
Yeah, you wouldn't need a body language expert, would you, to come up with that conclusion. Jake Libby back on strike. He's 20 off 30. Oh, again, that's not far away, is it? Inside edge onto the pad, rolls down into the leg side. Dot ball. There's been about 3 or 4 of those, hasn't there, in this second innings that could have, on another day, found its way onto the stumps.
So is this the last ball of his 10th over, and will he walk off into the sunset? I think he will.
I think he might, yeah. 2 for 26 off 9.5. Has been a huge part in restricting Worcestershire to 60 for 5 off basically 20 overs. And that's left alone by Jake Libby to round out that 10-over opening spell by Jack White, who receives a warm round of applause from those that have made their way into the ground today. pats on the back from his teammates. He grabs the hat from the umpire and wanders straight across the square.
Off into the sunset.
The shortest route possible to the gates, I think.
Well bowled, Jack White. That was great stuff. Bit of heart shown there because he wasn't necessarily physically at his best, if you like. And there's a theory that he might have a bit of sore shoulder as well. We know that he suffered with a sore knee. We know he's not got massive overs under his belt and sort of resilience, robustness because of the injury that kept him out of a bit of the season. So that's a great spell.
Yeah.
A lot of skill on show there.
Top effort. Miller continues from the David Capel lens. Tom Taylor lines up the offside, can't get it past George Bartlett at mid-off. There'll become a point as well, won't there, that I think Taylor becomes a little bit frustrated. 10 off 18, required run rate nearly at 8. 236 required from 30 overs.
It's a lot. That's what bold.
There's, unless I'm seeing this very differently, and I could well be, but there's no real option to take it deep, so to speak, because to go for, say, another 10 overs, that run rate's going to be over 10s then, isn't it? To then require over 10s for 20 overs feels like quite a stiff ask.
Yeah. Come on to that in a sec. Oof. Squirted away. Completely mistimed by Tom Taylor. He got enough on it. He's a big, strong lad. He's indicating that bouncing him a wee bit. Got it up and over the infield into the offside. Yeah, I mean, Jake Livy will maybe be doing some he will be doing some calculations as he's out there at the moment thinking, is there a way that we can rebuild and get ourselves within sort of, I could call it this, within slogging distance?
Yeah.
And then go. But 10 and over would be, I guess if it's over 5 overs, you're probably thinking 12 and over, 13 and over. If it's over 10 overs, you're probably thinking 10 and over. But if it's over more than that, and it's more than 10, then you've got to do a lot of work now and get closer, really. So, yeah, it's tough to do that. They can't just play and get themselves into that slog position.
Yeah.
They've got to actually score more quickly to get themselves to that. I totally see your point.
Guided backward of point. It's just going to be a single down to Rafi Weatherall, who's on the field for Jack White. Justin Broad looks like he will take over from Jack White from the Lynn Wilson centre end.
Good opportunity for Gus Miller here to. There's something in the surface. We've seen that from that end in particular. Ethan Brooks bowled brilliantly, bowling some off-pace medium pacers and some seam uppers, some traditional seam uppers, and got a bit of nip as well. So there's something in the surface.
Short ball pulled away by Taylor. Just for another single though. Hardrick tidies up, does the work.
Yeah, so we are going to see, it's been a while, we're going to see a different bowler from the Lynn Wilson end. We're going to see Justin Broad. Jack White's 10 overs. Oh, my phone has decided not to tell me the score. Okay. So let's try and get that. Jack White bowled 10 overs for 26. 10 overs, 2 maiden, 2 for 26. And I think 5 of those were wides.
Yeah, they were. Yep.
21 off them. And there were some leg buys as well, I guess. Well, no, they didn't go against the bowl. So it's basically 10. Well, no, you've got to count the wides, don't you, Phil? Come on. Bowlers union is one thing, but that's just ridiculous. You can't discount wides. 10 overs, 2 for 26. Great spell. Justin Broad, who bowled very well. And the far end has been lofted down the ground for 6. Welcome to the Lynn Wilson end, says Tom Taylor. It wasn't a full half volley. It was perhaps didn't hit the wicket as hard as he had been doing from the far end. And that's Tom Taylor, isn't it? Foot down the wicket, straight through the ball. Great shot down the ground for 6.
He's got such a big stride, such big levers as well, isn't he? Almost just kind of stroked it really back over Justin Broad's head for 6.
A lovely shot, wasn't it? He's gone again down the ground, declined the single. I think I might have been running there, but he wants to keep the strike and have another go at just or slip is out. I didn't think it would be long. Slip has come out. 50 Shaw comes out to mid-wicket. Doesn't matter how slowly you move, Prifty, you've got to come out of slip. He's gone into mid-wicket. So there's 3 men on the single on the offside. Point extra cover mid-off. 3rd man and a man on the cover boundary. Oh, that's 4 runs. Banged in by Justin Broad and banged out through wide mid-wicket. Almost a tennis shot smash by Tom Taylor. I think it's safe to say game on at this stage.
Yeah, I can't see any other way to do this. I mean, they've got 10 off the over now, so you can now just kind of knock these final 3 about, but I don't necessarily know if that's how Tom Taylor wants to play.
Oh, well played, umpire. I said
Blimey.
earlier about the bowler getting hit with the ball hit straight, and the umpire very nearly did there and took evasive action, played it pretty well. He's back on his feet quickly. Yeah, I think it's a minimum of 1 boundary and over from here, really. That's on average, obviously. But Tom Taylor saying, look, if you're going to pitch it up, I'm just going to hit through the line of it. It may be, if 1 bounces, then I hit it straight up in the air and have to walk off. But I'm coming at you. And now, suddenly, Justin Broad is under quite a bit of pressure. Wow, he smashed that Taylor down the ground. It's a slightly slower ball. This is where, as a young bowler, you've got to kind of keep doing the same thing. If he should be saying to himself, Justin Broad, look, if I bang the ball in and hit my length, there's no way he can hit me off that length down the ground if I hit the right length. So hit the right length. Don't blink here. Don't go too funky. Miscued. Looking again to go down the ground. But a good over from Worcestershire's perspective. 14-15 off the over. And they're going to need a few more of those to make any sort of headway in this run chase. Long conversation goes on between the captain, Lewis McManus. I like that. Long conversation between him and Gus Miller. And let's keep it simple, where we need to keep things very, very simple. Stick to your guns. Just because the last over went for 15 doesn't change the game particularly. The run rate required is still 7.8. It's still 5 wickets down. There's still movement in this pitch. There's the odd one that's bouncing a little bit more. So don't blink. Stick to your guns. Keep smashing that back of a length for as long as you can. And it's not easy to time the ball, is it? It's, as we've seen there, quite a lot of balls have hit the bottom of the bat or the inside part of the bat. When you see that frequently, you know that the ball is keeping slightly low and or is arriving a little bit slower than anticipated. So I like the fact that Bartlett and Sanderson are having a little chat with Gus Miller, but don't confuse things here. Let's keep it simple. A leg by. Taylor will feel he's missed out there.
Looks like he's bowling with good pace as well, doesn't he, Gus Miller? Firing it through. You wouldn't have said I wouldn't be able to tell a noticeable difference between himself and Justin Broad, I don't think, from the naked eye. Speed gun might say something slightly different.
It won't be huge. No, there might be 2 or 3 miles an hour, something like that. there comes a point, that was a heavy delivery. There comes a point, I think, where now this might get me into trouble here, where you might have enough pace to be a problem to yourself. You know, if you're kind of if you're bowling at 75 miles an hour and incredibly accurate,
Yeah.
is that better or worse than bowling 83 miles an hour and being wayward? You know, I think I'd go 75 miles an hour and accurate is probably the better and consistent, because you can have too much pace and just make it easy for batters to put your hands through and to time. At 83 miles an hour, for example, I'm using that as an example, obviously, you're not going to do anyone for pace particularly. Tom Taylor tries to hit that over mid-on, but again, it's a little slow onto the bat and he drags it through the leg side, but he still gets 4. So sometimes, like I guess today would be an example, Ethan Brooks wasn't bowling with any pace at all, but his accuracy was fantastic and he was a real handful, bowled brilliantly. If he bowled 5 miles an hour faster, but not quite as accurately, then those figures would be very different. So you can have enough pace to be a problem to yourself sometimes if you don't back it up with the accuracy. That's gone up and it's gone out of the ground, I suspect. Yeah, it has eventually. It's hit the top of the burger store and has bounced over the perimeter of the ground, the big fence that goes around the ground here at Wantage Road. And it's gone for 6. That was Gus Miller. It's interesting, isn't it? I said to keep the plan simple, and we know that Tom Taylor can hit the ball off the top of the bounce down the ground. So the danger is that you respond to that by dragging your length back a bit, and then he just changes his arc as he did there. And the arc goes wider, over wide, mid-wicket, cow corner. But it was struck beautifully for 6.
Yeah, we've talked him up all day, haven't we, Tom Taylor? We know how dangerous he can be. We mentioned the 100 that he scored here last summer in this fixture whilst wearing a Northants shirt. Not going to be a huge surprise to the Northants supporters watching the live stream that Tom Taylor is currently 37 off 31. 5 4s and 2 6s. Northants don't have that seamer, really, apart from Sanderson, that would allow Lewis McManus up to the stumps. Miller and Broad probably slightly too sharp for that now.
Hit away again. That's going to be 4, I think. Yeah, it beats Ben Sanderson in the same area. And I think, you know, I made a bit of a meal of it, but I made mention of having too much pace and being a danger to yourself at times. You know, I think an off-pace delivery is going to be harder. Asking the batter to come at me. I'm giving you nothing to work with. You can't just stand and hit through the line as you can if I'm bowling at 82 miles an hour. If I'm bowling at 75 miles an hour, you've got to time that. So my margin becomes bigger as a bowler. And I think there's definitely an argument here for mixing things up a little bit. If Tom Taylor's going to play that way, but there's going to be a bowling change. As a result, probably of that last over, there's going to be a bowling change at the Lynn Wilson end, and we're going to see Saif Sayeb.
Yeah, it's this has certainly kind of fit the blueprint so far that we spoke about. Whether those 5 early wickets for the Rapids has caused too much damage for them to be able to chase this down or not, we don't know yet. But it certainly was we'll have a look through Ben Sanderson, Jack White. Yes, Worcestershire lost more wickets than what they would have liked to. But the second that those two finished combined anyway, there was a real change in game plan and attitude by Tom Taylor in particular.
Yeah, Broad bowled well, didn't he, from the David Capel end. Broad bowled very, very well, picked up 2 wickets. And Lewis McManus wanted Broad to continue from the Lynn Wilson end once Jack White had finished. Saif worked into the leg side by Jake Libby. He's a good player of spin, Jake Libby. And Tom Taylor will want to deal in boundaries. It's interesting that the captain has gone to Saif Sayeb, the finger spinner, left arm finger spinner, rather than the wrist spin of Freddie Heldrick.
A little bit more control.
Exactly that. That's what's on his mind. But Taylor will be saying to himself and to his captain, we cannot let this guy bowl us. He's got to go. If they do that, then that poses quite a significant question for Lewis McManus. But he's got some options, as we've said before.
Well, he has. And in the competition so far, Lewis McManus has almost had to use all of the options because there potentially hasn't been a third or fourth bowler to provide the same level of pressure that the openers were able to do so.
Oh, that's a brilliant shot. It was a great attempted stop. I think it's still going to go for 4. It was a full... No, it's not. A full-length dive by Rafi Weatherall, who's on as sub-fielder for Jack White, and he got enough of a hand on it, tipped it around the post. And well fielded also by Freddie Heldrick, who anticipated that and managed to cut the ball off. It's a good reverse sweep, wasn't it, Tom
Really
Taylor?
good.
He's gone again, and this time he's going to get 4. It gets it over the despairing leap of Rafi Weatherall.
That was the shot that he played so successfully against. It was James Coles, wasn't it? I think that
That's
was
right.
bowling, who'd done really, really well up to that point. Tom Taylor just decided to go, well, I can play straight, but you know, I've got a good reverse sweep in the locker as well.
That's brought about a change, and James Sales comes over to be the second fielder behind on the offside on the single. That's the anti-reverse sweep fielder. That's nicely bowled, Save Saib. That's one of the areas that he has improved so much, is his ability to take pace off the ball and pose a threat. When he first got into first team cricket, he would bowl flatter and flatter and flatter. And that was his response. But nowadays he mixes that pace up very well. And he's got enough control to be able to do that as well. It's easy to say that, to say bowl slower pace off, but actually can be difficult to execute. So we are going to see, I think, wrist spin. I think we're going to see Freddie Heldrick from the David Capel end, which is always good to see Freddie Heldrick. The interesting issue is ends.
Yeah.
The shorter boundary, but with 2 right-handers in, is the boundary to the right-hander's leg side, and the wind is blowing across the ground as it typically does. As we look from the Lynn Wilson end, the wind's blowing from our right to our left. So hitting with the spin and with the wind to the slightly shorter boundary on the leg side, that won't be lost on Freddie Heldrick, and he'll be thinking, oh, great. He won't demonstrate that, but I'm sure he would prefer to be bowling from the other end. But he does bowl a good ball that goes the other way, a good googly, a good wrong un. Oh, he started with a long delivery, and it's driven through extra cover. Between extra cover and mid-off for 4, I did think that George Bartlett another day gets a better dive in there and perhaps gets enough of a hand on it to stop that, but he doesn't. And that means that boundary takes Tom Taylor to 52 off 38 deliveries. And very quickly, from Northants being in total control, there is now more of a contest on.
Yeah.
It's a better length from Freddie Heldrick.
How you would have been involved in teams that would have come up against a player that has relatively speaking, recently moved, or potentially had a player in your dressing room that has recently moved from someone that you're playing. Do they bring much of an impact when they line up against their former team? So Tom Taylor here against Freddie, against Ben Sanderson, Jack White, can share that information with Jake Libby in the middle and kind of go, okay, look, this is this lad's stock ball. He's going to bowl these. Yep. He has got one that goes the other way, for example, and he can kind of share that real time right now, but then potentially kind of in those pre-game conversations as well.
Absolutely. That's great value, isn't it? We've talked a few times about analysts in the game and how they're used and how effective they can be in the modern game. But there's nothing that beats communication from a player to another player. That's the key. That's the key thing. Players will listen to analysts, of course, but boy, do they listen to other players. They really tune in. And as you said, the key thing, I think one of the key things you said there as well, Dan, was live. It's in live. It's out there. It's information that you can act on straight away. He's bowled, apart from the first ball, which was a half volley and pounced upon. Length has been very good here from Freddie Heldrick. That's his key. Going to be length. That's nicely fielded. Gus Miller, as soon as that ball's halfway down the wicket, we're in a great spot here. I can see Gus Miller going to his left, anticipating the reverse sweep. And with that anticipation, that allowed him to cut off even a single. So well done. Not a bad start from Freddie Eldrick. Just unfortunately, the first ball escaped the grasp of George Bartlett at mid-off. So we're halfway through. Halfway through, we are 108 for 5, Worcestershire. Tom Taylor, 53. Jake Libby, 24. These two guys have put on, what's that now, 74 for the 6th wicket.
Yeah, same stage. Steelbacks were 138 for 1. So the difference at one stage between the two teams was up at 55. So these two have dragged that total score anyway closer to where the Steelbacks were. Worryingly, if you look out the window, Tom Taylor is currently getting a bit of treatment for a bit of cramp in the middle, which Rapids fans will be hoping has no impact on his ability to clear the ropes and find the boundaries for the visiting side. It feels like we have that quite a lot here, doesn't it, at Wantage Road?
Cramp.
Oh no, just generally you get a batter from the opposition, gets a bit of an injury, and all of a sudden you go, oh, that's one of the best hundreds I've seen on one leg.
It was, I think Gordon Greenwich was the first player that I mean, that was early in my cricket watching time, relatively early. And it was, oh no, Gordon Greenwich got an injury, put him down for at least 100, maybe a double. And get him on one leg.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's often the way, isn't it? I wonder what happens there. I mean, that happens so often, doesn't it? The injured batter, the injured whatever it might be. Is it, I mean, I wonder, does it just free the mind up? So, okay, well, I'm injured, so, you know, and I just watch the ball better. I just play. I don't worry too much about what's going on because I'm kind of almost a free shot.
That was kind of my thought.
Yeah.
In the fact that I'm not going to be sprinting ones and twos here, so therefore my role is to find boundaries at the end of the day. I'm not in a position to get down and play the reverse sweep because something hurts, because I'm not going to be able to get back up again or whatever. You probably move less because you're trying to limit any discomfort. And I think it was at the T20 last year, wasn't it? Stephen Croft scored 100 here pretty much on one leg, I think, for Lancashire in the last.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah.
But certainly Tom Taylor's getting a fair working over there by the Worcestershire physio. His left hamstring.
I'm not if he has got cramp, and it does look that way. It wouldn't surprise me because these games are very, very tiring, these 50-over games. And Tom Taylor will always be bowling 10 overs. He will always be batting at some point, or generally be batting at some point.
Yeah.
And he does one of the boundary jobs, doesn't he? Often he does the long off position, so he's in the game a heck of a lot. And as I say, these games come thick and fast in the One Day Cup programme. So he's having some electrolyte, I guess. Having a chat with the physio. So that's more, I think there's a bit more going on.
Well, I don't think Tom Taylor has been as available for Worcestershire throughout the course of the summer as he'd have liked to have been following his move from Northants over the winter.
One of the things here, Dan, will be, and it's a pretty obvious thing to say really, will be from the physio's perspective, she will want to be trying to work out and communicating with Tom. If you carry on, is that going to make it worse? If it's not, crack on. If it is, okay, well, let's discuss that. That's for me, that's the first thing will be, is it going to make it worse?
Yeah.
He's asking for a couple of tablets, which will be electrolyte tablets in his next drink.
Yeah. Certainly that hamstring, isn't it?
Yeah. Which actually, the fact that he will be incapacitated to some degree, as we said, maybe frees him up. But there is a big downside, which is physically, if he can't run, turn ones into twos, twos into threes, that's a problem because his captain can do that. He's a brilliant runner between the wickets, Jake Libby. Very quick over the ground. And if that's not available to him, then it puts more pressure on him.
Yes, yeah, it certainly does. Safe save continues then from the Lynn Wilson centre end. That slow left arm. Jake Libby on strike, just defends that one back to the bowler. The ball before, that one a bit shorter, cut away in the offside. Freddie Heldrick does the fielding. He's patrolling that offside boundary. Tom Taylor then on to strike. 53 or 41 for Taylor. Let's see if there's an instant impact to that injury, that bit of treatment. Does it take away that reverse sweep that he played so well the over before?
Wow. That looked like that gripped and turned and bounced and did
Certainly
everything.
did. I thought that was going to be a bit of a bigger appeal than that as well.
I did, yeah. Did a replay of that. Why wasn't there?
Down the ground. Taylor looks for 2.
Oh,
goes straight through the fielder, and it is going to be 4, in fact. So,
see this again. I think if the fielder just looks up as they're about to field the ball. Yeah, it's easily done that. And that's about running the first run first, puts the fielder under pressure.
There's a big appeal for LBW.
Yes,
he's given. Taylor's gone. Just indicates to his captain that that's just skidded on. And he's gone for 57. Bit of fortunate, the ball before picking up that boundary. And safe save, the slow left armour gets the breakthrough. The massive wicket, that partnership was building. It was dangerous. Taylor looked good for 57. Unfortunately for the Rapids, he has to go. That looks pretty adjacent. 113 for 6.
Yeah, well, Safe Save's done very well so far. Early in his spell, even so it's early in his spell, he's varied his pace very well. And the other thing, I guess, is that he had a ball earlier in the over, I think 2 balls ago, that gripped and turned and bounced, and would have hit the seam in order to do that, obviously. And that one probably didn't hit the seam. It was probably a very similar ball, maybe a little bit quicker, but it was probably otherwise a pretty similar ball, but didn't hit the seam, hit the shiny side, or the leather. There won't be a lot of shine on the ball now. Just hit the leather and skidded on. So one grips and goes away, the other one slides on. Tom Taylor playing for a little bit of movement, and you can understand that, having been beaten on the outside edge. So he's playing for a little bit of turn, and it skids on, hits him on the knee roll. He's bang in front, and he's got to go. That's a big wicket, that.
It certainly is. It certainly is a big wicket. Brings out the Notts low knee. Left arm finger spin to left arm finger spin. Fateh Singh.
I was really impressed with this fellow with the ball. I really liked what I saw there.
We've got a 60 to his name with the bat this summer in this competition for the Rapids.
He reminded me a bit of Samit Patel in terms of simple, but also able to get the ball into the block hole, able to get the ball wide when he wanted to. He varied his pace reasonably well. I thought he bowled very well. Oh, hello.
Wow.
Hello.
Have a look at one.
Welcome.
It's a hoik, isn't it, through the leg side, which Safe Save can't quite believe, I don't think. But anyway, 1 run off the final ball of the over. A wicket taking over. Wicket of Tom Taylor. Going for 57. LBW to Safe Save. 114 for 6 off 26. I would imagine that the conversation there between Libby and Singh must still be fairly similar. Like that, yes, those two, Taylor and Libby, did bring it down from 7.9 to 7.6, but even that partnership, which must have been worth about 80, wasn't it, at the end of it?
Comfortably, yeah.
Didn't really change the required run rate all that much.
No, and they've got to do it over a period of time, haven't they? This is a good matchup, I think, for Northants. The wrist spin of Heldrick. And I've seen this guy bat for 1 ball, Singh. I think I'm going to enjoy this innings because I suspect something's going to happen, Dan.
Big appeal for LBW. McManus led it. Heldrick joined afterwards. Prithvi Shaw's still appealing. Must have been a bit of bat involved there, I think. Nice flight, though, from Freddie Hardrick.
Sweep, top edge, Gonski. That's my prediction.
Tries to load up, doesn't he?
Where is he? He's in at 8. Looks like a man who wants to hit the cricket ball very hard.
Yeah, I was going to say there's bat on ball cricketers, and I think Fateh Singh might be a slightly more aggressive than bat on ball. That one too straight. There's a decent shot at the stumps there from Gus Miller. Leg by signalled.
Yeah, I noticed the dismissal of Tom Taylor, that Gus Miller was giving a lot of high tens.
Mm.
And the ball before, of course, he let through his hands for 4. It would have been a 1, which would have meant that Tom Taylor was off strike. So I'm pretty sure Gus Miller, knowing him a little, would have been saying, well, that's clearly why I kept him on strike. You know,
that was close, that as well.
Was it? That
Yeah, I think if we had, I think he was in, but I think it wasn't a reach for the crease. It was more of a drop your bat in the crease type run. And I reckon if we had the benefit of side on cameras and rock and roll and all that other good stuff that they talk about on the telly,
yeah,
I think it probably would have been shown to have been fairly close.
That's well played.
Yeah, nicely played by Jake Libby. We'll look for a couple. James Sales does the fielding. It's the ball in nicely. A good throw to McManus. 2 runs added to the total. Libby now on 27.
Yeah, you kind of feel that if Jake Libby's not there at the end, then she have no chance of having won this game. That could prove to be incorrect, of course, but I suspect that is part of the equation. It's a long shot now for Worcestershire, obviously. Not great insight from, but I think to have any chance, Jake Libby's got to get a lot of these runs and be there at the end and marshal the troops. It'll be interesting to see what he's got to say to his partner, Singh, because that first ball that he faced from Saif Saib was balmy, really. He just swung straight across the line at it. I mean, if he misses that ball, that just looks like terrible cricket, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't miss it. There'll be plenty of people shouting at home, well, he didn't miss it, and he didn't. But that's an interesting way to start your innings.
Yeah. Safe save continues. I did wonder for a while if Justin Broad was going to come back on from the Wilson centre end, but it is going to be the continuation of the slow left arm spinner. No, I agree with you. I think it's, yeah. It could have looked pretty, well, it did look pretty ugly, but it could have looked uglier than that, couldn't it?
It could, yeah.
Squared up, squirted through the offside for a single.
Well, he's a good man to watch from the neutral's perspective, because it's interesting. There was virtually no foot movement in that, or no discernible movement back either. I don't know quite. It's just like French cricket almost. But Libby will be thinking, I've got to get these. I've got to get these myself. Oh, bowled safe. Lovely variation in pace. Beautifully bowled, young man. We've seen some good young cricketers on display today.
Certainly have. That's got the outside edge of Jake Libby. Rafi Weatherall, I think, almost premeditated that was going to go squarer, didn't he?
He did. He did a Phil Rowe. He ran the wrong way.
The wrong way.
He ran to his right.
Well, yeah, I will give Rafi the benefit of the doubt for the premeditation.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
I think you'd have just run the wrong way.
Deliberately, yeah.
Can't drop a catch if you dive out of the way of it, can you?
So, yeah, there's a famous slow left armer who played for Northamptonshire in England, who we used to say that if you don't get to them, you don't drop them.
On the leg side, tidy work from McManus. Nicely played. Dive by Broad. Can't hold it in. I think it's just going to be one, though, Freddie Heldrick is quick off the boundary. Keeps it down to a single, so 176 required.
So what's going to happen here? Where's your money? Caught deep mid-wicket.
It's on, isn't it? Slog sweep out of the ground. 6 towards the groundsman's hut.
Brilliant.
Wendell watches it go by. What a shot that was by Fateh Singh. As I said, he got 60 in this competition earlier this summer. Certainly not going to be boring, I don't think, all the while he's in the middle.
As I said, good for the neutral because something's going to happen. In fact, good for Worcestershire because they need something to happen. In the modern game, the way the game is, for a lower order batter, he's coming in at 8, so he's not a tail ender, but a lower order batter. The ability to score is so important. It's not about having great defence, and so you've got to be able to score boundaries. And from what we've seen so far in the 6 balls from Singh, then he's very keen to do that.
Yeah. So the change of ball, which I think did come back in the end, has allowed the think tank of Steelbacks to get together there. Safe save, Prithvi Shaw, McManus, Vasconcelos. I think Justin Broad was involved as well. Prithvi Shaw and McManus still engaged in conversation behind the stumps. It did bring about a change in the field as well. Rafi Weatherall is now down there at deep square leg. Down the... Oh, my word. Has he hit that one?
Yeah.
That's out of the ground.
I don't know why we've got a slip in here. That's window dressing to have a slip in at this stage.
Yeah, that's a large shot by Fateh Singh. Just shimmied down, didn't he? And straight as an arrow back over Safe Save's head with some serious hang time on that as well. The reason why I paused there, Gus Miller was just stood there with his kind of... I'm not quite sure what happened.
I saw George Bartlett loosening up in between overs. It's going to be Freddie Heldrick to continue.
As I said, it's been a problem for McManus throughout this campaign so far. He hasn't been able to get another bowler that he can rely on to bowl a full set of 10 overs. He's had to have 5 overs here, 4 overs there. So much so, I saw Emilio Gay bowling seam up at Hampshire. It's a beauty by Freddie. He's a wicket-taking bowler, isn't he, Freddie Heldrick?
I did, when Emilio was working in the academy, when I was in the academy working with Emilio, I tried to get him to develop as an off-pace seamer. When he wanted to bowl quick. But, Gus decided a dive was his best option then. Actually, the little chassis to his right would have been a better option. And it's gone for 4.
Yeah.
I don't know if he lost his footing a bit, maybe as he tried to push off, and it was an involuntary dive in the end, but he'd have been better moving to his right. Perhaps it was always going to beat him.
Yeah, it's starting to feel like one of those days, isn't it, for Gus Miller, that the ball's just following him around the outfield. The one that went through him from Tom Taylor, that one there, the one that went straight back over his head from Fateh Singh, the over before,
but
the run-out chance as well.
Emilio had trouble with his arm path. And whether it was one side of the law or the other is for others to decide, but that wasn't always in my mind.
Libby looking for a single into the leg side. Vasconcelos tidies that one up nicely. 138 for 6 off 28.5 overs.
He also had a bad double stress fracture, which curtailed any further work for a long time. So it's good to see that he is back bowling.
I can't imagine his name came up that highly in the list of potential bowlers for Lewis McManus to use, though. That's, I think, the point I was making.
No, understood. No, absolutely. That's kind of last chance saloon, isn't it? I want to see Singh on strike all the time because it's entertaining.
Certainly is. 14 off 7 balls.
He hacked his first ball and then he's played a couple of beautiful cricket shots since then.
Yeah, it's an interesting 8 balls, isn't it? Ones that he's really committed to have gone the distance. And there's been a couple here that he just looks a little bit on the lazy side with the bat, and it's
It's interesting, isn't it? There's something of the Jack White about the way he shapes up, actually, with the bat.
Jack White would get a nosebleed if he walked out at number 8, wouldn't he?
I mean, that's, yeah. In what circumstances that happens, I'm not plague, something like that.
139 for 6. 29 overs have been bowled. Spin will continue. Safe save takes the cap off. 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 31 so far. So it's been expensive, but he did get the big wicket of Tom Taylor. And he's done all right in the competition so far. 6 wickets at 31s, with the best of 3 for 66 in the One Day Cup in 2024 as well for safe. Encouragement from the crowd there for Justin Broad.
Yeah.
In case there was any danger that he thought anybody else might have been doing the fielding, it was yours all day long, Broady.
It's always best to be clear.
Well, important to put a name on it sometimes, isn't it?
Shot coming.
Squared him up. Leading edge that just trickled down. I think that's George Bartlett, isn't it, at 45?
This is fascinating.
Or is it Freddie at 45?
That was Fred, I think, yeah. It's fascinating because, as you said, Dan, when the ball is in his scoring area, he looks a good player. And when it's not, he doesn't look a good player. Player Jake Libby, nice cricket.
Jake Libby, on the other hand, looks like he's got hours to play each of these individual deliveries. A lot of time.
I'd love to talk to Jake Libby after this because he's quite dry. He's seen everything in the game. He's got a dry sense of humour.
Fateh Singh loads up, targeting that leg side again, but it's a bottom edge on it. Runs down to Justin Broad for a single.
In 2 balls' time, it's going to be a 20-over game, Dan. We can talk about that.
We can.
I feel like something's going to happen every time Singh is facing.
A bold, safe save. Pace off again, which Libby adjusts to. Defends to George Bartlett in at mid-wicket. Sanderson goes back for the final ball of the over. And allows Jake Libby to take the single and rotate the strike, which would have thought Northants would have preferred to have been bowling at Fateh Singh, but as it is, it's Jake Libby. It's 144 for 6 off 30 overs. As you said, 20 overs to go. It's a 20-over game. And off 20 overs, the Rapids require 152 to win.
So, okay, so it's a 20-over game, effectively. 150 off 120 balls, only 4 wickets in hand. Singh is dangerous, no question. Libby is a brilliant milker of bowling. They need 7.6 runs per over. The game never quite reached the point where any one side could win, and it's certainly not there now. It's still odds on a Northamptonshire victory. But from where they were to get to this equation left, I suspect Worcester might have bought that off you at one point.
Yeah, they're doing well, aren't they, at the moment as well? Just well fielded Rafi Weatherall in the end. Didn't need a 2019 Ben Stokes special there, did we, off the bat of Fateh Singh? The difference between the two sides after 30 is to 20 runs now. So again, another 10 runs taken back out of that deficit.
It's a long way to the leg side boundary. And it's not going to get there because he's out. It was a drag down, really, from Freddie Heldrick. It wasn't his best ball. It could and should have gone a long way over the leg side boundary, but Singh trying to hit it square for 6 just got a sort of a top edge on it, and it flew up to Saif Sayed, who ran round to his left and caught a comfortable catch. And that is the end of Fateh Singh, and I think that might be the end of Worcestershire's hopes. It's not quite dead and buried, but he looked a dangerous customer, Singh. He's now gone. And so only 3 wickets left, still 7.7 runs and over, still 151 runs to win is a lot of runs. Bit of a sorry end, actually. I was enjoying that.
Yeah, it was entertaining, wasn't it? Enterprising would be another word.
He looks like a guy who wants to step and swing and hit, and he's good at that. He's got to work on everything else. Would that be fair?
I think that would be a pretty fair assessment based on that short innings that you and I just enjoyed.
Tell you what it does do. It allows me to break into this biscuit that I've been looking at since lunchtime. It's a Biscoff biscuit.
Wow.
Sort of thing they give you free with a cup of coffee.
Sophisticated.
Do you know those biscuits?
Yeah,
Well,
I'm aware.
Here's one.
Yeah, nice.
And I think it could be the most underrated biscuit in world biscuit.
Who underrates a Biscoff?
Well, they're an idiot. They do. Not me.
Give me a custard cream any day of the week, Rowie.
Custard cream's good. Yeah. It's kind of like an entry-level one, but it still sticks around, doesn't it?
Yeah,
It gets you into
it's a
biscuits.
classic.
Yeah, it's a
It's a
classic.
classic.
Yeah.
It's done its time. Bit like a bourbon.
Bourbon, another good biscuit there. Well, I'm sorry I've taken us to biscuits.
Hey, well, why not?
Some
Why
people might think we're just filling time. Not at all. So another left-hander comes in. Hashan Khan. Bowled nicely, didn't he?
Certainly did. Got the big scalp, didn't he? With that bumper to Prithvi short. One that really surprised him. Couldn't do much else but glove it through to the keeper, Roderick.
So Freddie features on the scorecard. Good for him. Get the ball up there. Oh, that's a bit short. Nice little buzz from Vasconcelos at extra cover, moving sharply to his right. Nice Viv Richards style low arm throwback to the keeper. Good to see. Like a bit of buzz in the field.
He seems up for it, doesn't he?
Well, I think there's a little bit more animation. But I think, you know, I do think Northampton were a little lackluster, or maybe lackluster is possibly the word I'm looking for. Lacked a bit of buzz anyway.
Yeah, I'm just seeing if I can tell you much about Hisham Khan's batting prowess. And he's not batted yet in this competition before today. Score of 28 against Yorkshire's second 11 at Duffield when he played for Derbyshire.
Risty.
And a score of 61 at Rockhampton against Gloucestershire's second 11 in the second 11 championship.
What number did he go in there? Have you got the card up?
Yeah, it was number 8.
Okay.
For the Derbyshire twos. 61 off 110 deliveries, 6 fours and 1 6.
So he's been trialling round as part of the Saka?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I enjoyed his bowling. Looked like he had a lot of skill. And based on what I've seen so far in his 4 balls, he can certainly hold a bat.
Looks like a lot have had a look at him. Derbyshire, Warwickshire by the looks of it as well.
He's that rarity, isn't he? Left arm seamers. There's not that many around. I mean, what switches you on to him, I think, is he's clearly got good skills. Pretty accurate. Looks like he loves the game of cricket. So enthusiastic in the little I've seen of him. Very much like he wants to be part of proceedings, and he's not part of proceedings anymore because he's played over the top of that one. It's kind of turned in the footholds and bowled him. So he's gone for 1. A wicket for Saif Zayed. 146 now for 8. And it's not quite start the car, but it's think about starting the car.
Yeah. Start loading the luggage, isn't it?
It is.
It did. It still felt like, and I think it might have been because of the start to the competition that Northants had when Tom Taylor was in, and kind of felt like Worcestershire, was still there. They weren't out of the race at all. Although it would have taken an incredible innings from both Jake Libby and Tom Taylor to have got close. But we saw that with Zach Chappell and Ross Whiteley for Derbyshire at the start of the campaign, and those 3 relatively quick wickets over the last 6 overs since drinks have just kind of started to put an end to proceedings here, I think. And as you said, Jake Libby, fantastic cricketer with regards to milking the bowling. Don't know whether Jake Libby's the cricketer to start taking 10, 12, 14s off overs.
And it's not that easy a pitch either.
No.
Either. I mean, let's put that into context. Not that easy pitch. And I think, not wishing to do the summary too early, but Northants, with the new ball, out-bowled Worcestershire with the new ball significantly in terms of wicket-taking threat and eventually in terms of wickets as well. It proved that actually it's quite a tricky pitch. And the context of the score of 296 from 295 from Northants, actually, probably it's worth a few more than that. Safe say bowls 2. Tom Hinley, the left-arm wrist spinner, 3 left-handers on the bounce from Worcestershire.
It really looks like Safe's starting to get a real bit of grip in this surface as well.
Yeah. That's hit down the ground to long on, and he's caught. Caught by Gus Miller. He's falling to his knees. Got a good pair of hands, Gus Miller. And Tom Hinley not hanging around, trying to launch his second ball down the ground for 6. Didn't get all of it. Got enough of it to carry all the way to Gus Miller, who eventually just demonstrated that it might have wobbled in his hands a wee bit, but he's a good fielder. And pouches it. That's another wicket for Safe Save, and the end is nigh. You can now start the car. And I'm starting to see a little bit of movement in the crowd, which indicates that others are on their way to start their cars. Duckworth Lewis is always a good a good indicator on a run chase. So with the score on 146 for 9, Duckworth Lewis suggests that the par score is 287. So just 141 short.
Yeah, Harry Darley, the last and final man for Worcestershire. And I can't tell you a great deal about his batting. Not out against Durham in the One Day Cup. Naught against Northants' second 11 in a T20 back in July. Naught and 2 against Warwickshire's second 11 in June, and 1 not out against Warwickshire as well. So
what are you saying?
I can't say a lot, can I? There's not a great deal I can't offer much more than that.
Well, I think you can. I think there's a natural conclusion to those numbers, which suggests he's number 11 for a reason. Safe Save will be wanting to add this to his wicket haul, this last wicket, but he's not going to, because that is a forward defensive. That says, I'm not getting out.
I think strangely, if I remember rightly, I might even have been at Birmingham for that Worcestershire versus Warwickshire second 11.
That is strange.
It is quite strange, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then if I can recall it, like I think I can as well, I'd get some pace on.
Okay.
Quite quickly.
Okay. I think I hear what you're saying. I've had confirmation that the Biscoff is an underrated biscuit.
Oh, who's backed you up?
A regular contributor from Peterborough.
Mm-hmm.
My sister. Who I'll be seeing tomorrow for lunch.
Yeah, I don't know whether I feel they're a bit more mainstream now. I don't necessarily feel they operate in the underrated category. Just feels like a bit of a bougie brand, you know?
Bougie?
Yeah.
What?
Phil Rowe and bougie in the same sentence. There you go.
I don't even know what it means.
Tick that off your bingo
Did you say
card.
boozy?
Close.
Phil Rowe and
Close.
boozy in the same sentence.
That one I can confirm is true.
Bougie. How do you spell that?
I'm not sure.
That sounds the sort of thing my wife says.
There might be a J and a couple of E's at the end.
I'll have to look that up. I'll have to ask a grown-up.
In the dictionary.
Darley is on naught. He specialises in noughts in his career. It's early in his career, of course it is. Well, what's wrong with that?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
It's not going to win you a game of cricket, but it might save a game of cricket. He's going to launch the next ball out of the ground. Watch this. Foot down the wicket, smashes it somewhere for 6. Or 1.
A bit more of a load up in there, wasn't there, than the ball before, though?
What's Jake Libby going to do here? He's had a look at the square boundary on the leg side, just eyeing up where he needs to hit it to get the boundary. Square is the answer. It's the orthodox hard square sweep. It's floated. Oh, when we don't need a broken finger, Ben Sanderson. Ben Sanderson found himself at extra cover there. The ball was hit firmly and it kicked up off the old wicket end. And did Ben Sanderson a mischief. Do not need any broken digits in that anywhere, to be honest with you, but in particular there.
I think there's a really, really interesting observation here is that at 9 down with 148 to win off 17 and a half overs, Jake Libby is quite happy to let Harry Darley on strike. I think if that game was a little bit closer, Jake Libby would be turning down those singles that were half stopped by Ben Sanderson at cover. And I don't ever think that a sports person concedes the fact that it isn't going to be the day. But I'm sure there's an element of this probably just isn't going to happen today. So
there's no point protecting him, is there? Just let him find his own way. Here's a stat.
Hit me. Go on.
15 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 35. Good bowling?
Yeah, I would say so.
That's White and Sanderson combined. And it was good bowling, wasn't it?
Yeah, very good.
I mean, the surprising number there is only 3 wickets, to be honest, between the two of them, because they bowled absolutely brilliantly with the new ball. We said at half-time they needed to bowl well with a new ball. And boy, did they do that.
Well, I take it all back. Jake Libby, he's not going to take the singles.
I think he will, though. Just fancies a bit of a bat as well. I think in general, I think he will. Let's have a look. Yes, okay. I think I would get the field in here. Yeah, that's good. Get the field in. Ask him to hit one over the top. He won't. Someone catches it. We walk off. We sing the song. We get 2 points. No one has told Harry Darley that. He's blocking it like Jeff Boycott in a testimonial match at the minute. Oh, how about that?
Nicely played.
Still with that, Phil Rowe, I've just whipped it through mid-wicket. Thank you very much. Nice shot, wasn't it?
Really was. It was. Must be a temptation. Darley's on strike at the start of the next over to get a seamer on.
Flatter and quicker. But who wants to bring a seamer back at this stage? Really? You know, which seamers? I mean, one of the young lads, maybe. Give him a bit of confidence. I know a man who would not want to come back at this stage, and he's fielding right below us. That's Ben Sanderson. Oh, yeah, there is going to be a run there, just about. Which means Darley will keep the strike. There is, I guess. I mean, I'm being really, really, really picky here. It may dawn on Northamptonshire that net run rate might be worth looking after. They're not getting taken to town, are they? So yeah, there's okay. So I think Lewis McManus might just be on that agenda now, thinking, look, we could do with polishing this game off.
Yeah.
I'd like to get the young spinners more of a ball. I'd like to give Freddie more of a ball, but actually, we could leak 20 here and let's get the game done with. And Sanderson said, no, it's important that Fred has a good spell, get 10 overs into him. Yeah, so it looks like, I think resigned. He's resigned to their fate from the way that the captain, Jake Livy, is going about this. He might help himself to a 50. He's entitled to do that. It'll be interesting, actually, to be a fly on the wall in the Worcestershire dressing room. They'll have a short debrief about this game, see what they say. I don't think they've done a whole lot wrong with the bat. To be honest, they've been got out.
Yeah.
They've been bowled out brilliantly. They were put under enormous amount of pressure by White and Sanderson, as I said earlier, 15 overs, 3 for 35 with the new ball. Jack White, 10 on the bounce, 2 for 26 himself. Fantastic bowling. So I can't say they've done a whole lot wrong with the bat. With the ball, I think they didn't bowl well up front. I thought they bowled well after that. But Brooks bowled particularly well. Thought the slow left armour bowled well. Remembering, of course, Prithvi Shaw made a big dent up front. I don't think they bowled terribly. I wouldn't say that by any means, but they weren't at their best. And I think by comparison, Northants were at their best with the new ball.
Yeah, it was around about 100-run partnership, wasn't it, for the first wicket for Northampton?
Yeah.
With somebody with the quality and the power that Prithvi Shaw possesses, and that a few teams have been on the receiving end of this summer and the summer before, you're constantly just playing catch up at that point. Durham did really well the game before to restrict Northants down to about 250, gave them a target that they felt like they were in the game. And again, if this was down at 250 at this current stage, yes, it's still 9 down, but Worcestershire would be requiring less than 100 to win now.
Yeah.
Which psychologically makes a huge difference.
Let's have a look at this. 1, 2. I'm going to do some work on boundaries here. I think that might be quite interesting. That's 1626. The Northants hit 34s and 2 6s in their innings.
Yeah.
34s and 2 6s. And so far, Worcestershire have hit 13 4s and 4 6s. So there's a huge difference on the boundary count. And that reflects early wickets, of course it does, but it also reflects how well Northants bowled with the new ball. 10 of those 34s were off the bat of Prithvi Shaw, which says, okay, he is a great player, but also it didn't bowl great at him.
No.
In fact, the first 2 balls of the game went for 4 from memory.
They did indeed.
Both hit balls. That was today, wasn't it?
It was.
Yeah.
It was a while ago. Nicely timed by Harry Darley. Backward a square. James Sales comes around, cuts it off, keeps it down to just a 1.
I thought for a minute that Darley was about to get a 2.
Well, I thought there probably was one there.
Yeah.
But again, I don't think there's a huge buy-in at the moment. Jake Libby defends that one back to Vasconcelos. Safe save, 3 for 40, 6.3 overs. Big pace-off delivery by Safe Save, which has worked. Square of cover for just a single.
I talked about net run rate earlier and Northants' perspective on that. What I didn't follow through somehow was Worcestershire's perspective on net run rate, which is equally valid and from where they are on the table, possibly more valid. And that probably explains Jake Libby's tactic here, which is bat our overs and we'll pick up what we can pick up.
Yeah. Oh, it's not far away from a scrambling George Bartlett at mid-wicket. Darley working it through the leg side. Conversation mid-over between McManus and Safe. Going to allow Jake Libby to go over the top if he wants to. Try and keep him on strike and have the start of the next over at the Worcester number 11. All the fielders now up inside that 30-yard circle. Powerfully struck at Vasconcelos. It is going to be a dot ball. Northants get what they wanted. 36 overs, 163 for 9. Libby 49. Darley on 7.
You're going to get your wish. There's going to be a change of bowling, I think, at the David Capel end. I think it's going to be Justin Broad.
Yeah. Probably the quickest of the seamers available for McManus today.
Yeah.
So good idea, particularly whilst Darley is on strike here as well. They have obviously given him 17 balls to get himself loosely in.
So you're suggesting he kind of gives himself a bit of room, does he? Is that, yeah, okay.
Certainly, if my memory serves me right, yeah.
Put it politely.
Justin Broad back into the attack from the David Capel end. 2 for 32 so far. Beats Darley for pace. First up. Got the wickets of Ethan Brooks and Rehan Edavalath. In the same over, 1 LBW, 1 caught by Prithvi Shaw in first slip.
He bowled well, didn't he? Started well. Bowled very nice, good line.
Yeah, it was the change of ends, really, wasn't it? That, well, I don't necessarily know whether it was the ends that did for him, but it was the change of gear, really, by Tom Taylor that did for Justin Broad.
Yeah, without that 57 from Tom Taylor, 163 for 9 looks even sorrier, doesn't it? He's a dangerous player, Tom Taylor. In this format in particular.
Ooh. Good start to the over by Justin Broad. Another bit of an encouragement from one of the spectators for Justin Broad.
I didn't catch all of that.
Bowl him.
I think the gist of it was stumps, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I wouldn't argue with that, to be honest. Hitting the stumps, underrated.
Harder than it looks.
I think, you know, tail enders miss the ones on fourth stump and they bowl it straight and they hit it. Like that.
Yeah.
He's played that beautifully.
Nice. Forward defence by Harry Darley. 2 slips as well now for Northants. Pretty hushed and pretty quiet around the ground, isn't it? Apart from our friend through the effects mic.
They're stuck around the crowd, haven't they? I thought a few were wandering off, but there's still a decent number in.
Short ball. Play and miss. A little fend at that by Darley through to McManus.
It was the right shot, I think, but not necessarily at the time that he played it. He played it for a little bit sooner, i.e. when the ball was in the vicinity, rather than after it had gone past. Putting a sweeper out on the offside. Darley will love it if he gets it out to him. Ball at the stumps, ball at the stumps. Justin Broad.
Too short, wasn't it, by Justin Broad? And Darley just defends it into the offside.
To be honest, that's not a great over, that. It's not a terrible over. It was just, that was like you're bowling at a proper player. Just poles, just go straight at the stumps.
Yeah.
Only one ball in that over would have hit the stumps.
A Yorker wouldn't have been a bad idea.
Very good idea. Bouncy Yorker.
But again, Justin Broad's still learning his craft, isn't he?
Yeah.
And maybe that's what McManus is just feeding back to his seam bowler at the end of the over. Safe save's going to continue, though. The slow left arm, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 42. Jake Libby on strike. He's on 49, 1 away from a 50. Plenty of singles on offer out there for the Worcestershire captain. I wonder, with the benefit of hindsight, would he have had a bat first this morning? Runs on the board always just adds that little bit of extra pressure, doesn't it?
Good question. It's a good question. I mean, and who knows? I mean, so yeah, I think it's a fair question. Didn't look a bad decision, did it, at the time?
That's 50 for the captain. 50 off 68 deliveries, 4 fours. His second 50 of competition.
It's interesting that he's helped himself to 50 there, as he's done exactly what he should do. No criticism at all intended there. He's played well and done the right thing. Hasn't really played a shot in anger. He's got 50 off 68 balls.
Yeah.
This 50 over game is odd.
Yeah.
You just bat. You end up scoring at about 5 and over without really trying.
Extra flight from safe save into the pad of Darley. There's an appeal from somewhere, but nothing from the bowler. That was just sliding down. 164 for 9. Last ball of the over, the field spreads, offering Darley the single to keep the strike. Moon ball from safe save. Take the pitch out of the equation. I'd like to say safe save did that on purpose, but he looked a little bit disappointed with himself that he didn't land it, didn't he? But Darley keeps the strike. 165 for 9 off 38.
It was a clever, if it was deliberate, genius.
It was almost a throwdown, wasn't it, at that point?
It was.
Real pace off delivery from safe save. Just allowing Darley to take 1.
Yeah, I think if I'm the captain here, well, I know I am. If I'm the captain, I'm saying to Justin Broad, you've got to bowl 6 Yorkers. There's your practice. We're in the middle. There's kit on. It's live. Decent crowd in. Show me you can bowl 6 Yorkers. There you go. There's your test. Go. Or you can throw a bouncer in if you want at some point.
I think it's a combination between those two, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't think there's any benefit here from Justin Broad trying to nick off Harry Darley.
He's not good enough to nick him so far.
It is a short ball, and it's well evaded by Darley, 3 to McManus.
Okay, so there's the first, there's the first part of the cunning plan. Wake him up, says Wendell. No one's ever had to say that to Wendell if they wake up. Probably the opposite. Isn't it time you went to bed, Wendell? Might have been more likely.
Back of a length again. Darley defends. Top of the bounce.
James Sales having a loosener.
Looks like he was bowling off spin then, wasn't he?
Well, he did bowl off spin as a young lad, actually. Picked up seam reasonably late. He was more of a swing bowler. Swung it nicely, actually. Oh, I thought he might have nicked that one. Yeah, he swung it nicely as a youth, James Sales. Has tried to become more of a pace gas man, if you like. I'd like to see him continue to work on his skills, both skills with the red ball and with the white ball. I think that's more likely to succeed for him. Justin Broad pitches one up, well defended.
It's kind of one of those paces as well, isn't it? That unless you're going to be a Mark Wood and bowl late 80s, 90s, to steam in and hit the deck, there's not really much kind of budget for that, is there?
No, there's not. And on surfaces where it's not known, Northampton's have had decent surfaces, but it's not known for pace. So airspeed is, that's nicely played. Go on, you can run there. Oh, James, read the script. Let it through.
Well fielded eventually by James Sales. Had a couple of goes at it, didn't he?
He did.
But yeah, you're right. There was an opportunity there for Sales just to let that one just dribble out to Gus Miller.
Is there going to be a change this end? I think there is. I think James Sales is going to have a bowl. I think.
Looks like it, doesn't it? It's a big warm-up if he's not going to.
It is.
And I don't think he's going to need to, because Justin Broad picks up his third wicket. Harry Darley eventually departs the number 11 for Worcestershire, and they're all out for 165 here at the county grounds. Northants winning by 131 runs and open their account in the Metro Bank One Day Cup with a victory here against the table toppers.
And it's nice to do that in front of a good crowd as well. So thank you, everyone in the crowd who can't hear me, for coming. But thanks for that. I mean, at halfway of a victory margin of 130 runs looked unlikely, didn't it? But I think Northants did well at the top of the order with the bat, with Prifty Shaw in particular taking the new ball for 10 boundaries and a 6, and he looked a class apart. And he was a big part of that Northants total of 295. There were contributions elsewhere as well. But it was really, the game was won with the ball, with the new ball in particular. Jack White, 10 overs, 2 for 26, was remarkable. And actually Ben Sanderson wasn't far behind. He only bowled 5 overs, was keeping something in reserve and looking after himself a bit as well, quite rightly so. It's a long season. But their combined figures of 15 overs, 3 for 35, with a top order from Worcestershire, or an order from Worcestershire that was heavily loaded on the top 4. That's where all the experience and runs have come from. A good win. An unusual game of cricket, really, to have a margin of victory of that magnitude. As you say, down against the table toppers, it's a great win, and it's a win that was much needed. Spirits have not been particularly high around the place, and nothing lifts them at all in sport like a win. So well done, everyone involved in that win. Congratulations to the lads, to the coaching staff, and it's nice to be able to celebrate a victory.
Yeah, absolutely, you're right. And as you say, deserved 3 wickets for Justin Broad as well, 3 for Safe Save, and then 1 for Freddie Heldrick to round out that rapid batting card. Jake Libby, the captain, finished 50 not out exactly. Tom Taylor, top scored, dangerous player, scored 57 before coming down with a case of cramp and ending up being trapped LBW by Safe Save. Next up for the two sides, Worcestershire will play Kent. Northants have got Somerset. And yeah, never say never. A few more wins under the belt, and there could be a knockout game on the cards for Northants. Well, the stream at Northamptonshire is powered by Daffabet. It's been a pleasure to have your company today. My name's Dan Jadzovic. I've been joined by Phil Rowe all day. And we'll be back on Wednesday when Northants host Somerset.
Thank you.